Sorry, that was a banger. Smile. Ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Hi, Solaris. You are that in my life, beep beep. And in my life. Tokyo dreaming, like to really. Oh yeah, that's just like to feel it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Okie dokie, have fun with the lurkies. In the night, beep beep. In my life, Tokyo is in the light and feeling. You know what? Wait, let me do something. On the behinds, like out here, wheel picker. You know what is there? This. We are fine. Okay, 17. Tokyo dreaming, when I can feel it. Oh yeah, nothing really. Lost in paradise, started. Tokyo racing. trying to think very hardly. Smile. Mm. Oh. You know what? Fuck it. I need 17. 1 second. Ito ay... Huh? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Más... Ok. Ah, smile. Mm. I'm trying to find something. What is it? What happened? Aurora Borealis. Oh yeah, for the shocks. There we go. That's it. Let me see. Okay. I can keep the music. I want. You know what? Okay, so I'm going to start recruiting people. I think I have a good squadron of people that I can be recruited. Is what is this here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I need cotton. Cotton. Anything that can be transformed into some sort of Ethereum, ginger, olive, fiber, corn. No, would like no. Petunia, free flower, dandelion, buttercups, talgrass, tigras, itoria, poppy. Hi, poppy. Daily, agave, bell pepper. Grass, onion, okra. Sunflower, sorry. Heltrofe. Wait, can I Taylor Bill Advil Clan Centrea and how do I fucking make cloth? Crafting bench. Which one is the fucking crafting bench? Crafting. Bench. Other magical tailoring bench. No. Produce. Let me see. Contact machining. Component. No. Make. Are these? No, this is not order. What is the cloth? I'm. May. Patch leather. Raw corset. Parka. Local jacket. They give me saving. Fuck off. Make these pants grab. No. I don't need a phallus. I need to make cloth. Which I cannot see for the life of me. Maybe it's mighty, no. It says here in a crafting spot. There's the anvil. Make from hay. Weave. Weave cloth. From mycotred. No. Make. It's not this one. Wave. Hay. Hey, wave from hay. No. Backpack. Don't I have the cloth? What? Let me see. Because bills and bill requires cloth. We have cloth. Cloth is ingredient. Need to make mycotred. Crafting from crafting bench. Made by mycotred. Time is it? should we channel the powers? Wait. Can I change the names of? Because for some reason it changed. Nurse. Medic. Guys. It was tour model maker, and this one was Iron Mouse. Can I put no? Fun. Done. Yes. Okay. Da, da, da. No, I just make dinner. And now this way. Yeah, sure, why not? Oi, who invited you? Okay. Mika has low emotion. Is there anything he can feast on? Hey, uranium. Limestone. We have some compacted machinery. We have some compacted steel. Let me see. Oh, we have a body. Tempting. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it has to be roofed. That's a problem. Can I make a roofed? Ahí Lara. A ver, Lara. Mueve esa colita. Well, kinda covers everything. Okay, let me see. We need meow in Spanish. Yeah, she meows in Spanish. Too bright. Fuck off. Okay. Let me put back to rice. But I feel I like syrup in Spanish and this time she thinks you sound ridiculous. To be fair, it's like that for all the flavors of Spanish. So yeah, nothing changes. Do 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 do. Waiting for that. I need to be far away. How much? I barely have any wood. Dang it. I could cut all of this. Chop wood. Chop chop. Okay, should I spin the wheel of mythicality? That's the question. Colony's gonna expertise. Then what if she is a challenge? Ew, disgusting. A checkered shirt with only the top button done. Ew. She's a cat. The fuck are you talking about? Okay, let me see. No. No, uranium, no, steel. Steel. Let me in rectangle. But first I want to see. Let me see if this works. No, because there is a fucking con card right there. I can. Floors. Free. No, I knew it. Let's move it over here probably. We'll copy over here, and now all these goodbye. And now again floors. There we go. You want pet the dog? Hi Kiki, good morning. Hope you're doing well, despite the blood moon haunting you. What are they doing? Oh, they are doing a party. Morning, hunting. I mean hunting. I saw a lot of family time shit. Wow. Ruby got melee frenzy. Check some. By the way, Kiki, let me show you this. These are the people I have planned to add to my Temumitopia. Let me show you. Shared media. Shared media. We have Asami, Shose, Beltravi, Bunkoven, Kurosenpai, Winry, Slide, Raimba, Scarlis, Glerpy, Naked Breakit obviously, Kiki Kids, Autumn, Leo, Shadow, because I won't add Kiki without Shadow, Takao, and Apen. Right, Apen? So yeah. I don't know why it looks so crunchy. So whenever I have someone, there is already a. Okay, now that they made this, sons, growing son. Now make me some Mycotreal. Okay, let's summon the first nerd. Which one does? This one. Let's see. Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom. Oh yeah, I covered my world screen. It doesn't matter. I'm doing the summoning ritual. And let's see who wins. Nyum. And someone, wait. Phone. Phone means Wanderer shrines. Accept. We don't care what they are because we are going to spin the wheel. Oh, oh. Okay, let's make autumn. The Higa Oak. Okay, how we going to do this? Hooray, autumn! Make this itchy. Let me see. First, we have to make them.
Are you thirsty?
I am thirsty. Give me mail. This one. There is a and 69 as always. And now, how do we do this? Let me remove all the skills. Okay, and remove this. Remove this. And now we start with this. Instead of using the base one, blood premier, let's start with dried. Dracani, dry. Connect with was it dry like a mycomorph? Dun 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 dun. The Wolfman, like Anima King, with the Anima tree. I'm going to connect with Pollux tree. Anima affine, sapling beard. Photosynthesis, let's remove this. Slowly. Morphs autonomous. Foliage. Anima air. Let's remove this one. Foliage air is okay. Sap blood is okay. Slow wound healing. Sub size sensitive. Rentam, that's okay. Pyrophobia, that's okay. Checks out. We have to melee damage. No, very sleepy. No. Grayless hair. Let's remove the great weapon. There we go. Yeah. Photosynthesis. The energy in the chamber. They don't become hardly exposed to sunlight. That's okay. Sapling beard, bar skin. Yeah. Yeah, checks out. Foliage. And we're going to save it as autumn steps. Save and apply. Yes. Okay. Let me look Discord because I may have some art of autumn to base myself. Where? Yeah, pictures. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe I think Pen will draw autumn. So I'm going to buy his penguin's artwork. It should be around here somewhere. Here. I got more of these. Fuck. Let me see. It has to look like has a bush in his head. This one? No. 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 Braids? No. You know, wait, and if I make it... No, darker green. Dark green is okay. Yeah. No. No beer. Torso, tattoo. He had bark skin. A donut. This is okay. Like very golden. There we go. A pale. I cut. That's okay. Now. Skin. Skin. Oak. Oak? No, that's... actually, that works. Let's see. Should we add a beer? Bashi. Let's see. Oh, curly. That kind of works. Wait. Curtain. Curtain may work. Because... Wait, what was that? High Hawk. Then... Highwayman. Nuts. Oh, that kind of works. Lincoln. Old Dutch. I think Lincoln is the... What the fuck is that? David Jones? That's kind of funny. Wow. That's a big beer. Yeah. Bashi. Nice. Wow, you got there, Kiki. We're going to go with... I like curly, but without the mustache will be better. Curtain, no, we need the Lincoln. It was around here. Highwayman. Here. The Lincoln. So it looks like Autumn's that has bush on his neck. And I had to change his... There we go. We cannot see his brows. As tick browser was tick 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 tick. Tick. There we go. That's it. That's autumn. Autumn steps. The basic. And can I give him green tomb? Green. No. Plant. Let me see. No. Ocean air, no. Tree, no. Show you kind. Bush? No. Slow, thick skinned. Thick skinned. And has the how is this card? Animação. Okay. Let's give 5. 10 in construction. 10 in plants because he's a plant. 10 with animals. Let's leave it at 5. No mining. Crafting 5. Medical 5. Electoral 5. Even we living artistic maybe? I think it's of the few that are not artistic. And we are going to give him plants and animals and interest in construction and medical. Why not? A back suite. Apparel. Back suite. There you go. I need to give by default a back suite. Wait. Back suite element. And let's give equipment a pistol. Yeah, lightweight pistol. And inventory sword. Sword. Steel sword. Actually, inventory axe. Dane axe. Let me see if oh, that's kinda cool. Because for those that oh wait, that looks good. Quality legendary. Because Autumn on his design has an axe. So there we go. Autumn. And now I'm going to save him. And he likes dark brown. And now we we give him fashion. We hide this, and let's give a ghillie suit. Smile. Add. Smile. I don't like it. I regret my decisions. Night. I know there is one. That could be cool, but no. Let's see. That could work. The ads are coming. There we go. We got Ototototom. Looking good. Are his eyes working well? Ah, yes. Let's see. Ototototom. He cannot. Handle. What's the level? 3. There we go. Wait. Let me check. because I'm trying to play the two at the same time. Smile. Tururu, 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 tu tu tu, tu tu tu, tururu, tu, tururu, tu tu tu, tu tu, tururu, 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 tu 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 tu. Oh. Scheiße. Okay. The idea is to hey. Oh wait, let me copy the inventory. Can we move the garage chunks? Dun 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 dun. I want dun 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 dun. Starvation. Mika, what the? Stop seducing Penguin. Go eat. Beep 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 beep. I got a new level. Skip to the same position. Like sensitivity. New defense turrets on your ship. What expansion? Now these are from these are from a mod. The mod is Beans to Repack, which has two cool, very powerful endgame kinda one. Yeah. The bean has, let me see, has only two turrets, which are, let me see, is that one, is this other one, the Hellfire Sentry. Yeah, has only two, which this is good for defense, and I tend to use it only for the ship. And then you have this that is a monstrosity, and I have a lot more, but I'm not sure. I think I'm from Vanilla Plus, and others from like, let me see. Yes, Vanilla Plus and others. This one is Vanilla Furniture Expander Security, but most of them require you to have all the DLCs. Charge Complex? What? Charge Complex? What's this?
Very well. Submit to my authority and you may join me.
The _ Grave just subscribed for 4 months. Morning.
Grape. Hi, Gravy. How you doing? Let me shout you out. So, the Gravy. Fair enough.
Scary. Oh my god, I feel so uncomfortable.
Oh,
He just put a barrel in the shark's mouth.
why am? Damn it.
I'm definitely.
How can it be? I set it out to be like a year maximum.
That's what these bastards get for being up our
Deep Blue Sea, mother.
Go follow Gravy and make newer clips. Is a command. I command D. Exactly. I command D to go follow Gravy and clip them. Clip them, and if you need, I got an stapler. Badum. I don't like the destroying way too often. The phalanx turret you have looks quite nice. Originally they kinda look lame. There is the mod, which are the bean turrets, and then there is a skin that makes them look more like Dream War. And yes, usually you, I think, wait, this autocannon, from what it is base or it's from the Odyssey? Because I know there are some... No, I don't know. I don't know if Odyssey brings another. So where are the enemies? Oh, scheiße. Okay. They are coming from that way. Oh, what the hell? Smile? Is that... Okay. I think that were all of them. No, here they come more. This is a good moment for Mika to go eat animals. Can... No, but he cannot. Penguno! There we go. Wait, does corporation? No, it has to be a human. So yeah, I highly recommend always modding the game to your heart's content. Granted, I have so many mods installed that end up taking half an hour to load. No, that's it. Can we fucking move these bodies from here? They are disgusting. And now go. No, Mika got 10. Oh no. I suppose it's already tended. And I recommend Odyssey if you want one of the DLCs. Which one you say you have? Biotech and Royalty. Yeah. In my opinion, Odyssey is very fun. To have like a ship is very fun. Granted, this is not the vanilla grab ship, but it's fun. Make sure... Oh, smile. I forgot to... The demon aspect throws me out. Don't think of it as occult. Think of, or demons, think of it as SCPs. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the SCP word. You are containing anomalies and like sucking them off for several things. But also you can ignore it for the most time. Do. The one I don't engage usually is royalty. I think it's kinda meh. Also because demands you to have one person to be like the royal, and you have to please them so much that is annoying. See abilities give you get the same points because I want my greens to be humble. Smile. Yeah, I agree with that. And for that, I have another mod so people can have sidecast without that. Yep. For example, Pengu. We have here. I give him Frost Shaper. I have, because I'm on the game Smile. I have Skip Master. Ruby is a fucking arsonist. Has Conflagator. I think I give Moo. Static Lore, so has a lot of EMP related. Thunderbolt. I want to voltage into disorder. Cast EMP. So yeah, always. I hope you have Rimworld in Steam because the workshop is the best. Barline, because I like Barline. And you have a lot. The Chronopath is kinda meh. Infested Chung. Oh shit. Let's try to trigger it. And run back. Smile. Oh, they are attacking the... No, Tom! They made hence the price of this. Something that before having Rimworld, I noticed is that yes, they rarely lower the price of the game. And to be fair, with the amount of things you can do, it's acceptable somehow. I don't play the full like. Can I send Mika to heal Atom? I don't play the full like. without like a quotation mark cheats. I play more like a DM, which is oh shit. Auto behind you. Oh save. Go 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 go. Oh, nice. Okay. Any more annoyances? Okay. Seems like there still are some out there. Autumn. My plan. I think the next one is yes, Odyssey. Odyssey. Yes. I highly recommend Odyssey. Because again, this is a ship. All this is a ship. Yes, has some mods. I don't know if I like the vanilla expanded mechanism, because vanilla grab ship expanded chapter 1 is kinda, it's more realistic in a sense, because you have to have oxygen tanks, heat sinks, and seems like in a future they try to, at least in the vanilla expanded mod pack, they want to add like ship battles. Well, that's again mod. The on itself, Odyssey is great in my opinion. What the? Season fiction. No, Autumn. Okay, let me wake up Mika. No. Immunity give. No, not Ruby. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking Ruby. It's a colony right now. Might be time to shiver them for a while. I love to test like you can always save it and make a backup, and I recommend trying mods because there are mods that change a lot the mechanic of the game. There are one that straight up changed to be sci-fi to fantasy or medieval kind of game. Let me see. I need more medicine. Medicine. And so neutrotamine. Accept. Starvation. Mika. We're talking about. Oh, it's because. Go eat, you know. There we go. Incompetent cook. Oh my god. I know. Probably is not the best at being smart. You don't have to tell her that. We okay. Yeah. Yes. Different area of the planet and work in that area for a bit. Yes, you can do in vanilla. You need to build an anchor so it doesn't destroy your current place and creates a crater and is unhabitable. But yes, if I wish, I can move my base. I can stay. I can move. I can have a base. In my base, have a ship, and the ship can go fuck around and find out. And both can coexist. So you can have like a crew exploring and few people behind. Also, shuttle. Transport, space. This. For example, yeah, I really like Odyssey. And if you don't want to deal with the whole thing, Odyssey brings you the passenger shuttle, which is the shuttle you usually see all the time. But this one is yours, and you can use it like one-way transport and back again without having to be like a complex thing, which is great. The shuttle is actually very good, in my opinion. How many food we have? Okay, still have some food. Mad quail, local quail. B. Smile.
Let us say that for now we have struck a bargain.
Quake 2 Rail just subscribed.
Wow, thank you for this hub with Prime. Hope you enjoyed the emote. The fuck, Mika? I honestly, and this thing I say it without any regret, is that I started seeing people like Ambiguous Amphibian doing challenges in Rimworld, and I was like, this looks like fun, and I went and get the world DLC pack pirated, and I tested it myself because again it's an expensive game, but if you try it out without the in a pirate way, and you say, okay, I like this, then you can say it's worth it. In my opinion, I don't feel like it's a bad thing, mostly because I knew I was going to get it eventually. But yeah. Is there any mission? I don't know, how much time does this take to... I could try to travel and come back later. But for that, I will have to make like a mini emplacement. Outside the power. Is this the closest one? Yes. Do I have in advanced component? Do I have advanced component? I have exactly 6 smile. I shouldn't like the version that running my current colony is. I'm still playing B15 because I wanted the colony was working. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. To be fair, you can always keep it like in that version if you like it. Though if you have 1000 hours in one colony, you can always make a backup, leave a, I don't know, like a note to say this save is only for 1.5 or something like that, and from there try new stuff. I don't like people committing to like very long playthroughs of this game. I cannot. I usually set a goal and try to make it. My goal in this one is literally Tomodachi Life is only on Switch and I have Dream World, so that's my goal. Well, what's Dream World with if not Tomodachi Life would with organ harvesting? Smile. Oh yeah. Wait, let me show you. I have if I go for all the genetic shit I have to put, I have all of these to mod. Yeah. Some are base, some are just cosmetic. It's kinda nice. So yeah, I'm big fan of modding the game. Oh. You don't have to keep them all cool, assuming another. You don't have to keep them all cool, assuming another mode. What do you mean? All cool? Like temperature? Everything is. Oh, the Shen banks. That's a good question. I don't know. Probably, but you can always set up a fridge to put the sheens. I usually don't play with the biotech one. I do mostly. How do you have? Operated W sculptor, enhancer, work as a founder. Ladder if I don't have. Oh, yes, these are from SVC Fridge. SVC does a lot of like storage. I think it's also the SVC this one. SVC grab ships storage. If you want. Mod options. These are the mods I have. Yep. Also, you might think this is more of a cheat, but yes. I also have the mod that I like because I don't like having 3,000 storage places. More if you are flying around. I have mod XL stack Excel. So yeah, everything is set to stack in Excel, which this is a multiplier. So the vanilla value of the stack is multiplied 3,000 times. So it's wonderful. I don't have to worry about the storage. I do have to worry because everything takes one stack, but at least I don't have to worry about extra stuff. So yeah, the freedom this game can give you is the best. We have that. Let's now make it like with much. It has to be still one. Armored one. Yeah, this one. Let's make it one. Let's tell them not to put that. Oh yeah, something I highly recommend also is if you want to go straight ahead and try something new, go to the Steam Workshop and look for the collections. If you don't want to wander around, I kinda know what I want and I have more experience with modding the game at this point because, as you can see, I have put. This is a mod pack I did between adding Vanilla Expanded and a bunch of other mods I like. So yeah. For example, fashion. This is a new one to me. I honestly didn't know it. So I can say, okay, hide this, I don't want it, and wait. And I can choose how everyone looks. Which is great, without changing their armor. And it's something very stupid in the grand scheme of things, but I like it. Dun, 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 dun. Pam, param, pam, pam. Pam, 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 pam. Also, then, if you really like Rimworld, I highly recommend. You probably know it if you watch Ambiguous Amphibia. This channel, which is very fun in my opinion. I really like his videos. And it's more like challenge or something related to a mod. And I kinda like that. For example, that's the thing I like Rimworld. I don't see it as colony management, but a storytelling game, which is, in my opinion, the most fun to play with. Hi Ruby. You can't. What's wrong with you, Ruby? You wake up angry? Oh, search complete. Stop wasting cheese. Every day I wake up, just violence. I'm going to fuck you up. Smile. As a cat should. My kitty doesn't choose violence whenever she wakes up. Oh, an eclipse.
I will send you to Jesus.
I would like to see it. You can't. Fuck you. Look, I made. Also, I give you a new dress. Looks more like your model. Yes, yes. Oh my fucking god, how many of them you queue? You can't. Oh, I love this song. This is from Sims 2 Castaways. I have the Sims 2 OST. La la la. Pinini pinini. if I remember correctly, it was used in the trailer. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Security door. I'm so happy that Ruby's coming back to stream. Well, can I? I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm going to really fuck you up. Do I have a cat? Cat. I love you. Thank you. Wait, let me put this stuff in this. Let me grab this. We are going to do an ad, and the ad is Ruby. Smile. Why? Because I say so. The fuck is that? That's you. Oh. Okay. Wee. So yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Tururu, 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 tururu. What a classic. No me problem. Yes. What the fuck is wrong with you, Mika? Where are you going? Oh, Mika is... Mika's having a moment. Here. There you go. Wait. Don't consume it. There we go. Smile. Happy Mika, are you full of... There you go. Stop complaining. No, you can't. Remove that.
Very well. Submit to my authority and
Hi,
The
King.
king of the deer just subscribed for 18 months. Good morning, Lalek.
80 balls. I feel old. Hemos subido $1 por el pimiento y DC. Nah. I'm happy in making people like give it a shot because it's a really good game. Rimur is a really good game. How much is it? Remove that. Quickly remove that roof today. Good morning, Kiki. Did I remove the... Is this... Okay. Roofed. Oh. Wait. Isn't... Where is my... Drop the fucking chunks? My full of bodies, of course. Fucking Ruby. Wait, did I remove the... Okay, remove it. Remember, this fifth Ruby comes back to us from the dead. Ay, menos siege. Did you make... What? I made sure it's a... No, but I found funny that you... Diva de Motes. You can add cat emotes. As far as you don't fill my 1000 slots all by yourself, that's on you. Stare. Oh, hi Shadow. All the cats. No, not all the cats. Oh. Shadow needs breakfast. He's... Oh. He's at 9%. Okay, let's read Ruby and me.
Let's go.
Because I feel a bit of a... Whatchamacallit, expert, and I'm hearing complaints.
The voices. Revive us. Revive us. The voices in your head command you to do so. The voices in your head. Revive us.
Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I had a moment. Somewhere. In some place.
Fucking stream sniper.
Shut the fuck up.
Sniper.
Shut the fuck up, Ruby. Oh, I love that clip. It's one of my favorites. So many notifications. We need to play Repo. Oh. Yes, hitting yourself made you return to low levels of awe. And King is just EP. Fucking Mika doesn't take care of himself. He's capable of starving himself to death. And Kiki is also EP. But she's slowly waking up. But I need to climb back to bed. We are alone today. Let me see. Yes, I kinda have energy. I sleep well. That's the factor. Slowly, I'm dancing to you don't see. Well, let me. You know why? It's because it's the Sims 2. It's the Sims 2 OST. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. 10 days till week I can summon someone else. Dun 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 dun. They seems to have such a great OST. But not all were bangers, Smile. This one is from the building. I can remember. Pam 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 pam. Pam 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 pam. Pam 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 pam. Sausage, scrambled eggs, and hash browns. And for me, oats with banana, a strawberry, and egg sandwich. Whoa. You need to do the O after eating. Damn, that's a big pig. Mm-hmm. Damn. I think we have enough rice for the time being. Also, we have the rice that is made inside the ship. I need you all to finish this. We're right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm back. What happened? What y'all doing over there? Hi, Matt. Yeah, Steven Geek Strawberries. Oh my god. Yeah. So, fuck it. So, Matt Fluffba. Why I always fucked up your name? Can you tell me? Matt Fluffba.
No, here we go.
Thank you, Solari, for reading me my sins with cheese. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, the music. Oh yeah, Ruby, you didn't tell. I asked, but you didn't say. Did you make the capture card work? Because King has no El Gato, put another one, and he seems to use it, I think. And actually, I tried it out yesterday. Wow. Fucking Ruby. And Matt's so happy for you returning too and you being a cunt. What the fuck? Come on, fucking Actum. There we go. Actum. Hi, baby. Welcome back. Yes, they are slowly waking up. Except Ruby, she comes and goes. If you blink, she might go back to sleep.
That's scary. Oh my god, I feel so uncomfortable.
Oh, this the same one as before. Poor Gravy. That's okay. And I feel like my streams are for lurk most. Only
I'm
lurks.
definitely gonna be clipping all this.
Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, that's what these bastards get for being up our
TBUC, mother.
You know what? No wait. Since only I can use it, I'm going to use it. Smile. Oh, did you know that Kiki made the crazy? Well, that's a redundancy because Ruby's already crazy. Well, the comfy suite outfit of Ruby. Smile. Let me. You know that Kiki did this is it? What is? Shutters, no. Doing, no. Here. You know that Kiki draw this. Let me out. Nope. To be fair, you shut yourself in, so. Well. If it's the consequences of your actions. I should bond her. Yeah, more than with Alish, so that's an improvement. How are you remaining here? What? Who are you remaining here? Oh. Each one to each one. This is a fucking battle royale of rimming. Smile. Whenever you see someone of here naked, it's because they are rimming someone else. So whenever you see someone in the on Twitch, hello on Twitch, smile. Everyone is waking up, and I'm slowly getting nippy. You're at worse, Ruby? Yes. Yee. Okay. Now let's copy this motherfucker. Let's copy this. Fuck off. Since I'm here, might as well do it, right? No, I need more. Say focus. Can I go meditate? You mean a pictures drop? Oh, let me see. Where is Discord? I have it closed. I had autumn. Pet appreciation. Oh my god, look at that fluff. It's orange. Fucking orange. So cute. Elara is like in her little box, in her wee in her wee box and close to the heater. And whenever I go and give her a lot of kisses and she doesn't move because she's so confused under. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. It fucking dings forever. Okay, all this is done. Now I want security. What is security? Fight. Equipment. Warp bolter. Traps. Okay. Traps. Now we do. We put this over here. Speed over here. Hey! Why I cannot use it? It's like some sort of tier I don't have. Use is the wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the 200k bit? It's my only empty slot. You fucker. Add it at least as a 70B. Or tell Kiki to add it as scarce and you. I don't know. Something. Can't. It's insane. It's quite insane. Yes, I think that's the whole point. Wait, yeah, only I can use it as well. And wasn't Pigeon the only one that can use the squish? The booba squish? And also you? Yeah. How much was that one? I only have the 1000 bits. Seen everything I want to get them out. Yeah. If any, you should gift Ruby subs so she can have more natural slots. Like, meow, no. I think it caps around 300 subs. So, oh well, not sub, is points. Is sub points. I'm gonna release. You don't have enough slots. And the few that you have, you don't like them, so shut the fuck up. Big natural slots? Yes. Never enough. It's true, never enough. Someday I will have all the slots for an what am I? An affiliate. I forgot. Wait, can I now use the ability? Put the skip door here. Go over there. Put it here. door. Small base. And now go meditate, I suppose. Beep, 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 beep. I don't have advanced components. Then I have more work to do. Yes, huh? I don't. I fail to see the problem in that logic, Smile. I see this as an absolute win. Oh, advanced components. I think I could give some of my normal components. Maybe some steel. Minus 2000. Yeah, that should do it. I mean, it's the truth. It's the truth. Tururu, tururu, tu. More strawberries to steal. Yippee! Let's see. Steel artillery. Minigun turret. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Beep, 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 beep. You make anything and everything you want. We making deals with the devil. They never end well. And I'm scared of Ruby. You should say that because you're taller than Ruby. And because she's old. Smile. Wow. Exactly. To be fair, I also want to squish Ruby. So get in line. Smile. So aggressive. Kiki will remember that. Smile. Yes, but I'm not opposed. That's the difference. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, the blood moon. Oh no, Mika's hungry. Zaraz sobie skończy pinche korgi. I not oppose. That was a really short blood moon. Some cash news. I'm safe from squishing. Why? I'm going to break your spine. I'm going to pull a... Where's my brother's defense? Yippee! More corgis. More. Wait, how many days have passed? Can we... Oh, in 6 days we can summon another nerd. It's black and white. Oh, that's actually me. That's just like me for real, for real. Hi Dobby, how you doing? Matt Bluebeard, oh no. Sup. Oh never mind. He died instantly by the Phalanx turrets. I saw Dobby, I want you this 5th of May to not only you, I want everyone to be there for Ruby. She's coming back. The cunt is coming back. Oh, and I show... For those that... Man, I just found that mod to rearm and bear traps. I hated that I was trying to rebel. See? There is always a mod for something you dislike or something you want changed. Go for it quick. Go to your hair's content. Mod and be free. Also, what I was going to say, let me show you, for those that wasn't around. I'm so happy. This is a cat stream now. Pop, 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 pop. Will you consider yourself a cat, Solaris? I know you have a cat as a profile pic in Discord. Always haven't. It's true. Those cat. Wow. Cat is so mad. I got rid of my couches. When you get rid of your couches? Ah. Psych Rain. A random psych entity causes disturbance on a subatomic level, resonating across all the particles in the atmosphere. Simply endless supernatural rain is beyond, altering the very composition time. What a pity. Elara also loves the couch. I only have one couch and it's a bed couch. Just in case there is in need. Oh yeah. She loves it. She gets very aggressive if she's on it or someone tries to sit on it. Though to be fair, nobody uses it. It's just a muscle parasites. What the fuck is that? Mika Mu and Pengu. Sorry to have medical bed and a doctor. Make sure to dedicate proper treatment. We don't have medical beds. Smile. Should I make like some emergency medical beds? But no, wait, no, fuck. Reggie. here. Right, this Farsari clan. That's a lot of people. Let's see if we can sneak up Ruby, and Ruby sends Fireball. Meteor shower. Oh, she doesn't have enough. Fuck. Retreat, Ruby, retreat. Oi, nerds. Don't touch my shit. Oh, I like that song. Kaboom! Oh, Robbie! No, me! Run, Atom, run! Okay, Mika, wake up and start rescuing people. What the fuck? Mika, why you move at the speed of... Why are you so slow? Why are you so slow? Ah, the muscle parasites. I forgot about that. Okay, as soon as Mika decides to move faster than the speed of a slug, we might be able to turn out to... I don't know who is... Can you turn yourself? No. Pick up medicine. Then Ruby. Oh, I forgot to. Okay, King. Go rest. No, my plant. No, but you have to be careful that the mod might need one specific DLC. You have to be careful with that. And always use the auto sort. Whenever you check the mods, also check why they are complaining. For example, let me save here. Let me go to the main menu. Ignore the tick anime gears, smile. If I go to mods and, for example, move harmony, you can see all the problems. And this was going to say this mod is not loading wrong order. Oh yeah, this is the background. This is vanilla backgrounds. No, this, wait, let me see. Advanced workshop page, let me see. This is vanilla backgrounds upgraded, and the specific anime ones are Shella's background. Well, yeah, the point is that auto-sort modes. And if not, wow. Of course, Vision was going to react to that. Auto-sort, yeah, auto-sort modes. And if one, and check then if one is red. If one is red, you touch and you see why. I'm trying to explain. Your neuron activation whenever I went to the menu, you fuckers. Oh, big lady. Smile. I love all the versions of because you have Royalty, Ideology, Biotech, Anomaly, and Odyssey, right? Well, that one was from the Odyssey, the one before. Let me show you backgrounds. See, this is the Royalty, Ideology, Biotech, Anomaly, and well, the rest are random. An Odyssey. Hide DLC infos in my menu. Episode showing me you didn't know how how to do that. Thanks. Why no? There is no problem to do that. As far as I don't have to close the game, I can do it. Because if I have to close the game, I have to wait like half an hour to launch it again. Because again, I have a lot of mods. But yeah, this is not a problem. Doesn't whatchamacallit? Doesn't trouble me in the list. Also, I'm always happy to help. Also, look, all the nerds get neuron activation because boobs, big anime titties. Big honkabalongas. Wait. Wait for it. New wait, fuck. New anime plot. Let me fucking Opera used to be a good browser.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanahangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga no logangas.
I love it. It's a classic. Oh, talking about the Sims 2 and Sims patch notes. Oh, this is a classic. Wait, there's an animated one. Oh, this is a classic for. Indeed, yes.
Alright, let's check the patch notes for The Sims 3. Kleptomaniac Sims can no longer steal subway stations from Watts. Sims can no longer woohoo in the elevator with a Sim who is on a different floor. The Grim Reaper will no longer be prevented from reaping souls due to band affiliation. Fixed a tuning issue so that Sims now vomit at acceptable levels. It is no longer possible to try for baby become enemies with child wish no longer appears. Sims who are on fire will no longer be forced to attend graduation before they can put themselves out. Pregnant Sims can no longer brawl. Baby Sims will no longer become stuck on a Sim's hand while driving a car. Sims will no longer receive a wish to skinny dip with mummies. A meteor can hit a building, which case everyone will run out before the collision. Those who do not exit the building will die. Sims automatically leave if a meteor is approaching unless it is a school in which children are not allowed to leave and always die.
I love it. I love it so much. It's a classic. What a classic of the internet. I got food. It's mine. This sounds medium. What is? Well, which one is the? Mm, uh, there we go. And do forever. Five cigarettes. Powczem. Ile tym grasz? Powczem? Powczem? Rimworld? Rimworld. Oh, Rimworld died. Oh well. Time to watch what you call it? An essay video. Yeah. Then to watch an essay video in the Times. You know what? Let's watch some. I already watched that one. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? Creepcast. Doesn't they have any new one? No. Wendy Goon. The Backrooms. A Frontier of Fear. Kane Pixel says I'm a... Yes, nice.
If you're not careful and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights, maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell is hurting you.
Ah, my ears.
This post was made in reply to this image on 4chan's paranormal board on May 12th of 2019. This concept of no clipping or falling out of reality into some in-between place stuck with a lot of people. What would you do if you fell into a seemingly infinite maze of yellow walls hidden in the border beyond reality? This idea was so interesting that several online creators began to take their stab at it. The concept of the backrooms has been adapted in a ton of places, from YouTube movies to video games to an entire wiki page that's elaborated on the lore and added levels and different creatures. A lot has been done with this concept, but there's one series that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And that, of course, is Kane Pixel's adaptation. Kane Pixels, when he was only 15 years old, used 3D assets created in Blender and eventually live-action segments to tell a narrative within the setting of the backrooms. And while Kane began with this image and this post like everyone else before him, the series quickly became its own thing. Stories of scientific experiments, corporate conspiracy, complex ecosystems, and violent life within the halls of the backrooms itself, all within the setting of humanity's attempt to understand a cosmic nightmare. I covered Kane's series over 3 years ago now, and if you can't tell by the merch and stuff, I'm a pretty big fan. Not only that, but since that video came out, Kane and I have become friends, and it's been really cool to watch the series grow while he grows as a creator. So you can imagine how elated I was when it was announced that Kane Pixels would be making a movie within his Backrooms universe with A24. Kane, at 19 years old, is the youngest director in the studio's history and is setting up to have one of their greatest hits. And Kane was kind enough when they were shooting the film to invite me, my wife, and my editor to come see the set. And I can't talk about a lot of the specifics, as you could imagine A24 is pretty hush-hush about it, but I will say that we are in for something. I'm so excited for this movie, and I'm sure you are too, but first things first, the YouTube series. Since my last video was over 3 years ago, there's a lot of uploads I haven't covered yet. So here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give a brief recap of everything I covered in that first video in case you haven't seen it, but judging by the views on that video, a lot of you have, which thank you, that means a lot. Then we're going to talk about a timeline, my theories with the series itself, and then we're going to look at what we know about the movie and see how it ties in. as well as theorize about potential themes or plot lines for the film and the YouTube series moving forward. Then, probably a month after the film comes out, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film and how it ties into the web series. So you can think of this video as a way to get you up to speed and theorize about the series so far and where it's going. Something that I truly believe is one of the coolest and scariest things I've ever seen out of YouTube. So with that, hello everybody. Today we're going to be talking about Kane Pixel's Backrooms. I'm so excited to make this video, and I'm so excited to see how far Kane has come. In that last video, we were talking about how crazy it was that someone this young created a series this cool, and now we're talking about how crazy it is that a director this young is making a movie this cool. There's a lot to get into, as you can probably tell by the timestamp. In addition to a regular look at the plot-by-plot beats of the series, I want to talk about some of the themes and the hidden characters and Kane's other channel and stuff like that. This series is truly something special, and it's not every day that you get film quality content for free on YouTube. So, before you watch this video, if you haven't already, Kane's channel will be linked in the description. Please check it out for yourself. I love talking about it. I think it's fun to watch videos talking about it, but nothing beats experiencing it for the first time the way it was intended. I should also add that despite being on set for a day and talking to Kane about the film, Kane hates me and thinks it's funny to see me suffer, so he hasn't told me anything about the movie. I mean, obviously I was there and I saw some things that I can make inferences off of, but anytime I asked him for specifics, he just didn't answer. So when I'm theorizing, it's not like I have some hidden insight or am dropping clues for you to figure out. I'm guessing as well. Kane's the kind of guy who would only speak in riddles if he could. I also got to interview Kane for several hours while we were on set, but the footage of that is on set, and A24 will execute me if I show that to you before the film comes out.
Lovely.
So for now, you're just going to hear audio from that interview, and then in the second video after the movie comes out, you can see the whole thing. This is a series I've been into for a long time, and I'm so excited to talk about it and theorize about it with you all. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about Kane Pixel's Backrooms, both the web series and now the movie. And something else that can be really scary is taking care of yourself. I mean, there seems to be so many different steps and products on the market, it's hard to know where to start. Now, you can start somewhere easy thanks to today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is your daily dose of things like multivitamins, multiminerals, pre and probiotics, all in one easy drink. And by easy, I really do mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1, and you're good to go. I'm sure spring cleaning our cabinets, a lot of us have realized that it'd be nice if all the different multivitamins and pills we have to keep track of could be in one easy place. But now, it can be. And AG1 isn't a headache. Instead, it's just a pleasant drink that you can enjoy alongside your morning coffee. And there's a lot AG1 can help with, like supporting your immune system and supporting your gut health to keep you regular, but the thing I noticed the most about it is how it helped my energy. Gone are the days of napping midway through the day and never finishing projects. Instead, I have the energy to get things done, and therefore, I'm much more productive. Now, it's not like AG1 did this by itself.
Ruby will feel attacked too if she were awake.
That's going to solve all your problems. Just amazing the things that you can accomplish when you put the things into your body that your body's been looking for, because then your body itself gives you the energy to get things done. So if you're interested on cleaning out your system while you're cleaning everything else, then now's the perfect time. That's because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, along with your first order of AG1, you'll receive a free welcome kit. That's right, a welcome kit that includes things like a shaker bottle, a metal canister to store your AG1, one of their flavor sampler packs of the different flavors AG1 can come in, as well as a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 so you can get even more of the nutrients you need. Again, that's the link in the description or the QR code at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video.
Oh, I think maybe she died. It's mine.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So to get caught up, let's look at an abbreviated summary of everything I covered in my first Backrooms video. The first video, found footage, features someone with a camera falling into the backrooms. According to the clapboard we see, this person's name is Kane. Not to be confused with Kane who made this series, although he might have died in the backrooms. How would we know? He stumbles into the yellow halls and fluorescent lights that will become familiar to us as the series goes on, eventually coming across remnants of people who have been there before him. Things like clothes
No,
piled in a large room, or
my
menacing
PC almost
writing on
died.
a wall that shows
Let me
closed eyes and a
return
window,
to
along with writing like "Don't move,
PC.
stay still," and "God closed his eyes." It's here that the cameraman encounters some kind of life form. The life form chases the cameraman until he comes to a large drop-off, at which point the life form attacks our cameraman and he drops the camera, which then seemingly falls back into reality, landing, as the description said, in 1996. The clapperboard at the beginning said that this footage was recorded, or at least started its recording, in 1991, meaning either when the cameraman went into the backrooms or when the camera fell out, it jumped 5 years. Our next video, the third test, dated in 1988, shows a company who we'll come to know as Async attempting to activate a portal. This is the third test of their magnetic distortion device. Nonetheless, it is unsuccessful for now. Well, our next video, First Contact, shows the experiment's first success, as during their sixth test of this device on October 17th of 1989, the portal works, opening a consistent doorway into the backrooms, or as Async refers to it, the complex, meaning the organization's excursions into the backrooms can begin. However, this in combination with unlisted videos we can find on the channel show us that at the same time, earthquakes occurred around Southern California, a place that we will come to find Async is located. So while they managed to open a doorway, it came at great cost to the people around them. This is especially true in the next video, Missing Persons. In Missing Persons, we see several missing persons posters, as after the events of First Contact in late 1989 and 1990, people began to go missing. This is seemingly because when Async caused a rift between our reality and the complex seems to have become less stable and more people are beginning to fall in, just like Kane did in found footage. In February of 1990, some of the first Async agents who investigate the complex come across the body of an individual who seemingly fell into the backrooms. Oddly, his body seems partially consumed and surrounded by a strange growth or rot. There are some nuances in these uploads I've already covered that I'm not touching on right now, like for example, at the end of Missing Persons, there's text on screen that says, "If anyone, blame him." And I talked about that a lot in my first Backrooms video, and we're going to incorporate it into the analysis later in this video. But just know that throughout these, there's sprinkling of information that implies some actor behind the scene or some greater plan at work. Our next video, informational video, dated to February 29th of 1990, which is odd because there was no February 29th in 1990. It wasn't a leap year, so it went from February 28th to March 1st, so don't know what that's about. But it begins with what seems to be one of Async's typical excursions into the complex. We can even see structures they've begun to build, like on the other side of the threshold in the complex itself, they've built an operating station, and they have lines ran through the complex to keep track of where they've been. Well, during informational video, our cameraman strays away from the group after he hears what seems to be a crowd of people speaking. Despite this noise, all he finds is a blank room, but when he turns back to the rest of his team, there's a flash, and they're gone. Not only are they gone, but the line they were following is completely gone as well. Our cameraman comes across some strange sightings, like these black pieces on the ground that could be burnt clothes or charred remains. He comes across weird wallpaper that seems stretched in some areas, a wheelbarrow, or what seems to be the flat image of the side of a house. He gets back to the operating station in the complex and finds it's manned by no one. And when he speaks, alarms begin to sound. We don't know what's going on here yet, but we will later. Our next video, autopsy report, occurs right after the events of the previous video, Missing Persons, and this is an autopsy of the body that was found in the complex.
Okay, I'm
It's
back.
found that the body is consumed by Hay bacillus, an otherwise unremarkable bacteria in our world, but in the complex, it seems
Wait, Pigeon, by stolen tongues, what do you mean? The one from Wendigoon, or one like a Backrooms video?
seems to have mutated, engulfing the body and preventing some parts from decaying, while other parts show advanced states of decay. The medical examiner doesn't seem to have an explanation for this, and then refers to someone listening as Ivan Beck, a name that will become more and more important as the series goes on. Our next video, Motion Detected, occurs on March 5th of 1990. Just on the other side of the threshold or portal that Async has created, researchers are setting up cameras to monitor the space. Alarmingly, while the room is unmanned, they pick up this image. An image of what appears to be either flailing black legs or tendrils of some kind peering at their camera from around the corner. Now keep in mind, the creature we saw in found footage was in 1991, and then the camera recovered in 1996. Since this is in 1990, it seems that up until this point, Async didn't know that there were other creatures in there. So this is likely the first sign they've had that they're not alone. The next video, Prototype, shows us footage from May 10th of 1982, over 7 years before Async would successfully open the threshold into the complex. Here we see their early attempts at this technology, as at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, they were experimenting with sending things into the complex. Now, it's unlikely at this time that Async knew where these things were going, if Async was even formed at this point, but whoever was performing these experiments, the only credit we get is the supervisor, Philip R. Heyman. Philip may have thought they were simply teleporting things, maybe to a different location in our reality, and little did they know that they were likely sending things into the complex. Pitfalls occurs on May 6th of 1990, so a couple months ahead of the other excursions we've seen Async perform in the complex. It begins as a typical excursion until they come across a room covered in a series of deep pits. While walking across the pits, our cameraman trips into one of the holes. Simultaneous to this, another researcher continues across the structure, making it to a door on the far side. We don't see what's on the other side of the door, but whatever it is, they begin to yell for a camera, asking them to get the footage quickly, despite having one of their people fall into the hole moments before. Whatever's on the other side of this door must be important. Our cameraman, who we'll later learn is named Marvin, hears what sounds like someone calling out to him. He investigates and comes across a structure unlike any Async has seen. While exploring the complex and coming through a tunnel, he seems to step out onto a red-lit suburban street, complete with houses, trees, and a dark sky. He steps into the house he hears someone calling from, only to find a blue room with reversed road signs. Walking down a hallway leads him to a room where it seems someone had been living for some time. A chair, sleeping bag, and backpack on the floor. And the walls in this room seem more decayed than the rest. A pile of numbers on the ground seem to be taken off of the other houses from the street. Following the sound, Marvin sees that it is not someone calling for help, but instead the same life form or same kind of life form that we saw in the original found footage. A massive creature composed of thin stilts. It begins to charge at Marvin, who panics and runs away, making his way back to the hole that he fell through, where he is then rescued by the rest of his team. Pitfalls makes Async and us, the viewer, ask a lot of questions. Just when we were wrapping our heads around things like the back rooms being composed of these office spaces, of yellow wallpaper and fluorescent lights, suddenly it can now mimic a neighborhood. In this makeshift camp we saw, was that another victim who just fell into the space, or was this someone who was prepared, hence the backpack and sleeping bag? And why was the life form seemingly mimicking human speech, calling out, hoping someone would come to it? Our next video, Report, occurs shortly thereafter, as on May 6th of 1990, Async reviews the footage that was taken by Marvin in Pitfalls. From their reaction, it seems they weren't aware these creatures can exist in the complex either. So they board up the entryway to the complex and for the time being, halt exploration. Our next video, Presentation, occurs only a couple of days later on May 8th of 1990. It begins with the video presentation that Async has prepared for the Department of Energy. It seems Async is attempting to provide reason for their endeavors and future funding. Obviously, the discovery of the complex would give way to great scientific interest. But to get government interest, Async is marketing the complex as a space for storage and housing, which is one of the funniest details of the series to me, that Async has found this superstructure that's theoretically endless, and they have no idea where it came from, and now they need to get government dollars, so hey, what if we took a bunch of people and stuff and we just put it in there? No, we don't know what it is or where it came from or anything about it yet, and there might be things in there that wouldn't kill us. But, hear me out, free housing. No, not free to them. That would be absurd. Free to us because we don't have to build it. Async even provides models for residential areas, transportation, commercial spaces. But in the midst of the Department of Energy's visit, something happens. Alarms begin to blare, and in the entryway to the complex, the yellow-suited async researcher from informational video is standing in the threshold. This is the same researcher whose camera we were following in informational video. And in that footage, we saw that for that researcher, he couldn't have been gone more than a couple hours. But given the dates, he's been gone over 2 months. The rest of his team must have assumed that he became lost in the complex. Well, to him, he simply got separated and then found his way back to the front door. We knew that time jumps were possible because of the camera from found footage, but we didn't know they were possible while you were standing in the complex itself and while the threshold was open. And in an unlisted video posted to a different channel called Laura Harris that we can find by looking in the description for presentation, we see an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1991 that is interrupted by a commercial from the year 2000 before going back to the Simpsons broadcast. I'm assuming they don't get cable in the back rooms, so that would mean that there's time distortions happening for other people in our reality, most likely because of the pokes Async is making into the complex's structure. So while for now we've only seen the complex do weird time jumps for people that interact with them, seemingly it's bleeding out to the rest of the world. That's a basic recap of, again, everything I covered in the first video, and again, there's a lot of nuance I didn't mention here. Further mentions to Ivan Beck or secret messages we see or things we only see a quick glimpse of, but this was just to make sure we're all caught up to speed before I dive into the new episodes. So with that out of the way, let's dive into the new stuff we have, beginning with Found Footage 2. The description for Found Footage 2 says it was recorded on August 19th of 1995. Now, aside from the camera from Found Footage 1 being recovered in 1996, this is the furthest forward event we have on the timeline. It's important to keep in mind here that everything we know about Async up until this point ends in 1990, and what we're about to view as a complex 5 years after their meddling. It won't be super important for now, but it'll matter for the end analysis. Found Footage 2 opens in our reality, as a girl who is not named is recording a weird thing she's found, to say the least. She's placed blue tape around the ground of what we can identify as a null zone. It's a term Async uses to describe places in the complex that seem to have a connection to a place in our reality. Or in other words, one of these bridges where people can fall through. Well, the girl from Found Footage 2 found one of these and has been experimenting with it. She has the area taped off on the floor in blue tape, and she records as she pours wood chips onto the floor that seemingly disappear. She does the same with a baseball before she takes a tape measure to try to see how far down this space goes. And I know it's just a small thing comparatively, but I don't want my analytical nature with this video to pull away from how breathtaking some of Kane's visuals are. I think one of the most striking things that sticks out to people when they first see Kane's work is the authenticity of it. I mean, he makes the majority of these scenes in Blender, but he does them with such dedication to the camera's movement and the space around them, and then hiding anything that needs to be hidden with the old school analog VHS filter, that regardless of how many times you see it, it's hard to believe it's not real. And here, where he has a real space with real actors, it's hard to believe some of the effects he manages to pull off. Like as the girl begins to push the roller through the floor, and it just disappears. However, as she does this, the tape measure begins to vibrate, and she, as well as the camera, is pulled in. She drops to the floor of the back rooms along with all of the other things that she has dropped in her experiments. She falls into the back rooms completely unaware of where she has just placed herself, just like our cameraman from the first Found Footage. Confused and scared, as one would be, she begins to make her way through the complex. Something I don't think I emphasized enough in my first video, but seems to be more pressing now, is how some of the spaces that appear in the complex seem reminiscent. Like for example, one room the girl comes to seems similar to the rest of the back rooms, but slightly different. The walls are basic beige. The rectangular lights of the rest of the complex have been swapped for circular ones. There's a power outlet on the wall, a corner that seems to be a kitchen countertop, and a hood for a stove that isn't there. She goes to the next room over and turns on a light to see what is reminiscent of a kitchen table, but the chairs and table itself are far too tall. The proportions don't make sense. The space itself is still very alien, but there's something familiar about it. Having a table with chairs next to the room where you would have a kitchen countertop and place a stove should go. The similarities in there. Other than that, the room is bare. But given other structures we've seen in the complex, like road signs and trees and houses, there seems to be an order here that's reminiscent of something human. She continues and comes across a very large space, dominated by a large column and a couch. The floor in the middle of the room seems to be sunken, but other than that, again, the room is bare. Of course, she's shocked by these findings. Even if she thinks that the structure itself could be natural, this is far too large and too odd for anything that could be beneath the basement of her house. However, things change when she comes to the next room, populated by a door and a large hole in the floor. The hole in the floor looks like it was broken away, with steel supports jutting out on either side. She peers through the keyhole of the door and sees that the space changes. Turns into white walls and wooden floors leading up to a staircase with more doors adorning it. She continues in the other direction and comes across more of the same. Same walls with the same lights and hallways that seemingly lead to nothing. Just more maze. She comes to one hallway that seems to ascend. However, it ascends in a way that doesn't make sense. It's almost like a position stairs should be in, but instead it's just a hallway pointed up. She presses through until she comes across a very large space. Something that would seem at home inside of a large hospital or shopping mall. But again, aside from the structure itself, everything is naked. Tiles from the ceiling have fallen to the floor. What lights there are illuminate a black rot or mold that seems to be growing around the brim of everything. Whatever space this was, it seems to be decaying. It's also worth pointing out that the rot or mold here seems very similar to the rot that was around the body in missing persons. Perhaps this mutated bacteria is finding a home on the walls throughout the complex. She comes to one room where it seems the space above her is lit in a green hue, and then she turns the corner to find something out of place. A car crashed into the wall. Now this is the first sign of life she's seen so far, and it not only seems strange that someone would have a car in the complex, but also just run it into the wall for no reason. Well, this leads back to another unlisted video on Kane's channel. In an unlisted video whose title seems to be a series of random numbers, which it's not random numbers, but I'll talk about what the numbers are later. Pretend they're random for now. We see footage from along a highway where it seems a car fell through a null zone. Now, this unlisted video was posted before found footage too. At the time, we didn't know what that meant, but it seems here we find what happened to that car. Someone was driving on the highway when suddenly their car fell and they were in the back rooms. Of course, the car was going 80 miles an hour, so there was no time for them to realize what was happening and stop before they steered straight into the wall. For one, this is a terrifying reality. You're on your way home from work one day, and then suddenly you're in the complex and you're now in an 80-mile-an-hour car crash. But it also changes our understanding of null zones, because up until this point, we've just assumed that null zones are spaces that could be used as gateways if one understands them. But if that were the case on a busy highway, then you would have hundreds of cars falling through every day. So there are some null zones that can appear just as quickly as they disappear. More speculation for later, but for now, the girl with the camera investigates the car. As she comes up to the car, it seems that the wreck is old. At one point after the crash, there was a fire. Ground around the car scorched, and the car itself long since destroyed. However, considering there's no one in the car and the handprints nearby, it seems whoever was in the wreck managed to crawl out. They found their way out of the car and entered a nearby room. Following their tracks, the girl steps in, and once again we see a space that feels reminiscent. Soft lights and blue walls, wooden floors and a banister separating a slightly higher elevated ground from one beneath it with a door. It feels like this could be the inside of a house, and as a matter of fact, it is the inside of a house. Kane's house. During one of my live streams with Kane, he said that this is the floor plan of his childhood home.
This is where I grew up.
This is the house you grew up in?
Yeah.
Was that your bedroom over here, the infected one?
Yeah, this is how it looked.
Well, I mean, is this like in the blueprint? Is this actually the room you grew up in?
This is me.
That's you over in the corner?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's more.
No, this is this room.
So that explains why this space makes sense. I mean, in the real world, it is a house that people lived in. So why is it here? I mean, if the complex is just randomly printing walls and spaces, why do so many of them make sense? Or alternatively, why do some of them try to make sense? She continues through, following the marks of the car crash victim, eventually leading her to a dark room within this makeshift house. She turns a light on her camera, which bathes the room in a green glow, and comes to a room that seems infested with rot. Black vines cling to the ceilings and hang down in these great shapes. If what we saw in Missing Persons stands true, and when people die, this bacteria grows around them, then here we can assume that the victim of this car wreck crawled into this room and then succumbed to their injuries. And in their death, this growth found them, growing around them and then sealing the room in this black rot. While looking around this room, her eye is caught by a picture hanging on the wall. This picture is a painting by George Brim, specifically the cover he did for Women's Home Companion in September of 1916. However, this image has seen a lot of proliferation in homes as just being a classic Americana piece of art. The significance of it to the space doesn't seem that important. However, it's strange that it's even here. I mean, everything we've seen up until this point is bare. It's just the bones of the structure, none of the details. So then why would this painting be here, now covered in the same growth that covers everything else? Well, before she has time to ask that, this happens.
Okay, quick, have fun. Thank you for the Prime. Nice to meet you too. Have fun.
One of the life forms that chased the cameraman in the first found footage springs to life from the growth. It mimics a human scream as it follows her out of the house and into the rest of the complex. At one point, she peeks her camera around the corner to see it standing right there, charging at her. She runs, and as she does, the green flashing she saw hints of earlier grows larger. She runs and runs back the way she came, the thing screaming right on her tail. With no other option, she goes in the direction of what she hasn't explored yet, the hole in the floor. She drops through to a tiled room lit by a lamp on the floor. One of the walls is busted through, and she follows, stepping down into another tiled area. Again, this one being lit by a bright green. The thing still behind her, she keeps running. She comes to one space that again feels reminiscent of something
What a
human,
cute.
an indoor pool. I mean,
Thank
the tiles are there,
you.
the water's there, and the silver handles are there, but none of them are shaped right. The handlebars lead to nothing. The pool is segmented in these odd cuts. It's familiar with something humanity would know, but with none of the specifics. She finds a ladder, comes across more holes in the floor glowing green. She's eventually stopped by a large chasm. The type of structure she's in is separated from the rest of the complex by a gap. She jumps over it and keeps running, eventually coming to a dead end. She hears the thing stalking the halls behind her. All she can do is pray it doesn't decide to turn in here. But as she sobs and waits for this nightmare to be over, this happens. In the final moments of the video, we see that everything we just watched is being viewed by someone on their television. So there's a couple things to point out in that final moment. Obviously, we have this green lightning that seems to consume everything. It cracks through the walls like a fissure and seems to spread everywhere, like glass breaking. We've seen that green glow a few times in this video, from in the floor beneath her to the hue shining down in the tile room. The green's got more and more intense as she's continued, culminating here. This green lightning seems similar to some kind of energy, the way it cracks and spreads, but the pattern of it is also reminiscent of the way we've seen the mold or bacteria
What do you have to
grow
do in
on
the
walls
town?
until this point. That connection could be
Solaris.
nothing, but it's worth pointing out. Another thing that happens right before the green
Sometimes
appears
you can
in
wait.
this final
Smile.
moment is the room she's in begins to change. If you look at the doorway she came in right before the green flashes, you can see the doorway itself gets bigger. The wall to her right slowly recedes as the flash begins to appear.
Oh,
It seems
well.
that with this energy itself,
Arm
the
yourself
colors began to
of
change.
valor and
Before the space she's in
push
seemingly
forward.
turns to nothing. We don't have a lot of information about what this green glow might be, but we might later. For all we know now, it seems that
Wait, let me... Can I do this? One second, one second. Come on, page. Work, motherfucker, work.
Two hours later.
One second. Is this the link? Maybe it's this.
A brilliant
It's the other one. Oh, fuck off.
a time to perform beyond one's limits.
There you go. You can go now.
This is another tragic tale of someone lost in the back rooms and became a victim to it. Now, in the description for Found Footage 2, there is another unlisted video. This unlisted video is titled home_27647.mov. And for the most part, this just seems to be someone's family home video. It starts normal with the cameraman walking down a street and then showing shots of a scenic walk by the beach until overlaid on the footage, we get, and I'm not kidding, what seems to be a Ptolemaic geocentric map of the solar system. An ancient map structured around the old belief that the Earth is the center of the solar system, as opposed to our current heliocentric understanding that the sun is the center of it. But one of these ancient maps with Latin writing shows up in the midst of this family home video. This is why trying to nail down anything Kane's doing is a headache and a tumor. Because you're just watching an unlisted home family video, and then it's like, oh, do you know who Ptolemy or, Copernicus is? You better. Ignoring that from now, we get more shots of streets and the family going out, looking on top of skyscrapers, until we get this shot of a young boy sitting at a table, seemingly with his mom or dad. Their faces are blurred out, but if we look at the room around them, this is the same layout we just saw in Found Footage 2. Same door, the same banister, the same walls, the same floor. Now, again, because Kane said that that was a layout of his real house, and this is people in his real house, I can assume that this is pictures of his family, hence why he blurred them out. That may even be little Kane now. Look how cute he is before he became evil. But within the story, this seems to be home videos of the people who lived in the house that we saw copied within the complex. We see footage of the sun setting over the ocean. After this, we see a rather out-of-place shot for a family home video of what appears to be dusty cobwebs, before finally we're treated to one last image. A family sitting around the piano, mother smiling for the camera, before the camera pushes past them to see that same painting we saw on the wall in Found Footage 2 hanging up in this house. Now, like I said, the painting itself doesn't seem to be important. At least, I don't think it is. But what I do think is important is that it exists. If what we're watching is a home video of the people who lived in the house that we saw imprinted into the complex, then it seems that painting on the wall was imprinted too. I mean, here if we look at the layout of the rooms, it even seems to match the structure of the room that the girl walked through in Found Footage 2. If they were overlaid on each other, then to the left of the painting would be where that bacterial growth was. The room with the piano in it is the room that she glanced at but didn't walk into. So the house was copied, and for some reason, so was that painting. Of course, it all leads back to the biggest question at the base of this: why? Was this done on purpose? Is the complex just grabbing references from across the world to build itself? It'll pick houses and spaces at random, taking some details but leaving most? Or is there a significance to this? Is there a significance to the fact that we're watching a family home video and a painting in the back of it made its way into the back rooms? These are all questions to keep in mind as we move into our next video, Reunion. Okay, the next video that was uploaded in order is I Remember, but I'm saving I Remember for dramatic effect later. So we're going to pretend like the next upload is Reunion. Reunion takes place on May 25th of 1990. This sets it about 2 weeks after the Department of Energy's visit and the researchers showing back up in the threshold after missing for 2 months. The opening shots show us the hillside of Southern California. Interesting enough, one of the async researchers is taking notes outside. Perhaps async is interested in how their experiments are affecting the land around them. We see a coffee mug in async's lab that says on it MLML with attached coordinates. This is the logo and correct coordinates of the San Jose University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. It seems one of the researchers worked there for a while or attended a conference or something to get this coffee mug. Its attachment to the rest of the narrative is on October 17th, 1989 in the real world. MLML was devastated by the Loma Prieta earthquake. This should sound familiar because October 17th of 1989 is when first contact took place. So one of the researchers seems to have been at a laboratory that was heavily damaged when async made their way into the complex. From here, we switch to business as usual. Once again, Marvin, the cameraman from Pitfalls, is with a group of async researchers exploring the complex. It seems that in the weeks after that researcher's return, they've restarted investigation. After disassembling the wooden barricade, they deploy a rover to check out the complex in front of them. It seems they're being more cautious after discovering there are things in here. As they're piloting the rover forward, they remark on someone not understanding the situation. This could be in reference to another researcher or their superior, Ivan Beck. Eventually, the rover makes it to the room from Pitfalls, which we learn async refers to as room 14D. The team makes their way to the room from Pitfalls, and as they begin to talk about how to move forward, by zooming in on the camera, Marvin notes that the spot he fell through earlier seems to not have a standard floor like the other spaces, but instead has a gap. The ledge he walked on seems to be more of a shelf. Perhaps this is the reason for his fall. Other async members show up with plywood and metal plates to create a walkway over the pits so that the situation with Marvin doesn't happen again. We're then told through text that while Team A assembles a walkway across room 14D, Mark Bloom, Randall Tachi, and Marvin Lee conduct an initial layout analysis of room 14C. 14C is a room we haven't seen yet, but given the titling, we can assume it's nearby. Mark's believed to be the team leader, and most agree that he was the person asking for the camera after Marvin fell into the pit in Pitfalls. So it seems a lot of these async Endeavor clips have been with the same group of people. To travel into 14C, Mark opens up the case he brought with him, revealing a shotgun. Specifically, it's a Remington 870 with Magpul furniture. That will matter to someone else out there, I'm sure. Marvin asks if this is like the one he's trained with, telling us that, again, after async figured out there was life in the complex, they began arming at least their lead researchers with weapons training. A lot of the banter between the researchers feels natural, like Mark remarking that he can't tell the difference between this gun and the gun he trained with, or Marvin saying he wouldn't want to be on the other end of that, and then Mark saying you wouldn't want to be on the end of any gun. It's almost bizarre how casually they approach the hard-to-comprehend space they're in. I mean, it's a structure made without human hands that clearly takes human influence. It's terrifying. But if you give a group of guys a gun, they will inevitably reset to factory settings. As they continue into 14C, it's different from the rest of the complex in that there are no lights above, and the walls here appear in a basic off-white pattern, remarking that it looks like concrete covered in epoxy. They progress through this room until they get to another room that has white drywall. The floor in this next room is different too, but they remark that between the two kinds of floor, there is a very small gap. The gap's far too small to fall into, but there's no way of telling how deep it is. We've seen this a few times now, that between two different kinds of space in the back rooms, there's a gap, sometimes minuscule, sometimes huge. It's like one type of room is being replicated up until it meets another type, and although sometimes it gets close, they don't always mesh together. You can see the clear border between one space and another for whatever reason. Here they note that a lot of the ceiling tiles seem to have been displaced. It doesn't seem natural, and instead seems like something has moved them on purpose. While walking through this area, Randall finds something strange. Someone has drawn a map of the space they're in. They've spent some time navigating this dark area to put together an atlas of where they are and where they've been. Mark tries to call this in to the rest of the team. The signal can't reach them, so they begin to backtrack so that they can call this in. And as they're walking back, this happens.
Well, if we do get back in the same system on issue, you just come back around, Oh my god. Okay, okay.
Someone not in an async uniform tackles Mark and takes his gun. Holding the team at gunpoint, he says he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants his questions answered and then he'll leave. As he asked how many people are out here, Marvin recognizes him.
How many people are out here right now? Down the hall, how many people are out here? I don't know.
Peter?
Oh shit. Marv? Marvin?
Yes, it's me. Is it really you?
It's me. It's me.
How? It's been months. We thought you...
I know. That's what they did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
Peter was the researcher who went missing all the way back in informational video, and then showed up 2 months later not realizing any time had passed in presentation. Like I said, this video takes place about 2 weeks after presentation, so Peter goes through the time skip, shows back up on May 8th, and then a couple weeks later, here on May 25th, he's suddenly in the complex freaking out. But when Marvin sees Peter, he remarks that it's been months, meaning Marvin thought Peter was dead, seemingly not knowing that he showed back up only a couple weeks ago. Something's going on here, and Peter's scared for some reason. Peter continues and says that his wife and kids think he's dead. Async has done something to make it seem that Peter has died, and it seems this trick even worked on the rest of their researchers. Now, the dead man's holding a shotgun in front of them.
Marvin, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
Yes, 18, this is Mark, I read you.
What are you doing?
We need immediate
Mark.
14C, my team and I are being held at gunpoint.
Mark begins to radio for help and the panic Peter fires. A subtle detail that I really like is the complex is these interior walls that repeat and repeat seemingly without end. So when Peter fires the shotgun, there's no reprieve for it. The sound echoes over and over and over and over. Marvin runs to help Mark, who's been shot in his side. He's breathing but seems near death. And with that, our video ends. So Peter, the missing researcher from informational video, is now back from the dead and mad about what Async has done to him. He talks and fights like a caged animal, afraid he'll never be let out. But now he has a gun and he's on the run. We get some hints as to what Async has done to him through an unlisted video in the description titled Recording 14. Recording 14 is dated to May 8th, 1990, the day that Peter showed back up in the threshold. This video is of a phone call made from Async in San Jose, California to a venue where Ivan Beck is staying. Again, this is in the aftermath of Peter's discovery, so whoever was at Async panicked and called Ivan, the caller identifying themselves as Clyde. Kane has confirmed that Clyde is the long-haired researcher we've seen a couple of times now. In report, he was the scientist who watched Marvin's initial footage from Pitfalls and became terrified by the life form in the complex. And at the beginning of Reunion, he was the researcher we saw outside taking notes. Which also, fun fact, Clyde is played by Kane's real father. I don't think this voice acting is Kane's dad, but according to Kane, the live-action actor is his dad. So Clyde was the researcher who saw Peter that day in the complex and then called Ivan. As Clyde explains the situation to Ivan, we don't hear Ivan's side of it, but he seems relatively disinterested, instead acting about how the DOE's visit went, if all the contracts are in order. But it is until Clyde mentions that the researcher they found in the threshold said his name was Peter Tinch. We don't hear Ivan's side of the conversation, but he seems alarmed. He begins asking who else is there, has anyone else heard of this? Before Clyde remarks that as far as he knows, he's the only one aware of this incident. Before Ivan asks something and Clyde says, this isn't him, is it? So it seems that after Peter went missing, the narrative everyone else was told is that Peter died. And we know this from the visual we see in this episode. It's a reversed image of a newspaper, but if we flip the image, the headline says, "Fiery wreck beside vineyard leaves one dead." See, the world doesn't know about Async or the complex yet. They have plans to introduce it to the world, but for now, it's beyond top secret. There's only a few people and even the government, like the DOE, who know of its existence. So if a researcher dies or disappears in the complex, they can't say that's what happened. there has to be a cover story. So after Peter went missing, they fabricated a story that Peter died in a car wreck. This is enough of an explanation to have a fake body or an empty casket at a closed casket funeral. So as you could imagine, when Peter shows back up, that complicates things. See, Async can't just say that Peter went missing, because then that raises a lot of questions, like, how did he go missing? Didn't he work at a laboratory? But had they done that, it would have been more explainable when Peter showed back up. But now they've already put together this whole conspiracy. There's a fake grave and a fake body. So now, explaining how he turned back up is a lot more difficult. And it seems that this facade that Peter Stead worked on most of the members of Async, as Mark and Marvin are surprised to find Peter alive in room 14C. And it's likely that only top figures at Async, like Clyde and Ivan, knew that he was still alive. But now, Peter has a gun, and he's scared. I also want to mention this detail because it's really weird. So remember how there was that ML coffee mug with the coordinates at the beginning of Reunion? Well, that logo with the coordinates is the ML logo, or at least it was at some point. Well, when you type in those coordinates to Google Earth, it doesn't take you directly to ML's current location. Instead, it takes you to a vineyard just south of San Jose. Looking up ML's actual logo, those seem to be the coordinates they use, and the two locations are certainly near each other just south of San Jose, but it seems pretty coincidental that the newspaper says there was a wreck at a vineyard, and when you type in the coordinates from the coffee mug, it takes you to a vineyard. I don't know if that has stunning lore implications or not. Maybe Kane just typed in the coordinates and found a vineyard nearby and decided to place his wreck there. Perhaps it's implying that the researcher who worked there knew it would be an appropriate location to fake a death. Just too weird of a coincidence to not point out. Before we continue with Peter's story, we take a brief aside to an episode called Overflow. Overflow doesn't give us a date in the description, but we'll soon find out that this is the earliest event on our timeline. It opens with shots of a night sky and a quiet park. A voice on a radio indicates that this is during the height of the Cold War, and an ad shows us that cassette tapes were all the rage. In some laboratory, an experiment begins to go awry. A light indicator for overload begins to flash. On a wall, we see a piece of paper describing the specifics of an experiment, going over approved changes in the experiment itself. The experiment was signed off by an advisor named Ivan Beck on August the 2nd of 1972. And as we see this piece of paper, a green glow begins to illuminate the room. The light becomes blinding until we are then shown the night sky from the beginning, but this time, it's changing. The structure of the sky itself folding in on itself and spiraling about. Whatever these experiments are, it's changed the world around it. So like I said, this is the earliest event we have on the timeline. All the way back in 1972, Ivan Beck was taking part in these experiments. And we see that signature green glow that we've seen a couple times up until now, especially as seen in found footage too. The green certainly indicates something. It indicates some change. And it seems that whatever happened in 1972 has led to all of the events that we're seeing now. Whatever this was, it changed the sky and the world around it forever. But whatever all of this is, Ivan Beck was there from the start. After that, our next video is Damage Control, which takes us back to what's happening with Peter Tinch. Damage Control takes place on May 26th of 1990. One day after the events of Reunion. We open listening to an audio recording of the team's panicked calls from the end of Reunion, right before Mark was shot. We see the other team's reaction when they heard the gunshot and began to panic. From security cameras, we can see Peter made his way all the way back to the threshold, now armed with a gun. Panicked, he steps in, pointing it at researchers as he makes his way back into Async's compound. He runs through the halls being chased by Async members and manages to make it all the way to the elevator. Before he can be stopped, he's on his way to the rest of the world. We then switch the perspective of an Async leader, potentially someone like Clyde, giving a presentation to Async team members. It seems that in the fiasco of Peter's escape, several people have stayed there all night trying to understand what's going on. So now this researcher is updating everyone on what just happened. So now, speaking on behalf of Async, he claims that the company will be honest and tell everyone what's occurred. The researcher says that on the morning of March the 1st, 4 researchers were sent into the complex for a layout analysis. We know this to be the events of informational video when Peter went missing. It's also worth noting that in the description for that video, as I mentioned earlier, it said that it occurred on February 29th, a date that doesn't exist. And here, this lead researcher is saying that it was March the 1st. So why the discrepancy? I don't know why there's a discrepancy. I'm asking you. I'm as clueless as all of us. The team consisted of George Levy, Marvin Way, Ronald McCarthy, and Peter Tinch. So in Reunion, Mark and Randall were relatively new members, but Marvin and Peter went on these searches together, explaining why Marvin recognized Peter in Reunion. The researcher recounts what we know, that Peter went missing, and that Async obviously couldn't say what actually happened, so they fabricated the car wreck story. Which, to be clear, everyone in Async knew that the car wreck was a farce. They all keep the existence of the company and the complex hush-hush, so they went along with that narrative. They just didn't know that Peter was found 2 months later. But here, this researcher giving the presentation comes clean. It says that on May 8th at approximately 5:30 p.m., Peter showed up at the front door of the complex. From here, Peter was placed in a secure room, where doctors began performing tests on him to see what had happened. He seemed perfectly healthy, but according to this researcher, his mind was beginning to snap. Async recovered Peter's camera and says that it will be available for viewing later today. This explains why the footage from Peter's POV was titled Informational Video, because it's an informational video that was established for Async to review. Upon seeing the clip of Peter skipping forward in time, the room begins to talk to itself. As the researcher clarifies, this seems to be the moment that he jumped 2 months into the future. Clarifying that for Peter, it was a little over 30 minutes before he found his way back to the threshold. The researcher says that at first Peter was understanding of the situation. Async and the complex must be kept secret, and there was the issue of his fake death. So he agreed to remain in hiding while they worked out a solution. But of course, Peter doesn't want to remain in hiding forever. He has a wife and family. And after a couple weeks, Peter began to grow restless. He began to make these bizarre drawings on the walls of his room. Walls that showed crowds of people gathering around doors. The date of May 17th, 1990, scrawled in the bottom right. Several people and interactions with their faces marked out. The researcher says that Peter deluded himself into believing he was still inside of the complex. That all of this around him was part of some great illusion. The complex was trying to convince him that he was out, although he was still in. And Peter began to be convinced that the Async researchers, as part of this illusion, were going to harm him. The researcher says that on May 22nd, they were going to move Peter to an above-ground facility so that he could be above ground and experience sunlight and air to, not go crazy. And that during this transfer, Peter ran away. Stealing credentials, he forced his way back into the complex and remained in hiding for 2 days until he eventually attacked Mark and Marvin, as we saw, stealing the shotgun and running back into the threshold. The lead researcher mentions that Peter was convinced he could escape through an alternate threshold. Now, why would Peter believe there's alternate thresholds? Why would he think there's another doorway somewhere in the complex? Perhaps it's simply because he thought the researchers were part of the illusion, so the real threshold has to be somewhere, or Peter thinks there's other gateways. At one point, Dr. Kirk Maxwell wrestled with Peter and managed to take the gun from him, so now Peter, while unarmed, still continues to run through the complex, as we saw, making it to the elevator. Peter made it to the main floor of Async, but because of the odd hours, no one saw him as he escaped out the door and ran to the hillside. On the hillside, according to the lead researcher, Peter died from falling and hitting his head on a rock. So Peter, who survived the back rooms twice now, made a run over the hill, fell onto a rock, and is now dead, which is super convenient for Async because now the guy that they were going to have to figure out how to unfake his death is now dead, so you can just stick with the first fake death. The lead researcher remarks on the tragedy of this situation and remarks how great of a mind Peter once was. We see some more of Peter's drawings, one of which shows a man standing by the seaside with text that reads, "If the wind is right, you can sail away." The researcher remarks that Peter gave his all to this project, and that if he was in his right mind, he would not want them to delay it on his behalf. The research must go on. We see the threshold fade into an image of the sun setting. But right as the researcher's narration ends, we're treated to a few odd images. One is a used needle of something lying on the ground, before before we see, in glimpses, an image of someone in a buttoned shirt standing in front of a massive green ball of energy. This is surely someone interacting with the complex, or at least the energy that flows out of it. We see an image of 3 people gathered around a table, their faces in grief, perhaps adhering to the situation, a desk covered in TV monitors and papers and artifacts, the same image of the man in front of the green energy, now shaded purple, and then a shot from a security camera on an empty street that zooms in on a man standing alone. Now the guy standing in front of energy and the desk I'll talk about later, but I believe this person we see on the security camera at the end is likely Peter. Our final shot of the episode is an empty house with music playing as a phone hanging on the wall begins to ring. The camera pushes in on the phone and the video ends. So now Async has supposedly told their team members the full story, although I don't believe them. Yes, they were truthful about Peter time skipping into the future and then running back into the facility with a gun, but all that stuff about him going mad, I don't think so. They say that Peter was going mad and thought he was still in the complex, so the researchers were going to hurt him because he thought they were a part of the complex. Whereas I think Peter did the math and realized what would work best for Async is if Peter just went away. I mean, think about it. The only people before Reunion who knew that Peter was alive was top researchers. And if Peter disappears now, well, that's easy. They can keep the fake cover story to the public, and everyone at Async just thinks that he disappeared into the back rooms. I do not think that Async leadership just has a kind heart and wanted to place him in an above-ground facility so that he could be happier and see the sunshine. I think they were going to kill him. Peter figured that out. Now, I think it's possible now that Peter might be dead. He might have hit a rock as he was running away, or in other words, got shot in the head. But I also think it's possible that Peter escaped. It'd be reckless, but maybe Async leadership lied to the team members because if they find Peter, they're going to kill him. But for now, with things like the security camera image, Peter might be on the run. Perhaps the phone ringing at the end is Peter calling his family, or someone being called to be told that Peter's still out there. But perhaps the one thing we heard that might have been honest is Peter's belief that there were other thresholds. I mean, we know there's other ways to access the complex. People keep falling into the thing. And as we saw in Found Footage 2, there's even reliable points where things can be dropped in over and over. So perhaps Peter became aware of that. Perhaps he knows of a way into the complex that Async doesn't. For now, Peter may or may not be dead, but what we do know is that this is really bad for Async. I mean, what's it mean for them if researchers can just disappear at random? Would you feel confident if you were exploring the backrooms and knew that if anything went wrong, Async wouldn't have your back? Anything, they'd work to make you go away. That's especially bad for Async leadership if some guy whose death they faked, who now has a grudge against them, is out there in the world somewhere. I like to think Peter's alive. I think a lot of cool stuff can be done with the narrative if Peter's alive, but we don't know yet. Our next Backrooms video was uploaded nearly 2 years later. Damage Control was uploaded in January of 2023, and the next episode, Found Footage number 3, was uploaded September of 2024. This is for a couple reasons. After Damage Control, Kane began working more on the Backrooms film. And also between Damage Control and Found Footage 3, the entirety of his new series, The Oldest View, took place, which I have an entire video dedicated to The Oldest View if you want to check that out. If Kane makes something, I'm probably going to talk about it at some point. But we were not left waiting without reward, because Found Footage 3 is by far the longest Backrooms episode, clocking in at over 45 minutes. In my opinion, it very well might be the scariest of the whole series. Found Footage 3 opens with someone's various home videos. Early in the video, we hear them turn on a radio, and the radio broadcaster is discussing the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. The Oklahoma City bombing occurred on April 19th of 1995, meaning we can assume that the events of Found Footage 3 take place in late April of 95. This puts it far ahead of the Async timeline we've seen thus far in 1990 and makes it much closer to the events of Found Footage 2, meaning again that everything we're about to witness is in a post-Async complex. In the beginning, we see our protagonist for Found Footage 3, a guy talking to the camera named Ravi. Ravi seems to be a journalist as he is talking about negative comments he heard made by an executive. So it makes sense as to why this independent journalist walks around recording things. We then hear a phone call he makes while in his apartment, as it seems he heard someone downstairs. He calls the landlord to confirm that no one's coming by to perform maintenance, So after hearing a suspicious noise, he goes downstairs to investigate. He finds that his glass door has been shattered. He believes that someone has broken in. Now, an important thing to note here is that the broken glass is on the outside, not the inside. Meaning, while it's reasonable Ravi would think someone broke into his house, it seems that instead, something is broken out. Ravi makes his way over to his closet, moving around a drum set he has set up in the middle of the room, and peeks into the closet. As he does, there's a weird distortion heard.
Someone there?
But this may just be digital, as Ravi doesn't seem to notice. He continues to search until he comes to the basement and finds a massive hole in the wall's been made. It seems that something has broken through the brick. Not only that, it reveals a path forward. Ravi is obviously alarmed by this, but finding this secret hallway beneath his home, he begins to investigate. As he steps in, this happens. It seems he was dropped through a tunnel that led to a cabinet. Falling out of the cabinet, he now finds himself in what seems to be a classroom or something similar. He tries to make his way back up the chute he fell through, but is unable to climb out. And the only way out is through. Obviously, Ravi is freaked out. He thinks there is an entire secret facility right beneath his home. He'll soon come to realize that this structure is much larger than any man or group could secretly make. Once again, it's important to note what the structure here looks like. A lot of us can see a brief flash of this place and think it familiar to classrooms or office spaces that we've been in before, but there's just enough about them that doesn't fit right. Aside from any attention to detail on the walls, other than things like a sign that points to stairs or a speaker, things aren't where they're supposed to be. A stool sits on a low desk. A chair has a back that is way taller than any of the other variations. Again, these are all pieces of things we're familiar with, but not fit together correctly. He comes to one room that has a long conference table that cuts off a door, which on the other side of the window is simply a brick wall. Again, all the pieces are there, but they're fit in ways we would never put them together. Ravi continues until he gets to a door where he can hear strange music coming from the other side. Eventually, Ravi finds a small passageway to crawl through. This takes him to a room with a microwave and a sunken wall, a couch, and behind the couch, in a place where perhaps a picture frame would normally hang, it passes on into another room. This room again leads to something that feels human but different. A single lamp is on. A kitchen table sits at the back with a clock next to it. The clock fixed on the time of 7:16. He continues to a bright room that has 6 chairs facing each other, and he looks up to see a false sky. It's the visage of a room with a skylight, but the sky's manufactured. The brightness to the room applied as if the sun were there, but all that's above him is a still image. The geometry continues to not make sense. He gets up to a ledge and sees 2 recliners facing a wall, and eventually finds a passageway behind a large dresser. Moving forward, he comes to a room that seems reminiscent of perhaps a house or a school. On the ground is a large playmat, the playmat being a carpet that shows several streets. If you grew up like me and you were into things like Thomas the Train and Matchbox cars, then a carpet like this is probably familiar, as a lot of little boys have them. It was a mobile playmat that you could drive your cars on and race on the streets against each other. But then here, it's just copied one for one in the complex. Other than that, the room has no details other than the red and beige walls. Weirdly enough, it's almost like how a kid would remember a school or a friend's house. When the kid came over, he didn't care about the windows or the pictures on the walls. All he remembered was perhaps the color of the room itself and the playmat that he would play with his cars on. Similar to the painting on the wall in found footage 2, it's certainly pieces of humanity, but it only grabs a few specific pieces for some reason. There's a cut and we find Ravi in another room full of sofas, to which Ravi says, keep that in mind for later. Ravi pushes into another room where the walls are much darker. There's odd details like a traffic cone in the corner, and then in front of a door, a large pile of chairs. It seems that someone barricaded themselves here for some reason. As he keeps moving, strange music begins to play again.
This better be an exit.
He keeps moving and then finds himself in a room that is very interesting. This room has very harsh corners and hallways, but compared to the rooms we've seen previous, the detail here is far more abstract. For one, we see a speaker on the wall that seems to be where the music is emanating from, but around this, the room seems further deteriorated. Beneath the speaker, we can see a black growth on the wall. Perhaps this is more of the mold or bacteria mentioned earlier. The carpet and wallpaper is chipping in several places. On the ground, there is an array of books and pieces of paper that seem arranged around a specific point. This is kind of reminiscent of like in Found Footage 2, where that girl was doing experiments with a null zone in a room and began dropping things through to see what would happen. Here, this almost seems like the setup around a null zone, but it's in the complex, so maybe it was someone who thought this would be a gateway back out. We can see that the room around this has been ransacked. Drawers and cabinets pulled open. This would also explain why the chairs existed against the door in the room before this, as whoever was here didn't want anything getting in. But then that begs the question, then why did they not cover up the door right next to where Ravi was? I mean, Ravi just stepped through that door. If they're going to blockade one, you'd think they'd blockade the other. As Ravi looks around, something scares him. Now, we don't get a great look at what Ravi saw in the corner that made him exclaim. The corner's too dark to make anything out, but I think this is probably a dead body. Similar to how in Found Footage 2, that girl found where the body of the car crash victim crawled into the room and then died, and then that growth was all over it. I think here the darkness we see in the room is because there's a body in here. Someone probably fell into the back rooms and then survived for some time. Putting chairs against the door and then arranging the books in the room for some reason, perhaps to try to find their way back out, before they either starved or were injured and died in that corner. And similar to the last place we found a body, something else is in here with him. As Ravi begins to run away, he remarks that he's leaving, and as he looks back, whatever was in there turns off the lights. Ravi continues to make a run for it, running to the makeshift furniture store and shutting the door behind him. As he begins to leave, this happens.
Hello? Hey!
This is such great horror, and I never want my analysis or trying to pick apart everything we see in the videos to detract from the fact that this is such a great series. There are so many things we can ask ourselves in that little interaction. We've seen the life forms up until this point. They're these monstrous, stilted creatures with some vague human mindfulness, but a bad mimicry. And if this is just another one of those, then why, when it came to a shut door, did it knock? Only to then seemingly revert back to its settings of breaking down the door and chasing Ravi. There's something so menacing about this attempt to be human before it sheds the facade. It's little moments like this that add to the tension and mystery in a horrifying way and leaves us asking terrifying questions. Ravi, being chased, keeps running into new areas. He runs into one place that has the carpet and ceiling of some kind of office, empty water jugs everywhere throughout, before he gets to a walkway and finds himself in a massive city. No matter how much you know about the complex, it will always surprise you. This makes it appear that he's on a high floor of a skyscraper, the bridge connecting the two buildings together. Are what we see in the windows actual floors that can be accessed, or are these just images of floors pasted over the blank windows, like the ceiling with the sky we saw earlier? It's bathed in the same red light we saw on the street in Pitfalls. There's a night sky filled with stars above him, surely another mockery. The complex could theoretically be endless and have spaces as small and large as you could imagine. Of course, Robbie's still being chased and has no time to consider this as he pushes forward. He finds himself at first in another succinct room, a balcony with no access above him, and a ledge he climbs over. When he gets to the other side, he sees this, something that looks like the summarization of perhaps a school or a house in a neighborhood. The tile around looks like a walkway, and there are indicators that this is certainly mimicking an outdoor area. The green carpet alludes to grass, the street lamp, the slide, but the building itself is bare, just windows and a shell. It's like a house or a school, but a child's playset of a house or a school, all a facade to mimic the real thing. As Robbie is still being followed, he stands on the other side of this quote-unquote building, and suddenly the lights turn on. To hide in the darkness, Robbie continues to run, making his way up a staircase and finding a structure more similar to the rest of the complex. Fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. There's a black stain on the floor and some growth on the walls. Again, it seems in the years after Asing's influence, the complex has continued to deteriorate. Robbie continues until he gets to a room that has the layout of an apartment. Power outlets on the wall, spaces for windows, a radiator, a kitchen, but of course the structure is wrong. Where the windows are supposed to be, there's instead just a brick wall. Where the ceiling should be, there's nothing. The brick wall just continues to a large light. Robbie climbs up on the ladder to see this, what appears to be a Tibetan Buddhist statue facing away from him. Its placement here is obviously odd and haunting, but for some reason its inclusion as facing away from Robbie, away from us, feels even more menacing. Keep its presence in mind for now. The camera cuts and Robbie continues through more tight corridors, eventually finding himself in what appears to be reminiscent of a dance studio, categorized by the large white room with the mirrored wall, and speakers adorned in this studio play an odd track. Robbie looks at a poster on the wall and sees this. This is a real poster of a USC Arcadia Hospital flyer printed in Chinese. This is an actual flyer printed by the hospital in Arcadia, California for free health screenings. Only the version we see printed on the wall is the version for individuals who speak Chinese. Alarmingly, this flyer is from 2022, and we know that our cameraman at least went in 1995. So why on earth is it here? Well, it seems that the Backrooms is no respecter of times, right? So this whole place is just a jumbling of different areas and different periods of time in one place. But even then, that doesn't make sense, because if that were the case, then the majority of the complex would be caves and huts and small villages. You know, things that didn't just exist in the last 40 years. So what is this poster from 2022 doing in 1995? And this is also the second reference to Oriental imagery that we've seen combined with the Buddha statue from earlier, and it won't be the last. Robbie sees a sign on the wall that reads exit and follows towards it. This brings him to a large room with a sort of tower that goes up and up. Around the tower seems to be several instruments, old mixers, electronic keyboards, a microphone stand, and on the wall across from him, a painting of a smiling sun. He looks down the chasm beneath him and sees the same painting. He then looks up at the tower itself and sees the painting repeated over and over and over as this tower climbs. This sun, or this style of sun, is often referred to as splendor. With Cain, this splendor thing is a huge rabbit hole in itself, and the sun has appeared in a lot of symbolism up until this point, and specifically the image of splendor will continue to appear as we move forward. It is a can of worms that I do not want to open right now, so we'll do that later. Robbie finds what seems to be a radio system and thinks he can use it to call for help. After recording a distress signal, it seems that the signal begins to transmit. So as it does, Robbie continues to look for a way out. He continues back through the dance hall from before, coming now to a room with green carpet, where he comes across a drum set. as well as things like a plant and an RC car, this room branching off to several others. Now, if you'll remember, back in Robbie's apartment, we saw that he had a drum set. What are the chances of someone who has drums coming across drums in the back rooms? I mean, if they're just random printings and mismatchings of a ton of stuff from human culture, what's the chance a drum player finds drums? Robbie opens a door and finds himself somehow looped back to the makeshift playground from earlier. At the same time, Robbie starts to hear what sounds like someone transmitting through the radio, and he begins to run back, but as he does, this creature is unlike any we've seen before. Seemingly, this was the thing that was following Robbie all the way back in the room where I thought there was a dead body. This thing looks different. It is not the same jilted form of the life form. This seems far more human. It has the proportions closer, but if we slow it down as it moves, it still isn't right. The arm is too skinny, the head swings too much. It's still just as antagonizing, but something about this one is different. Kane at one point was asked what this life was, and he referred to it as still life. Now, if he meant this in reference to the art form still life, that is art made out of inanimate objects, or if he was just saying this thing is still life, regardless, the community has referred to this creature as still life ever since. So, rather than going to the radio, which is a dead end, Robbie crawls through a hole in the floor. When he gets to the other side, he pushes a couch and a cabinet over the entrance right before the thing gets to him. Finding himself in what appears to be an old attic, he knows the barricade won't hold forever, and he continues. Before the running continues, we get this spliced-in shot of wood trim at the bottom of a wall, and something small and black seems to be growing up underneath it. Perhaps this is more of the bacteria or growth we've seen throughout the rest of the complex. We then cut back to Robbie, who's making his way through a dark hallway. He comes to a room adorned with stop signs, wet floor signs, and a picture of Mao Zedong with candles lit around it. Again, this is more reference to Oriental and Chinese culture. It seems the complex doesn't just displace time, but location. Robbie continues through these concrete hallways, the setting very industrial, before he opens what looks like closet doors, find himself back in an office setting. He moves through here until he comes across these large windows that would seem at home along the edge of a skyscraper. He walks up to them and sees that the outdoors are once again bathed in a red light. City buildings, or the illusion of buildings, adorned around him. This place seems impossibly big, and the idea of getting out seems further and further away. Across the street from him, in the midst of trees, is a giant road sign, tilted on its side and now pointing straight up. Robbie continues through the complex and finds himself on another walkway connecting the two buildings. He continues forward until he finds himself back in the yellow wallpaper he's familiar with. Seems he's lost the still life that was on his tail. He finds a hole in the wall to his right and sees that it overlooks the room with the chairs and the fake sky ceiling we saw earlier. Balanced upright next to him seems to be what looks like a book. It's either a book or a brick with some writing or print on it. If you rewind earlier in the video when he first walks into the ground floor of this room, we can see the book still balanced up here. We don't know what this is or why it's here, but its camera presence makes it feel important.
Wait, I got a diamond!
No, we don't need a diamond. We have you, Mochi.
Oh,
Yo, Mero. Yo.
damn. Smooth. Oh, when did they change? Wow. I'm fighting freaking game. There you go. Does this change anything? No. Okay. You are doing you. So you can sell. What the hell? Oh, that's probably why there are some agris here. It's mine. Wait. That was kinda lame tip. I know I'm trying to make Kiki wood. But it's not letting me. It's mine. Orange. Nope. So annoying. I did to know. Eye color. Maybe. Hey. No, not beer. It appears like an X. Does appear even in game? Oh, that's stupidly odd. Not permitted twice later. See what I play. No. There we go. No. There we go. Oh, there it is, the tattoo. There we go. Wait. Stripes? Wait. Tiger. Yippee! Okay. Now we have Kiki. This give cut reflexes and jump. I need is give Geekify social 10, medical 10, artistic 5, graphic 5, animals, plants, cooking, mining 5 and 5, version 5. There we go. Guy. And now we give Kiki social husband. Saan tayo umigay? Priest. Husband. There we go. Now, if we don't... Perfect. Academian? Fast walker. Full walker. Now let's grab Kiki on fashion. No, let's not die. Orange? I suppose. It's orange. Oh, wait. Let me see. Let me put equation to 15. There we go. And now I can save Kiki and shut. Save. Oh, the video. I forgot.
Robbie keeps pushing till he comes to a hallway that has a gap in the floor. Similar to what Async noted earlier, this could be the discretion between two different points or different kinds of rooms within the complex. He pays no mind to it, but it's more of these fissures between two different kinds of spaces that we've seen before. And then, making his way to a large hallway, Robbie finds this, a cardboard cutout of a caveman, standing upright, on its own in the middle of the hallway. There are no other indicators around it. There's no clue as to its purpose or how it got there, but here it is, another artifact from something that might have been human at some point, but here feels so alien. Robbie keeps moving forward, finding himself in another wide office space until he comes to a room with a fake house. There is a lot to take note of here. The ground is covered in discarded clothes. Charred stains and marks of perhaps blood stretch on the floor to his right, leading off to a dark tunnel. The walls and ceiling are blue with white blotches, seemingly meant to give the illusion of the sky. This seems to be reminiscent of a house in the countryside, surrounded by nothing but trees and air. But here, it's a blue box with part of a house in it. The clothes everywhere feel reminiscent to things that we've seen Async come across. Remnants of people they're covering shed for some reason. But then we come across something that Async hasn't seen before. In the floor, seemingly fused into the ground, is a person, or the statue of a person, or a body calcified. We don't know what this is, but it sits there, still and lifeless amongst the clothes around it. Was this somebody? Is this the complex trying to approximate the image of somebody? Is this what happens to people who fall through null zones and are perhaps trapped in the in-between? Is this what happens to people like the girl at the end of Found Footage 2? The energy consuming them, making them a part of the space? We don't know. Whatever it is, it's terrifying. Robbie continues forward and makes his way into the open house. Inside, there are black footprints across the ground. Someone's been here before him. This house is far more detailed than other similar spaces we've come across. Not only does all of the architecture make sense, the kitchen is where it should be, the table is where it should be, but the details are far more explicit. There's cooking implements on the kitchen countertops, a bottle of whiskey on the kitchen table. Lights, couches, everything seems in place, but something seems wrong. The footsteps lead to a chair that's tipped over. Just beyond it, there is a shoe surrounded by black marks that seems half stuck in the floor. While standing here, Robbie begins to hear footsteps around him. He looks towards the front door and again sees more detail. A lamp, a bookshelf, a fake bass on the wall, paintings. Robbie goes to open the front door to see that it's a dead end. There's pieces of what should be a porch, but they're surrounded in brick walls and concrete. It sounds like someone is speaking to him right there. So, in desperation, Robbie calls out for help.
Someone out there?
I'm sorry. I don't know where I am. I need help.
You're on private property. You need to leave.
I'm trying, okay? I don't want to be
The guy who keeps coming around here trying to talk to my boys?
What? No. My name is Robbie, sir. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I'm just lost.
Robbie can't see this person, but he can hear him. The other person, other than the fact that Robbie's speaking to him, doesn't seem alarmed by the situation. He's asking if this is the guy who keeps coming trying to talk to his boys. Neither of them have any idea what's going on, and they continue speaking.
My family's trying to sleep. Leave or I'm calling the police. If you really need help, I'll station the quarter mile down the road.
Listen, I can't. I've been walking for like 9 fucking hours, man. Where the hell are we? I can't even see you. Actually, do call the cops. That's fine. Just please help me out here. Hello? What?
Well, the hell are you? Look outside and I don't see you.
I'm not... I'm in like a living room with a fish on the wall.
Is this some kind of game you're doing? You gotta laugh over this?
I'm not. It's just, it sounds like you're on the other side of this wall, but this door goes nowhere.
The two of them can hear each other, but they can't see each other. And from what the other guy is saying, it doesn't sound like he's in the complex. It sounds like he's in the real world. So Robbie is in this house in the complex, and this guy is in this house in the real world, which means the complex has created a near perfect copy of this real world location within itself. Not only that, but as someone is standing in the mimicry of it in the complex, someone in the real edition can communicate with them seemingly through a null zone. This is huge for an analysis of the series. It confirms that several of the spaces we see are at least mimic, if not one-for-one recreations of things in reality. That's a massive piece of the puzzle put together. The things we see in this complex are taken from real spaces. Both Robbie and this man are standing in the same place, but in different realities, or you could say different dimensions. The man seems convinced that Robbie is in the wall. This man seems sympathetic and tries to help Robbie by removing this space from the wall. And as he does so, this happens.
Thank you. I think it's... Hello? Harry, what happened? Hello?
Sure enough, it seems there was a null zone here, and when the man went to help Robbie, he was dragged in, similar to the girl we saw in found footage too. But he doesn't show up with Robbie here. Even though the null zone's right here, it doesn't create a reliable spot from this space to the other across both dimensions. Or if it does, perhaps it puts them at different times in the same space. I think this might be the case for one reason. In the background of where the man is speaking from, we can hear a commercial playing. It seems the man had his TV on, and the sound is transmitting through here. The game doesn't put things in by accident, and the commercial we hear playing is from a freecreditreport.com commercial that aired from 2007 to 2009. So perhaps then Robbie is in the copy of this house from 1995, but when the man touched the null zone, he showed up, perhaps in the exact same place, nearly 15 years later. We may see what happens to that guy in the future, but for now, Robbie is once again alone. Some time passes, and we cut to Robbie later, now bathed in red line. He points the camera at himself and begins to speak. It seems that some time has passed, and Robbie is near his end. He could have been in the complex for days or weeks or months. Now in his final moments, he turned the camera back on to record his last testament. He speaks of a pleasant memory when he was at a park with his friends, remarking that he can't remember the sky. Bobby remarks that he just wants to go home before saying that he was going to fix things when the video ends. There's so many clues here, from the guy he speaks to, through the null zone, to the time discrepancies, to the splendor sun, to the oriental symbolism, to the still life. We'll get to that analysis shortly because there's only a few more videos to look at for now. Our next takes us back to Async for the lighting and tile survey. This is a presentation given to the Department of Energy by Dr. Julia Meisner. This presentation was on November 15th of 1989. This places lighting and tile survey pretty early on the timeline, 1 month after first contact, or in other words, 1 month after Async had stable access to the complex. This is when Async was just doing their research on the initial area past the threshold, and this video is simply their study of the architecture of the complex itself. To do research, they pull down one of the tiles and one of the lights from the ceiling. Looking up through the drop ceiling, they see something that looks completely standard. A subfloor above them, the lights connected to some central structure, HVAC ran above the drop ceiling. Everything looks perfectly normal, which makes it all the more odd. If the complex was just copying things we remember, then you wouldn't think it would copy all the infrastructure. Like, for example, you probably remember what the inside of your school looks like, but you don't remember what the plumbing, what the subfloor, what the insulation and heating systems looked like internally to the wall. So it's not like this place is just copying memories, it copies them well, at least in defined areas like the regular yellow wallpaper of the complex. And most of this video is dedicated to the analytics of it. In the presentation, Dr. Julia remarks that these lights are connected to something. As if it was in any regular building, there seems to be a central power supply they get their energy from. The ceiling tiles themselves are strange in size, being quite large at 1.14 meters by 1.27 meters. For context, a standard drop ceiling tile is 0.6 meters in both directions. But other than being large, everything about them is completely normal. It's composed of a mineral composition, standard of ceiling tile, fibers of amorphous silicate. Everything about it is completely accurate. The same for the ballast that holds the fluorescent lights. It's composed of galvanized steel with a thin layer of zinc. The lights are 1.2 meters in length, a little longer but very close to T12 fluorescent bulbs. The gas composition of the bulbs themselves and their wiring is again all standard. Julia also remarks that the ballast and lights seem in great condition. Despite signs that they've been running for some time, there is no sign of physical wear. In fact, they are so accurate, they even have product information on them. The ballast is a universal Type A ballast, manufactured in 1975 with its own serial number. The same applies to the light troffer, manufactured in 1973 in Pennsylvania, and even the bulbs have a Sylvania label on them. There's something about this that feels menacing. It's one thing to contextualize the complex as a facade. It's just the cardboard standees of our reality to make us perhaps feel at home or approximate our existence. But we expect if we tore down the walls and we didn't find another room, we would find some dark void. We would find the absence of everything. But no, we pull apart the ceiling and it's just more ceiling. The subfloor above is also haunting, implying that you could dig up and find yourself in yet another room. This is just one layer of many. It's not even an approximation of our memories, it's an approximation that's better than our recollection. When I asked Kane what his favorite episode of the series is, he said it was Lighting and Tile Survey. I think that's fitting because this is a detail most of us wouldn't even think about. Oh, who manufactured the lights that are in the complex? But giving us an answer to a question we didn't know we needed to ask raises more haunting questions. Why are the back rooms so good at being us? Why is it so picturesque to reality? Or at least why is it in some details, but in other, it can't remember how chairs work or where kitchen ornaments are supposed to go? When it comes to what it does make, it makes them perfectly. It leaves more questions as to what the true state of this place really is. This leads us what is to date the most recent video on Kane's channel about the back rooms, besides the movie trailer. In between Lighting and Tile Survey and this upload was yet another series Kane started called People Still Live Here. I'm really interested in People Still Live Here, but I can tell that there are more episodes that are going to come out to make some things we've seen make sense. So if I was to make a video on it now, it'd just be pure speculation with not a lot of grounding. So I will cover People Still Live Here at some point, just after a few more episodes are out. But after all the episodes that were uploaded, we got another Backrooms entry in Static Dead End. Static Dead End was dated to May 29th of 1990. Meaning that this is, to date, the furthest episode we have in the async 1990 timeline, and meaning this occurred only a few days after the events of Reunion and Damage Control. So our video picks up right after everyone's figured out what really happened to Peter. By what really happened, I mean the time skip and him still being alive. If he's alive after running away, I'm not sure. They're all being told that once again he hit his head. We open with shots of nature as Marvin is on a phone call with George. If you'll remember, George was one of the researchers who was with Marvin and Peter when Peter disappeared in informational video. Marvin is furious, saying he doesn't like this and he doesn't trust the company. George is trying to reassure him that they all want the same thing. As they're talking, Marvin seems to blame async for Peter's death, fittingly so. We see a room where on a whiteboard, someone seems to have drawn the street from pitfalls, complete with the tunnel and trees around it. We see a label in the top left for room 14D plus 228. This makes sense because 14D is the room with all of the pits, and 228 must be the designation for this street. We see a closet space with things that async used to depress the DOE in presentation. A model of the initial threshold, pictures on the wall of how houses could be built in the complex. Marvin worries that they may be next. What happens if async considers them a liability? George remarks that it's okay, that they'll get through this, and then cut back to what async is doing in the complex. In room 14D, the room from pitfalls, we can see the completed walkway that allows researchers to step over the pits. They're also creating a sort of scaffolding, seemingly to lower people down to the street that Marvin previously fell through, or fell into. And now this door that we've had so many questions about, the door at the end of the hallway, now it's open and we can just walk right into it. And we can see the thing that Mark was so concerned about getting footage of in Pitfalls. In this room, at first, we see more hallways until we find something strange. Along one wall, the texture isn't printing correctly. Where it should be the regular wallpaper, it looks like the wall is expanding. Async has put up sections of tape along the wall to monitor it, and sure enough, assuming these all started as squares, they're beginning to stretch out. The complex is either growing or shrinking in this space. This isn't the first time we've seen a design like this. If you'll remember all the way back in informational video, when Peter was walking by himself and came to the room with the green floral wallpaper, he saw a similar thing where it looks like the design was stretched as if the room was moving. And here, for whatever reason, it seems the complex is doing the same. If you'll remember, all the way back in Pitfalls, when we saw the open door across the room, there was a distinct green glow coming out of it. And then when Mark got to that door, he said he needs a camera now. And if you'll remember, in Found Footage 2, right before the video ended, the walls began to move as the green lightning, as I called it, began to appear. Perhaps this green energy indicates a change in the complex. And the reason it was glowing when Mark stepped up to it is because he was actively witnessing the walls moving. That would explain why he wanted a camera immediately despite Marvin falling into a pit. Now the greenness has gone away, but the after effects still remain. We can see where the complex itself was stretched. Marvin continues along the stretched walls until he comes to a new room that is weird even by the backroom standards. This room is carpeted with tile walls, but all of the effects in it seem off. It's as if a soccer ball, a chair, a table, a couch are all half melded into the floor. Even sunken sections of the floor implies that the floor melted into itself. Perhaps because this room was printed too hastily, or perhaps because of async meddling or something that began to compress on itself, the artifacts that were within it began to deteriorate or become reabsorbed or didn't finish separating themselves from the wall of the back room around them. Perhaps if you think of it like a cell, it didn't get to properly divide before we laid eyes on it and it quit. Or alternatively, perhaps the complex was absorbed in this area and didn't finish. You could even theorize that this presents a treadmill mindset of the complex. Perhaps it doesn't exist beyond what we interact with, but as we get closer to the edges, it prints more. Maybe that's why when the team got there at Pitfalls, they saw the green glow, and now that they're traveling through it, there is rooms you can step into, but they haven't had the time to finish creating as they should in a better mimicry. With a remark on the weirdness of the room they're in, the final moments, the camera traces to a lawn chair atop a mound beneath the carpet. With that, the video ends. Again, as we get more answers about the complex, there are more questions. Sure, we know that people can be in the same place, and we know that the complex copies real spaces, but what's that mean for the green glow, or gleams like this? With every answer, we get more questions, and I'm sure there will be a lot more asked before and after the movie comes out, but there's one more video that I haven't covered that I've been saving for the end, and I want to talk about now. As a matter of fact, it's the only video in the Backroom series that does not have the label Backrooms in front of it. That video is I Remember. I Remember is the shortest video in the series, clocking it in only 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's also the only video that doesn't show up in the official Backrooms playlist. And I think that's because it's not something we're meant to know everything about now, but it certainly points us towards a lot. The video opens with the camera watching the sun peek through a window as wind chimes are heard. Someone begins a recording and begins to narrate. As they do, we see a missing persons poster on the ground, images of the sea and the sun splitting in on themselves, just like the sky did at the end of Overflow. We see Asing's hallways and conference rooms bend and stretch on themselves. A diagram on the whiteboard tells us that cell images clustering leads to individual cell clarification. Perhaps the researchers were trying to better understand the bacteria, or something else we don't know of yet. We see old computers and servers, the early days of Async. We see the facility itself bend and bow. We see the same for the prototype that led to all of this in the first place. And then we see an image of a researcher in a gas mask with a protection hood standing before a great light. As he does, the image of himself bows as the light goes from yellow to green, witnessing something remarkable that is stuck with our narrator. Before finally we see an image of old computers lining a room, the image itself labeled CRN-S8R3. And as the image stretches, I Remember ends. This final image seems to be of a computer room. Perhaps the labeling, unless it's some code I haven't figured out yet, is just a designation for this room. Or perhaps something in this room that was meant to be remembered. Like perhaps it means computer room 9, slot 8, row 3, for example. There's not a lot we can do with this image yet, but there is a lot we can do with the narration. The narration read during this video reads as follows. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world, this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea, a pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. But I remember fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards to themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? You've always been here. I believe that this is about the complex, and I believe it's about the complex before it was ever even called that. And I believe the man we see in the mask and the man we hear narrating is Ivan Beck. And I believe that everything that we have witnessed thus far has been because of him. I mean, as Kane said, he's the protagonist and the antagonist of the story, right? All of that I'll talk about in a moment, but for now, to make sure we're all on the same confusing page, let's talk about the timeline. And let's do it in the only stupid way that I know how. See, look at this. It's color coordinated and everything. It's also the best I can do, so this is what you're gonna get. I mentioned most of the upload dates as we went through the series, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, Overflow is the earliest event we have on the timeline, occurring sometime in August of 1972. This is what caused the experiment that caused the green light to form, and as far as we know, is the first time humanity made contact with the complex, or you know, the energy that's behind the complex or something. After that, we don't have an event until May 10th of 1982, when Prototype takes place. During that gap, we know that a lot of research has been performed, because what started as an experiment that seemingly accidentally opened up the complex is now becoming them teleporting marbles to it, or trying to access it. Now, according to the dialogue we hear at the beginning of the third test, we're told that in April of 1988, Ivan Beck gave a presentation to the United States government. In that presentation, he said that if Async was allowed to conduct their research on the complex, it would offer a solution to all future storage and residential needs. And obviously from presentation, we know that he's referring to putting people and things in the back rooms. This is important context because Beck gave this presentation before Async opened the threshold. That means sometime before April 1988 and either Overflow or Prototype, Ivan Beck figured out what was in the complex, or he at least figured out it was a space that you could hypothetically put people and things in if you could open the door. But remember, Async didn't manage to keep the door open and explore it until first contact. So that means somehow Ivan had information about what the complex was before Async did, and that'll matter for the theories later. So in April of 1988, Beck gives this presentation, and by July, the third test happens. So seemingly, the presentation went well, Async began their research, and then by October 17th of 1989, first contact happens, or in other words, Async conducts their sixth test and manages to keep the doorway open. So we have what we know so far to be the first interaction with the complex taking place in August of 1972, and then Async gets the threshold open in October of 1989. So 17 years of research occurred between Overflow and first contact. 1 month later, in November of 1989, the lighting and tile survey takes place. So Async took a good month to map out the dimensions and specifics of what they were seeing. Of course, as we saw from lighting and tile survey, whatever mimicry this place was, it was pretty good at it. Then we move into 1990, when a ton of stuff happens. The vast majority of Async's role in this story occurs in 1990. As soon as Async managed to open the threshold in first contact, people began disappearing, and the earthquake also occurred, as mentioned earlier. But the video missing persons occurred on February 3rd of 1990. I believe the first date we get for a person going missing on one of the missing persons posters is in December of 1989, but by February of 1990, or just a couple months later, it's become a noticeable problem. Because of Async's meddling, people are falling into the back rooms. At the end of the month, on February 29th, or March 1st, as we talked about the leap year discrepancy, informational video occurs when Peter skips ahead 2 months. The rest of Async believes him to be dead or gone and fake his death. About a week later, on March 5th, in Motion Detected, Async sees on the security cameras that there are things in the complex that are getting very close to the threshold. About a week later, on March the 5th, Motion Detected takes place. This is when Async sees on their security cameras that these life forms are in the complex and very close to the threshold. We're not sure what Async's reaction to this is, but we do see what their reaction is to the next major story event, Pitfalls. It's very possible that, similar to their knowledge of Peter being alive later, to keep things running smooth, Async leadership didn't disclose to the rest of Async that they saw something on the security camera. Regardless, 2 months later, on May 6th, Pitfalls and Report take place. Pitfalls being the episode where Marvin falls into the pit and then sees the life form in the house at the end of the red street. He gets out of there, the camera's passed off to Async leadership, and on the same day, May 6th, they review it and become terrified by what they see. As we now know Clyde to be the one who reviewed footage, and given his conspiracy with Ivan Beck to keep Peter's existence a secret, it's possible that when Clyde saw the life form in Pitfalls, he wasn't so much terrified by its existence, but rather terrified by the fact that now they can't keep it a secret. Or if they did know of the life form's existence, they thought they would stay away from people, but after watching the life form chase Marvin, that theory's out the window. So after Pitfalls and Report, Async boards up the opening just past the threshold, and for the time, stops their investigation further into the complex. Which is really bad timing because the next day, on May 7th, is when the Department of Energy is coming to see if Async is deserving of more funding. This is good explanation as to why in presentation, when it shows the Department of Energy people being toward the complex, they're just in that initial room past the threshold. They don't go past the opening that is now boarded up. And we see in presentation what Async's plans are to allow the government to use the complex for housing and storage. The Department of Energy is there for a few days, and while they're there, on May 8th, is when Peter shows back up. Which, now that I think about it, I guess Peter got to what used to be the opening back to the room in the back rooms that led to the threshold and saw the giant boarded up wall. And we don't see it, but I guess he just broke through that, I guess. He's just built different. But Peter is alive. Only Clyde and Ivan Beck and maybe a couple other async leaders know of this. So they put Peter in isolation while they figure out what to do with him. And then on May 22nd, when they are moving him to above ground housing, he escapes into the complex. And then 3 days later, on May 25th, is when Peter, hiding in the complex, attacks Mark and Marvin, stealing the shotgun, and then running back through the async facility, as we see in damage control. All of that occurs on the same day, and then seemingly at the end of the chase, Peter falls and hits his head and dies. Or if you go by my theory, he's still out there somewhere, but we don't know for now. Despite this revelation within Async that the higher-ups kept Peter's existence or post-death existence from them, they don't hesitate on their explorations, and on May 29th, Static Dead End takes place. This is when Async has covered the pits from pitfalls and made it to the room on the other side, where we can see the back rooms moving. Again, this could be them expanding or shrinking, we're not sure yet. But we are sure that it has something to do with the green glow, as we saw all the way back in Pitfalls. And so far, that is the end of our async timeline. The last thing we see is them doing research in the back rooms, discovering these expanding walls and the door past Pitfalls, and then there is a huge gap in the timeline, because our next event doesn't take place until over a year later in July of 1991. I mean, it's not huge compared to, like, the total time length we're working with, but it is huge considering that all of these were within like days or weeks of each other. Because after the last we see of Async's research, Found Footage 1 happens, where we see a complex devoid of async. Does that mean something happened to async in there? Or it's also possible that the complex is just really big and the chances of someone falling into the back rooms and then coming across async are pretty low. I mean, it'd be like dropping two people at random points in the ocean and hoping they swim into each other. But the first found footage happens, and the cameraman, named Kane from that episode, is seemingly attacked or killed by a life form. And then his camera falls out of the back rooms back into our reality. Obviously, we know that the threshold at Async allows people to come and go from the complex, but we haven't seen that done with null zones yet. We see people speaking through the null zones at the end of Found Footage 3, but no one actually passing back over. Although that does seem to be what's happening in the movie trailer, but we'll get to that. What we do know is if someone does go through the null zone that the camera fell through, that would be really bad, as that drops you back into reality, like 3,000 feet in the air. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine surviving the back rooms and getting out of it, only to fall to your death? Well, after the first found footage, we have an even bigger time jump, because nearly 4 years later, Found Footage 3 takes place in April of 1995. I mean, we see all the chaos that can happen to the complex in a couple months. Imagine what can happen in 4 years. And in Found Footage 3 is when we see the speakers with the weird music. We see signs that people have been trying to survive in there. We see the signs of the sun's splendor. We see a still life attack Ravi. And we see communication through a null zone, seemingly also through time. And then, 4 months after that, in August of 1995, Found Footage 2 takes place, where the girls discover the null zone and she's experimenting with it and is pulled in. Again, we see an even further decayed complex. We see the growth over the walls with the picture, we see another life form attack, and we see that green glow everywhere, especially at the end. Perhaps if that green represents energy and it represents the complex changing, something Async does in this gap around here causes the complex to become far more unstable. Perhaps Ravi was just lucky, I mean comparatively, in Found Footage 3 to come across areas that weren't unstable, but the cameraman in Found Footage 2 certainly found it. But this also shows how significant the time jump was for the camera in Found Footage 1, because it's not until after over a year has passed since Found Footage 2 that the camera from Found Footage 1 is recovered on September 23rd of 1996. Keep in mind, the only reason we have the date of July 1991 for Found Footage 1 is because that's the date on the clapboard at the beginning before that guy fell into the complex. So he might have skipped to 1996 when he fell in. or the camera did when it fell out. If he skipped when he fell in, then that means the complex we see from found footage 1 could have been one post all of the green glow and weird stuff we see in 2 and 3. Again, the complex could just be big. It could just be that the 3 found footage videos are missing everything happening with async because of distance, or the consequences of what we see in the found footage series is because of everything async did in 1990. The damage they left could be what the found footage series is experiencing. And then finally, the most forward jump we have on the timeline, again because of the commercial, is the fact that the dad who is speaking to Ravi in found footage 3 is doing so from 2007 to 2009. Communication in the complex, even with those outside of the complex, can span decades. And this isn't even considering the fact that the poster Ravi sees on the wall is from 2022. But that also makes it interesting that the complex doesn't seem to be pulling anything that could be from before 1972. I mean, sure, we see grandfather clocks and old inventions that could predate it, but we don't see like stone huts or like blacksmith shops. Everything we see could perceivably exist in a post-1972 reality. But why? Well, I have a theory as to why that I'll talk about later, but for now, there is one event on the timeline that I've kept from mentioning until now. I didn't mean to do that. And that is Clark's expedition, that at least some of it happens on June 29th of 1990. What am I talking about? Well, in the trailer for the Backrooms film, we can see our protagonist, Clark, exploring the complex seemingly for the first time. And when he comes across a security camera, likely async security camera, we can see on the security footage that it was taken on June 29th of 1990. That means that at least some of events in the film are set right here, at the end of the timeline we've been building up to with much of the async storyline.
When's the film set? The 90s? 93? 1990, okay.
June, July 1990.
Okay.
The YouTube series is just at the end of May 1990, so it's right there.
Okay, gotcha. So all within the same like few months of each other.
Yep.
This gets me pretty excited for the film. I mean, more than I already was. Because most of my questions about the series are right here. How do the async events resolve? What did they do to the complex that makes it the way we see in the found footage sections? Kane has stated that this movie will work as a standalone, but it's also, of course, a part of this series.
Is the film going to tie in to the YouTube series? Is it like it's a continuation of it? But it will also be standalone people that are familiar. Also, yes.
That was a massive piece of just the development of this. I have never been okay with breaking continuity. I think the film is one that absolutely is open to new viewers. I think it fits perfectly with where the YouTube series was heading. It bridges and sets up a number of things that I want to dig into more in the future. And I think on all fronts it just generally is perfectly in the continuity of the world that's been established.
So I think in the film, we're going to get a lot of questions about async answered that I've been asking up until now. But as it stands, this is every piece of the timeline that we have so far. So now that we've established that, let's talk about the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean the things that will inevitably kill me. So there's a few things I want to talk about, but the first thing I want to talk about is what is the complex, literally. We can stew on symbolism in a moment, but for now, I'm asking what is it as it exists as a 3D space? Well, it seems in this recent batch of episodes, Found Footage 3 in particular, we get more information about it than we ever have. I've theorized since the first video that the backroom seems to be a place that amasses people's memories. Things that would otherwise be forgotten live forever here. But similar to a memory, it's not a perfect copy. At the end of Found Footage 3, we see what I think is a pretty good replication. In the blue house, it's good enough that both Ravi and the father can speak to each other from the same relative space, and Ravi can even identify details like the fish on the wall. But this room as well felt much more specific. There was drinks on the table, a chair was pushed over, there was signs of life in the house. All of the furniture and implements went where they're supposed to go. As far as copies go, the blue house is pretty good. But when we look at other spaces in the complex, that facade starts to crumble. Take for example, the room seen in Found Footage 2. Sure, we see something that's trying to be a kitchen and a space nearby that might be a kitchen table. The details are wrong, they're out of place, they're exaggerated. Or the house at the end that contains the life form, the one that the car crashed into. Seems to be a perfect layout of the house, but all of the details are missing, save for a few, like the picture on the wall. Like a memory, details fade, but the structures themselves do come from something that does exist. Now, while I think memories are certainly what Kane is going for here, that may not be the vehicle by which places in the complex are created. There might be a physical explanation as to why some parts of the complex are accurate to their real-world counterparts and other places are not. For example, null zones. We know that null zones work for at least people to cross into the complex, but what if it allows space to cross over as well? At the end of Found Footage 3, when we see the most accurate structure that we found so far, what happens at the end of that conversation? The father falls through a null zone. We've already established that the complex isn't hindered by time. So regardless of when the father falls through the null zone, the fact that that house is so close to a null zone makes its signal stronger, or its image more accurate to its real counterpart. Now this theory also has some holes in it. If that were the case, then every initial room someone falls into should be pretty true to the Earth version, and then as they walk away, it becomes more distorted and dreamlike. But we know that's not the case. In Found Footage 1 and Found Footage 2, the first place they step into is already pretty deconstructed. Even if you want to say the null zones aren't true bridges. For example, say here you had 4 null zones that each have a counterpart in reality and a counterpart in the complex. Well, the way you may expect them to work is to connect directly across to each other like a bridge. So if the father in Found Footage 3 goes through the null zone in his house, he should show up in the complex counterpart in his house. But again, the complex is so weird about space-time. You could step into this one and wind up in this one. You could step in this one and wind up in this one. This guy could wind up in this one. And maybe sometimes they are direct, but for the most part, there's probably no predicting. Again, it's not like the complex cares for space or time. But even if that's the theory you're working with, then the null zone you fall into should be similar to somewhere, with all the appropriate specifics of that place's reality counterpart. But unless there's a plethora of empty white and carpeted rooms somewhere and endless yellow hallways, that doesn't seem to be the case. The other theory is perhaps spaces in the back room become more accurate when it has a hold of the person whose memories it's trying to copy. Say, for example, that the yellow wallpaper and elaborate hallways come from the memories of someone who only had an interaction with the complex for like a minute. Well, that would make sense as to why the hallways don't make sense, because if we want to think of the complex as a scanner, it didn't have enough time to copy the image. Whereas if someone like Ravi falls into a null zone, well, now the complex has days and weeks to copy images from his mind, so his memories should be much more specific. Or I should say, the manifestation of his memories. This could be an explanation for a weird detail that showed up in Found Footage 3. As I called out in Found Footage 3, we can see that in Ravi's house, he has a drum kit. And then sure enough, one of the things he runs into in the complex is a drum kit. If you ask me, this is too specific to be coincidental. The first theory of the complex that I mentioned could be true, and this space's proximity to the null zone that leads to Ravi's apartment could be the reason that it copied a drum kit, because in the real world there's a drum kit nearby, but it could also be because Ravi's nearby, so it's just building what he knows. This is a theory that's plausible, but we don't have enough information on to confirm or deny yet. If in the film or later in the series we see someone interact with a place that they recognize from our reality, then that probably means that I'm right about the second theory. That's all it takes to be considered good at these theories. If you just throw enough stuff out, someone will think you're clever. So the complex seems to be a place where memories manifest, or at least images from our reality are copied over. There's a bunch of theories that the complex is some kind of simulation, or everything in the back rooms is happening within a computer, as well as theories like everything in the complex is inside of the mind or a dream of Ivan Beck. And maybe metaphorically on that last point, but I don't think that's what's happening literally. For one, both of those explanations seem pretty lame, but we see so much interaction with the outside world and conversations with the DOE and people slipping into the complex that simulation or dream theory doesn't really track here. The complex is certainly a place, and it is certainly using information from our world. If it gets that information directly from the world or uses us as a conduit, we don't know yet. So now that we've talked about what the complex is, let's talk about some of the things that can be in it. Of which currently there are 3 things we know of, besides, people. That is the Bacillus bacteria, the life forms, and the still life. Let's go through each of these, and in blue I have things we know about them, and in orange my speculation on them. So, starting with the bacteria that we saw in Missing Persons, we know that the bacteria mutated in the complex as compared to its real-world counterpart. We know from its discovery in Missing Persons that it at least can exist on dead bodies, and from what we see in autopsy report, we know it has the capability to preserve body parts. Now for some minor speculation, we know that there are several black growths around the complex. These seem to be strains of bacteria that are growing everywhere. It seems that the bacteria attaches to bodies after death. In other words, they're not the cause of death. Sure, they have the ability to preserve organs, but we never hear anything about the bacteria itself being dangerous. But what we do hear is a lot of coughing. From found footage 1 to pitfalls, anytime someone's in the complex for a while, they start to cough. I believe this is because of the bacteria's presence. It may not be lethal, but it certainly attaches to whoever it can. And being that small, it would explain how it's able to get through Asyn's respirators, as again we see with Marvin in Pitfalls. Now the other entity who we see the most of in the series is the life form. The life form shows up in found footage 1, found footage 2, motion detected, and Pitfalls. Well, what we know about the life form is it has at least some mimicry. It's at least shaped a little bit like a human, and the noises it makes are reminiscent of people. A lot of people compare him to the head crab zombies from Half-Life. It sounds like there is someone screaming in there, it's just so distorted and muffled, what comes out is monstrous. They seem to be hostile or at the very least attracted to people. In every instance, once they see a human, they begin to chase them. We've never seen what happens when they get a hold of someone, but given their everything, it's probably not good. From found footage 2, we see that they definitely come from growths. Whatever that nest was in the back room of the house the car crashed into, the life form came out of it. It seemed to be waiting there in dormancy until someone came by. And we also always see them after human aftermath. In found footage 1, one showed up right after we saw the writing on the wall. In Pitfalls, we saw one right after Marvin found the camp where it looked like someone had been living. And of course in found footage 2, one comes out of the room where seemingly the driver of the car died. Going into further theories with them though, it seems that they're attracted to noise in general. Besides everyone making noise before they're attacked, we can see that on the writing from found footage 1. On that wall writing, we see phrases like, "I fear the sound doesn't stop," "God closed his eyes," but we also see "it hears me" repeated over and over. And again, this is right before the life form attack, so we can assume by it, the writer meant the life form. There's also the writing on there that says, "Don't move, stay still." So maybe like a T-Rex, if you just hold still, the life form won't see you. But understandably, everyone who's encountered one so far starts screaming and running. I also believe that the life forms are made of human parts. If you look closely, especially at the one in Pitfalls, it looks like human bones connected improperly, as if its arm is several femurs and a hip coupled together. Combine that with the tubes or organs that run over them and the fact that their calls sound kind of human, it seems that these things are made from scavenged human remains. Speaking of the dead, they also seem to have vocalizations from the recently dead. The found footage life forms make this kind of obvious as it's someone screaming, which yeah, that's probably what they were doing before this 12-foot tall thing killed them, but it's especially apparent in Pitfalls, as the whole reason Marvin went over there in the first place is because he heard someone calling for help. And when we find the life form, it's repeating the phrase, "Is anyone there? Can somebody help me?" over and over. These were probably the final words of whoever was staying in that house. The life form now repeating it to lure others in. And again, from found footage 2, they build these large nests where people have died. It looks like in the same spot where the person in the car likely bled out, the life form grew around them, eventually consuming their pieces. And finally, we have our most recent and so far most scarce form of life in the complex, still life. We only see still life in found footage 3, and from what we see, they are very aggressive. They seem to run with much more precision and determination than the life forms. They are also very humanoid. Sure, the life form has elements of being a human, but other than the specifics, the still life seems to be in the full shape of a person. Sure, the details we can make out as it's running look kind of uncanny, but the way it runs, the way it crawls, looks like a person. But at the same time, we see that while they are human-like, they do not have human intellect. In other words, they know how to do things like knock on doors or turn off lights, but it doesn't know when to do them. As when Robbie's making his initial escape from it, he shuts the door, so the life form knocks. It's as if it knows humans are supposed to knock on doors, but not when or why. So now let's talk about some of my inferences with the still life. What is the only other humanoid thing we see in found footage 3? The only other thing that has the shape of a person. That's right, the statue or statue thing coming out of the ground in front of the blue house. What do we also see in front of the blue house? A bunch of empty clothes and blood everywhere. The still life we see run at Ravi looks strangely colorless, and a lot of its details faded and blurred together. I think the half statue we see in the ground is an incomplete still life being birthed from the complex itself. I also believe that the still life might be trying to mimic human behavior. That seems obvious given my previous point about them knocking on the door. But what I mean by this is for some reason they want to seem human even though they clearly aren't. They seem to be brutal and leave carnage behind them, as seen from the site in front of the blue house and as seen by how they chase Ravi. And most interestingly to me, they seem to just be an icon of people. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the one we see coming up out of the ground in front of the blue house in found footage 3, again assuming I'm right and assuming that's a still life, we see that it has a phone up to its ear. Why would a still life or any creation need to have a phone? Well, what if that's the state someone else was in before they were copied? If all the complex can make is recreations, then we can assume that the still life is a recreation of someone. And it takes a snapshot of whatever they are in a moment or their icon and then pastes that into the complex. I don't know yet why this would make them so violent or why they want people dead, but I think still lifes are a creation of the complex as much as the rooms are. And I have a theory that connects all of these forms of life together. Beginning with the still life, I think that the still life is the complex's attempt at creating people. We know it does the same thing with space, right? For some reason, it takes influence from the real world and copies it in its own walls. I think still life means the complex is doing that, but with persons. This could be something it's always done. This could be something it's done since Async's meddling, which would explain why the only time we see it is in 1995, 5 years after Async. And I think that's why Kane referred to it as still life. Again, inanimate objects given shape. These creatures are made up of the walls and grounds of the complex. That's why they seem to be made of the same material they're rising up from. And I think just as the spaces within the complex mimic our spaces, the still life mimic our behavior. It makes sense to me because just like how the complex doesn't know how tall the chairs are supposed to be, or where the sink or oven's supposed to go, it doesn't know when people are supposed to knock. The still life are the pieces of humanity with the specifics out of place, just as the spaces themselves are the places of humanity, but with the pieces all messed up. Just how the back rooms are a dreamlike representation of the reality we're in, the still life are a nightmare of what we are. But with my theory, I'm not sure why the complex would think, if the complex does think, why the complex would assume that humans are super violent all the time, unless that's like a commentary on us being awful. But I think a lot of the bodies we see in the complex may be the result of still life killing people who fall into the back rooms, to which those bodies are then infested by the bacteria. We know that the bacteria infest dead bodies, and we know that it can preserve organs. Why would the bacteria need to keep body parts around? Maybe because that's what life forms are made up of. And remember how life forms always seem to come from the mold or bacterial growth? Well, I believe that the bacteria and the life form are the same thing. The cycle of life goes kind of like this. After someone dies, the bacteria cover their body and preserve some elements.
What do you mean? €9. I love playing a game and having an exhibit in the background.
Be useful later, like bones or a heart or lungs or vocal cords. When enough of the bacteria have formed together, they create these elaborate colonies that are capable of motion. It doesn't have to just use body parts. There's a popular theory that the life form we see in Found Footage 1 uses a camera tripod for part of its composure. The bacteria could consume whatever it wants, but at least some of what it consumes, as we know from Missing Persons and Autopsy Report, is organs. Are organs. Is organ, whatever. And these bacterial colonies need to continue to grow. So it uses information gleaned from its last subject, things like a cry for help, and then uses that to lure others in. I think that's why we get things like in Pitfall, where we have a 10-foot tall life form that seems to be two bodies shoved together. This also explains why their movement is so jolted and clunky. I mean, it's a massive bacterial colony trying to get human parts to move towards something else. And honestly, my biggest piece of evidence for this whole thing is among the pictures that Kane posted to his Ko-fi account, or Ko-fi, however you pronounce it. When he posted the very first image of a life form, he titled it Bacteria. So that would mean that the bacteria, and therefore the life form, is the only organic substance we see in the complex, and we can assume that...
Well, let me tell you about the thing on the PNG on the right side. I hope you don't mean me, you mean Ruby. Smile. If you go to the link, you can go watch this thing. Shut the fuck up. Let me. Go here. Extend this. You have a small trailer of this cunt. In May 5th, 3 p.m. East European time, I think, EST? I don't remember. The cunt is coming back. Ruby Rebewing. Exactly. That's why I have her leashed, because I don't want her to escape. Smile. So, Ruby, I will allow it.
Diarrhea. Leave him in there. I wanna see how he reacts. You're cleaning yourself.
Can I get some privacy? Should we pick this one?
You were like on top of him and you didn't see he looked at you. You were all angry. He looked up.
Yeah, so yeah. Ruby's coming back. The pussy's back. Smile. Oh, I can sell the cheating. About half of it. Do they have anything I'm interested in? Maybe the cloth. And maybe some I can give this. Le Fleur. Now this. And maybe they die. Maybe Lion Pelt. Yeah, why not? Ah, yeah. Also, Ravenwing. Let's not talk about her lack of ability to fly or drive. She's more of a cat. So yeah, Ruby's coming back. Yippee! Oculista spitting. Here is Ruby. With her I'm so sick of life face too. Hold on, wait. She's supposed to have Raven wings, as the last name implies. She has Raven wings. Ravens fly. I can accept if Pengu, Digital Penguin, cannot fly, because penguins don't fly. Let me see if we get the... Sometimes the thing I use always repeat the same. Wait, what? Digital Penguin. There we go. What the hell? Oh.
What the fuck? It can't understand me again. Wait. That cloud? No, fuck.
Oh, it's the clipping. Which key?
No, I hit leave game because I thought it would. Fucking hell.
Fucking hell. Pengu. Well, yeah.
That Habacillus came over with a person or an animal at some point through a null zone, as it's not like they said the Habacillus came from the complex, it just mutated there. While the only form of life we do see comes straight from the complex, seems to be inorganic, as it appears to be made from the structure of the complex itself. This leads me to believe that the complex itself can't create true life. It can create the shape of life using the components it has around it to mimic people, but these are effectively automatons and a far cry from the organic life, mutated or otherwise, that we find in the complex. We know that the complex itself became less stable as Async began to mess with it, hence the missing persons cases and the earthquakes. Perhaps the complex, like an immune system, is attempting to shake Async off, hence the still life. And if the still life are effectively the complex's antibodies, well, that explains why they're so violent. They're not organic, they're not real life, but their job is to make sure that all the real life stays away. Perhaps the complex doesn't want anyone in it in the first place, and these null zones that keep opening are just a byproduct of Async's meddling. Also, I keep using words to describe the complex like wants or thinks, but keep in mind I'm saying that in a very loose sense, as if I said, if I drop this coffee mug, it'll want to fall. I mean gravity's gonna make it fall, but you get it. Whatever force that is in the complex might be attempting to repel people. We don't know why or when the complex began to mimic human life, or why the bacteria mutated into these colonies that can create life forms that hunt other people down, but it may all be a symptom of the complex's affinity, willing or otherwise, to keep people out. I should also mention that if my theory about still life is correct, then there's nothing saying the complex has to make the still life look like a human. If these are just defensive measures of the complex system, then it could be anything that could ward off people. The mimicry could be based on a vehicle, or a statue, or a really tall paper mache giant on wheels. That's not me saying Kane is going to put the rolling giant in the back rooms. I'm just saying he can, and I don't like that. But a lot of these theories about the nature of the complex itself and the forms of life we see in it tie into things we see with async. For example, when Peter glitched into the future, we see him turn into a corner where he hears a crowd of people speaking. And as soon as he hears them, that's when Peter skips 2 months ahead. We know from Found Footage 3 that Peter likely came across the threshold of a null zone, somewhere where the line between the complex and reality is thin, and he heard a crowd of people that seemingly are connected to the space, or the space with the yellow wallpaper at some point in time. Similar to what we saw in Found Footage 3, this thinning of the barrier is followed by a flash or a burst of energy that either throws someone into the complex, or as we saw with Peter, throws them forward in time. My theory with the life forms also ties into a lot of the stuff we see with async. Obviously, Marvin coming across the life form in pitfalls, but also the remnants of people that async finds. If you remember in some of the early videos, they come across piles of clothes surrounded by this black growth or mold. This would make sense because when someone is killed, the bacteria doesn't need their clothes, just their body parts. So someone dies, they're consumed by the bacteria keeps what it needs while the rest decomposes, and then as the life form toddles away, all that's left is the victim's clothes and a black stain. My theory of the life forms using human body parts is further supported by what async saw in motion detected, as the life form we see peering around the corner seems to have legs for a head. I also think something happens with async between what we see of them in 1990 and what we see in Found Footage 3 in 95 that causes async to realize that the life forms are attracted to sound. Hence several of the speakers we see playing music set up throughout the complex. Perhaps these work as lures, as it seems async is catching on to a lot of this. Like we saw in I Remember on the whiteboard, they say cell images clustering results in individual cell classification. Perhaps they mean the bacteria forming around bodies and then becoming life forms. And there's a lot of stuff they've started to figure out that we're just putting the pieces together on, like the nature of null zones and the Backrooms expansion, which the majority of the expansion stuff we see is in the Found Footage series, set after the 1990 timeline, when the wallpaper becomes stretched as if the space is growing, as if it hasn't finished its image yet. We even see this in Found Footage 1 for a moment, but there are a couple places we see the Backrooms expanding in the async timeline. For one, there's static dead end, where they're monitoring the growth of the rooms by putting tape up to measure its expansion. But on the timeline, the first instance of this we see is during Peter's flash forward. In informational video, when Peter's wandering by himself, he comes across the room with the wheelbarrow and the axe. But as he goes further into the room, he comes across another wheelbarrow that is a copy of the first one, but much larger. And on the wall behind it, the wallpaper is stretching. I think this is effectively a room under construction. Perhaps the real space is meant to be outdoors, so the room approximates it with wallpaper that looks like trees and grass. We can see it growing in one place and copying the same wheelbarrow, but much bigger. It's like it doesn't know what to do with it yet, and instead of giving us a house, it's just the picture of the side of one. The complex seems to be changing, and I have a theory as to what's causing it. The sun has made an appearance in a lot of the imagery we see throughout the series. To get it out of the way, because I mentioned the Splendor sun earlier, I don't think Splendor specifically has significance to this series, at least not yet. If Kane is laying the groundwork to give Splendor meaning within this story, at this point we've only seen it once and there's not a lot to go with. For now, I think it's more of an Easter egg in preparation for some other series he has planned, or perhaps since the last episode of People Still Live Here was titled Sunshine, it'll make an appearance in that series. But for now, I think this is just an Easter egg. With my luck, the movie's going to be full of these things, and it's going to be like the most crucial element of the whole plot. And if that's the case, then I don't know, I guess I'm mad about it. But what we have seen a lot is the literal sun. In informational video, we see an image of the setting sun overlaid on an image of the threshold. In home video, there's an extended shot of the sunset over the ocean. The sun seems to be a consistent theme throughout the series, and outside of the series that we'll talk about in a second. But before we even get into theory, there are a couple moments in the series that seem to be defined by the sun. And those are two of the first several moments that humanity made contact with the complex. So, As we understand it, the first time humanity interacted with the complex was on August 4th of 1972. This is when overflow takes place. We see the piece of paper signed by Ivan Beck, and then we see the green glow. August 4th of 1972 is also, coincidentally, the date of one of the biggest solar storms in recorded history. This solar storm was so massive that it messed with several radio and television signals on Earth. Solar storms give off intense electromagnetic radiation, and it can affect everything across wave spectrums, from X-rays to radio signals and television signals to even the visible light spectrum. And what is the machine Async uses to get into the complex? The low proximity magnetic distortion system. So it would make sense that a solar storm would affect this equipment, and perhaps give it the supercharge it needs to make contact with the complex, to effectively break through to the other side. As the sun sets, there's a chance to witness a rare phenomenon known as a green flash. This happens when the atmospheric composition is just right to separate the visible light rays of the sun from its typical red and yellow light into its more base parts that includes the shorter wavelength of green. And on the same day Ivan Beck and his team seemingly make their first contact with the complex, what color do we see the system give off? A green glow. Now, I'm just touching the surface on this. There is a ton of nitty-gritty you can get into when it comes to the science within the Backroom series, and a channel I highly recommend for that is Little Red SM. She makes fantastic videos looking into several ARGs, but for Kane's Backroom specifically, she has hours of coverage over just this green light phenomenon. If you're like me and you really like to dive into a topic like this, I'll have her channel linked in the description. Can't recommend it enough. But that isn't the only time a solar storm makes its way into the story. If you'll remember, on the third test, when Async was trying to open the complex, they failed. It wouldn't be until the sixth test in October of 1989, in First Contact, that Async manages to open the threshold and keep it open. So what happened between the third test and the sixth test? Well, maybe it's because in the real world, October of 1989 was home to several solar storms and solar flares. Meaning that once again, maybe the reason Ivan and Async managed to get through in First Contact is because the sun lended the energy, or distorted their magnetic system enough that it did whatever it needed to do to open the threshold. Did Async know of this and time it for that date, or was this just a lucky coincidence? We'll come back to the sun in a second, but for now, there's probably another question that you're asking. The complex seems pretty complicated. You have to have this super vast array of scientific knowledge and equipment, and then get lucky due to energy of the sun, assumedly. And how did Async know to try to get into the complex in the first place? How did someone figure out there was something over there? And who's behind Async anyway? Who's been helming this exploration for the beginning? Well, I think all of those questions can be answered by one. Who is Ivan Beck? Ivan Beck's name shows up all over the series. He's the one who was called when Peter Tinch was discovered alive. He's the one who was supposed to be there for the presentation and damage control after Peter assumedly died. He was the one in the third test who was mentioned as going to the government to try to get funding for Async. He's the one who brought the body and autopsy report to be examined by a medical examiner. It seems that he's in the know on everything that's happened so far, and seemingly is the one who's calling the shots. His official title within the series is Vice Director of Async, but I don't buy that. If there is a true director, then they're probably just a figurehead or some connection to the government. Ivan Beck seems to be the one leading this project because seemingly he's the one who discovered the complex. We never see Ivan Beck in the series, and there's not a lot to infer about him from the Kane Pixels channel, but there is a lot to infer about him in the Not Kane Pixels channel. Not Kane Pixels is Kane Pixels' second account, despite what the name may lead you to believe. Also, the profile picture for Not Kane Pixels at the moment is that godforsaken sun that's gonna haunt me in my dreams. On Not Kane Pixels, Kane mostly posts his music. In case you didn't know, Kane composes all of the music for the series as well. Not only that, but he makes way more music than he makes videos. So there are hundreds of unique tracks on the Not Kane Pixels channel, each with their own unique title and cover art, and some of which you've been hearing throughout this video. And yes, that's right, Kane, who's already had as much success as he has had from visual storytelling, is also a musician. So sometimes I guess God finds it funny to give all of his gifts to one guy for some reason, but he also puts me here to keep them humble. So I want to let you know that he smells. Not actually, he doesn't smell, but he could. You wouldn't know. I would. Maybe he does. Who knows? A lot of the music on Not Cane Pixels is standalone and doesn't seem to relate to any of the series he's made, but some of it does. For example, The Oldest Few has a soundtrack. There's several actual track songs and fake track songs for people still live here. Like songs like Ocular Migraine would belong in there. Songs with titles like Shepherd Boss Fight, Wave, parentheses real, probably not. There's also several songs on here that will probably never get used for a series if I had to guess. Songs with titles like Glory to Lockheed Martin and Holy Land Algorithm and Oops, No More Job Market. He also made me a song called Iceberg Boy that you guys have probably heard in the intro to a lot of my videos. And there's also an AI song on there of me poorly singing Whistle by Jason Derulo next to a song called TikTok Sigma Male Trillionaire Grind Set, and the picture for that one is Thanos in a suit coat. Youngest director in A24's history, by the way. I point all of that out because the unofficial playlist for the Backroom series is a playlist on Not Cane Pixels called Out of Sync. What's funny is I think only part of one of these songs actually shows up in the Backroom series, but it's clear given what I'm about to talk about that a lot of the titles and imagery we see connects to it. For example, the first track in the playlist is called A Long Time Ago, and the artwork for that song is by George Brim. If you'll remember, he's the same artist who did the painting of the girl that showed up in the house in Found Footage 2 and in the related home video. On the cover for the song, What the Fuck Are You Talking About?, we see an image of the sun setting over the ocean. In another track on this playlist, we see that same image overlaid with an image of async. This is for the song Sailing, Kane's cover of the Christopher Cross song. One of the lyrics to this song is if the wind is right, you can sail away, which if you'll remember is one of the things Peter wrote on the wall while he was imprisoned within Async. So establishing that the Out of Sync soundtrack has a connection to the Backroom series, I want to pose the theory, not like I'm the first to say this, that this soundtrack is about the life of Ivan Beck. And for my reasoning on that, we must first look at Kane's other Backroom soundtrack, the official Backrooms OST. This is the soundtrack that shows up through most of the series. So while we've heard a lot of these tracks before, it's the cover art and titles that I'm interested in now. I'm gonna say this and it's not gonna make any sense, but I have to say it now because otherwise all of the pieces I'm about to say are gonna sound confusing. But I think that in that 1972 experiment, Ivan Beck not only witnessed the complex, but was injured by the ensuing energy that left him with amnesia and a missing eye, as well as his never-ending desire to make it back to the complex. For example, several of the tracks have this cover image. This is an image of a researcher standing in front of a green glow, or as we know now, one of the magnetic reactions that leads to the complex. We've seen this image before. It was the image that became distorted in I Remember, which we'll get to in a minute. But if this is a researcher witnessing a green glow, and assuming they're not within the complex, the only time we've seen someone in reality witness a green glow was in Ivan Beck's 1972 experiment during the first contact. And the last song in this playlist that has this cover image is titled Congratulations, Ivan. Now this could be for some future event within the series, maybe when Async falls apart and Ivan gets everything he's been looking for, but this can also be indicative of the moment that Ivan opened that first portal. But I think the most telling image we get of Ivan Beck through this playlist is the series of songs that has this cover. We see a man in a suit coat with a censored face. Behind him, we can see the charts of several tests, and in the bottom left corner, we can see the headline from the faked vineyard wreck that they used to cover up Peter's disappearance, something that we know was orchestrated by Ivan. Around him, we also see 8 rods pointed in on each other. This is the prototype machine that we saw in Prototype, or in other words, Async's first attempts to get into the Backrooms. And at the center of it is what would be Ivan's face, but instead it's covered with an image. This image is a picture of the sun during the August 1972 solar storm. and the spot that the solar storm would normally be in is covering Ivan's right eye. This also lines up with a few sketches that Kane has posted or shared to his Discord, including this image of what seems to be Ivan Beck with a headache. However, his right eye is obscured, and in the silhouette we see behind him, we see a projection of Ivan again with the right eye injured and the sun appearing in his head. Or this artwork that depicts a scientist working on the prototype with text around him that says, "Forever. You won't find yourself there because you don't really exist." And throughout the image and on the young scientist we see, the right eye is gone. Although through some of the other images it looks like the left eye. But maybe it's like, because it's a drawing, the left eye is normal because the right one's enlightened or whatever, I don't know. Establishing these things about Ivan, let's look back at the Out of Sync playlist. As mentioned, the first song is called A Long Time Ago. In a series of images Kane posted and has since deleted, among them he said that Ivan Beck was born in Karlovy Vary, Czechoslovakia in 1931. Karlovy Vary 31 or KV31. KV31 being the group who is conducting research on the low proximity magnetic distortion system. Now, it's also worth mentioning that the name KV31 is in reference to a real discovery, as it's the name given to an ancient Egyptian tomb that was found in the Valley of Kings. But you can see the connection between an ancient tomb being discovered and the complex being opened. I don't think it's coincidental that KV31 also lines up with Ivan's place and time of birth. But a long time ago, when Ivan was a boy in Czechoslovakia, he didn't have to worry about all that. There are some tracks I could make reaches for, like Insight in Mind, which pictures an American community, potentially being when Ivan was young and immigrated to the United States. But for now, until we get more information about Ivan, I'm just going to stick with stuff that I believe to be true as it relates to the complex and his injury. For example, there's a track titled Post-Traumatic Amnesia, the cover art being of an eye showing several rooms within the facility bending in on each other. This is likely in reference to Ivan after the initial incident. There's another track on here with a really interesting cover called Alive Entropy Part 1 that has this cover image. And of course, just going to go ahead and point it out, that stupid sun is there off to the right, staring at me, and I don't like it. This is a famous historical image called the Flammarion engraving. It's a medieval artwork that depicts a peasant walking to the edge of the flat earth and looking out past the firmament. Or in other words, someone stepping off the plane of our existence as it was understood then. And as he looks out past the sky and the stars, he can see everything. He sees the solar systems, he sees the heavens, he even sees an image of wheels within wheels, in reference to Ezekiel's depiction of the angel he viewed during his vision, leading to what is now commonly referred to as a biblically accurate angel. Again, even though all angels in the Bible are therefore biblically accurate. And also, yes, I found some way to mention them in this video. It's me. Of course I did. But if this playlist is in reference to Ivan, I believe this to be representative of him finding the complex, of him crawling out past the firmament, past the boundaries of what we know to be reality. There's a track called The Same Material that begins with a shot of a California evening, but then fades into an image of the threshold, and then an image of the threshold coming green. There's a track called Sea Ice that has several nature shots, from ice floating across the sea to aurora borealis, notably green, and the sun rising over the ocean itself. Keep all this sun and ocean symbolism in mind for later. There's another track called Ivan Visits the Light plus Defy, which shows the sun rising on a suburban home. There's a track called Ivan V2, spelled IVN, which is a sequel to another track on Not King Pixel's channel that's just called IVN. That one features someone floating in the midst of green light while their whole face is shown. And then here in Ivan V2, we see that same floating image, only this time, instead of a whole face, we just see a single eye. Perhaps this is the moment that Ivan first experienced the complex, the moment he made contact with the energy of what was on the other side. Then there's a track called Visible Light, which shows a sketch of, seemingly Ivan, surrounded by people and the prototype. However, as the song goes on, it begins to change. The picture becomes blue. We see mountains rising beneath him. Behind him, we see what appears to be the ocean, and the colors stretch through the entire visible light spectrum from blue to red, and of course, ending with green. And currently, the final track on this playlist, titled Old Song, has another George Brim artwork, perhaps now representing Ivan Old, a changed man from that first song a long time ago. And that's most of the symbolism of the timeline of the soundtrack. Things I mentioned earlier, like Sundown Entry Wound that shows the sun with the green flash, is especially applicable now since we have the theory of Ivan being injured by the sun itself. But there's a couple other tracks in this playlist that are particularly important.
What do you mean by
Those are
B2?
Overlooking the Sea and You Have Always Been Here. If that sounds familiar, that's because both of those titles are quotes from the video I Remember. I
Arrive.
believe I Remember to be a monologue from Ivan Beck. And if the soundtrack isn't proof enough, there's proof of that in the series as well. In the beginning of Overflow, when we see the night sky before we see the experiment, where Ivan Beck gave humanity its first touch with the complex, we hear a strange sound.
Your second coming is what they're trying to say. I get it now.
That's right. Wind chimes. Kind of makes sense for the outside night sky setting, but it's not the only time we see it show up. At the end of Found Footage 2, when we see that the entire video was being watched by someone from their television, when we cut back to the television, sure enough, once again, we hear wind chimes. So it seems to me that these wind chimes are a tell of Ivan Beck. He was the only character, or at least named character we know of, involved in Overflow, and we heard wind chimes then. And if the camera from Found Footage 2 was recovered, it would make sense that Ivan would be the one to view it.
What you doing,
Sure enough,
Matt?
there, we hear wind chimes. And then in I
you
Remember, at the
plotting?
very beginning, we open with a shot of wind chimes. Without even looking at the Not Kane Pixels channel, this is an indicator to me that Ivan Beck is the one speaking. So now that we know that our mystery man who's behind all of this is talking, let's think about what he has to say. I have a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world this was a
And what would
vestige,
that be?
calling forward unto strangled ears. Ivan is calling back to something he had that meant something. In a world of strangled ears, of people who have forgotten, he remembers something that was important. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea. A pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. This thing he had that was so important
Comet.
was destroyed, and it was lost along with everything else that had been forgotten. But I remember fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves. He's still speaking within this metaphor for losing something and it falling to the sea, but there's something more here he's talking about, something that should sound familiar. Forgotten things, things folding in on themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. He's speaking of something that wars against existence itself. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? Again, as we see that researcher who I believe to be Ivan witnessing the green flash for the first time before we see an image of a server room as Ivan closes with, "You have always been here." This same image being the cover image of another track on the Out of Sync playlist called Remains. So, what do I think he's talking about here? Ivan Beck believes he had something special. It was something that mattered until the sea took it. And now that he's lost it, he is doing everything he can to get it back. Whatever this thing is, it's so worth remembering. It's so worth going back for. It doesn't matter if it tears apart the sky, because what could there be that's greater than this? There's a few possibilities.
The odds
Either
are
Ivan
coming.
lost someone or something, and perhaps he believes he lost them to the complex. Or, say it was a loved one who died, perhaps Ivan thinks if the complex is full of our memories, maybe the memory of that thing or that person could still exist in there. A mausoleum where you can forever access what once was. Or Ivan could be speaking of the complex itself. The memory he has of it is enough to want to get it back. It was something important. But the sea became lost within itself. There's a lot of symbolism that shows up with that between the sun and the ocean imagery. I think the sea is a great way to look at the complex as it relates to humanity. The sea, for most of human history, was an impossible, insurmountable force. It stretched on and on. It had to be full of monsters and was something we could never hope to venture into, let alone map. But sure enough, we did. And then we did the same with the moon. And we continue on and on in our discovery, but now humanity's found the complex. And just like that, once again, humanity is standing on the shore overlooking the sea, wondering how we could ever get across it. And here's Ivan, another sailor with a home by the ocean, looking at everything he's lost to it and wondering how could he do anything else. I believe Ivan Beck lost something to this sea, and it's something he wants to get back. And if it's not any one thing, it might be his memory. Remember, there's a lot of references to amnesia, that Ivan's forgetting something that he can't remember, but maybe the complex has. If Ivan suffered amnesia from his injury, but the complex copied his memory, then maybe, as he said in I Remember, the sea took it from him, or at least as he sees it. That piece of him, what he's afraid he'll never get back, has always been there. Some take this to mean perhaps there is a mimic or a copy of Ivan that's been in the complex for decades. Some even saying maybe that's what IVN means. It's this evil or complex variation of Ivan. But I don't think so. I think it's part of his identity that he needs back. I think he was a sailor at the ocean, and then the ocean took everything he remembered. So what could he do other than sail into it? Maybe Async can open the threshold, maybe all of these secrets will come to life, and he'll find whatever he's missing. Hey, if the wind's right, you can sail away. And the sun, this impossible entity that seemingly blinded him and gave him new vision, might just be the wind he needs to do it. As a matter of fact, the sun and ocean
executed with impunity.
As long as the series has been around. Because if you go all the way back to the first found footage and see the writing that someone left on the wall, above the shut eyes we see a window. And when we look through the window, we see the sun over the sea. Ivan Beck is Captain Ahab, and the complex is his white whale. As the whale took Ahab's leg, the complex took his eye and his memory of something that mattered, and he'll die if it means getting it back. I mean, what could be greater than this? I think Ivan is an inciting character at the back of everything. As a matter of fact, I think he's the reason that the complex looks the way it does. In other words, I think he's the reason for the yellow walls. If my theory's right, then before 1972, no one had any interaction
I feel you when it comes to muscle memory.
The first prototype that the complex maps its system off of. Remember how Kane said and then deleted that he said that Ivan was born in Czechoslovakia? Well, he's also mentioned that the yellow wallpaper design comes from Europe. And if you find the source for this kind of yellow wallpaper, most of them originate in castles in Europe. I think before Ivan reached out to touch it, the complex was just a nothingness, a void of energy beyond the veil. As soon as Ivan broke the glass and let that veil in, he was the first thing it touched. And when it did, he became the first blueprint. The complex didn't get a good or stable look, but somewhere in Ivan's past, I guarantee you, he's seen yellow wallpaper with fluorescent lights. And that's all the complex had to work with for decades until Async showed up again. So that's what it did, over and over and over. The first time I ever spoke to Kane, when I made the first Backrooms video, I asked Kane who the protagonist of the series was, and he said Ivan Beck. Now with the hindsight we have, that makes sense. But then I asked him who the antagonist of the series was, and he once again said Ivan Beck. According to you, who would you say the protagonist of the series is, if any at all?
Let me think. I have an answer, but it might not make sense. And I think that's why it is a good answer. And the answer is Ivan Beck.
Ooh, all right. Who, if any, is the antagonist of the series? Or what?
Ivan Beck.
I think that makes sense. Ivan Beck is the agent at the back of all this. He's the one compelling the government to fund Async, his company, to push forward into the complex. And with that, he is both the captain leading the charge and the captain driving sailors to their death. He is the hero and the monster of his own story. Something Kane has talked about a lot is he doesn't like to think of Async as evil, per se. Sure, they've done wrong things like their handling of Peter and whatnot, but just as we did with the sea, just as we did with the moon, if humanity discovered something like this, how are we not going to reach out and touch it? They're scientists, they want to know what's beyond the veil, wouldn't we all? But perhaps their desperation to do something understandable will lead them and all of humanity to a horrible place.
A lot of what we see out of Async in the YouTube series is them disregarding the dangers of it. basically. Like them getting into trouble because they don't fully understand what they're tampering with. So is that kind of thing going to be continued? I guess so, if it ties into the series.
I would say the ideas that you just brought up are for sure on display there. I would say what it really is the inclination to sort of look around a corner and dig for what's next. Because for me, I deeply hesitate on condemning human beings for that trait, but I think every single thing is pretty much broken down into what happens next. Like needing to cross an ocean, needing to, again, like look around a corner, needing to, just go too far sometimes, even if it comes out in ways that seem benign or naturalistic in some way. It's always the same trait. And I would say very much so, like the Backrooms in particular, I view it in the context of the series as a neutral technology that's not inherently anything.
I think we're going to see more of Ivan as the series goes forward. I do not think, however, that we're going to see that much of Ivan in the movie. I don't know this. Like I said, I don't have any secret information as far as Ivan's concerned. I just cannot see how a succinct 2.5 hour movie, whatever, will manage to get across all of that in a satisfying way and become an Ivan Beck narrative. I think Ivan Beck is being saved for the web series, as it should. If not, then good luck explaining to your mom how solar storms affect magnetism in the theater next month. I think the story we'll see in the movie will certainly connect, but I don't think we're going to see the conclusion of Ivan Beck's character or get a whole grand arc about him. He'll probably get mentioned, which would be cool and would make me happy, but I don't want to see a resolution there. There's a couple things with Ivan Beck's character that I can't nail down yet. For example, at the end of I Remember, we see that picture of the server room, and there's also an image of computers or servers for the cover image on the track overlooking the sea. And I think that one's pretty self-evident. The sea is the back room, so overlooking the sea, the image is the systems that keep the threshold open. But I'm not sure what the server room is with the line "You have always been here." Perhaps it's recorded data from the back rooms, perhaps it's the computers that were a part of the first threshold. A lot of people will point to this to tie back into the simulation theory that "you have always been here" meant you are always in a computer, but again, I think that's lame. Again, I'm making a lot of inferences off of things I think up until now, but there's some stuff that we just don't have the pieces for yet. So what do I think we're going to see out of the Backrooms movie? Well, like I said, I haven't been told anything directly. As a matter of fact, Kane's lied to me a lot so that I can't do that. But what I do have is a trailer, and I think that trailer gives us a lot to work with. There are currently 2 trailers and a short ARG associated with the film. In the first trailer, the teaser trailer, we see a room in our reality as it goes through different iterations, becoming more and more obscure, eventually becoming the facade of a real room like what we see in the complex. Which certainly means I'm right about my dream theory thing, and I won't be proven wrong, and everything I've said in this video will be right, and Kane will not make me look stupid, assuredly. The film's protagonist, Clark, played by Chiwetel Ejiofor, says this place builds room, or it's more like it remembers them. And the more it remembers something, the less it does. This seems to be in line with everything we've theorized so far. The complex uses spaces in our reality, but makes them different. Less detail, more abstract, maybe just from generations of recreating the same spaces over and over. Or as I theorized earlier, perhaps if it's using memory as a source, less access or time with people's memory, or distance from null zones, you get it. So everything we've seen in the teaser trailer looks pretty good and goes in line with stuff we've seen from the series. I can also confirm, having been there, that the final room we see in the teaser trailer is a real set. And I know I can say that out loud because Kane said that out loud, and if he didn't get in trouble, probably fine. Probably. But in the official trailer, there's a lot more to dissect. For one, we see that Clark owns a furniture store called Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, which Ottoman Empire is an excellent name for a furniture store. In the trailer, we can hear Clark speaking to someone who we can assume to be his therapist or psychiatrist named Dr. Mary Klein, played by Renate Reinsve. Which I just want to say, I mean, obviously it's super cool to see Kane make it this far and get this film made and to see all this hype around it. He certainly deserves it. But it's also really cool to see such high-profile actors be attached to it as well. I mean, Chiwetel and Renate are highly acclaimed actors, and Mark Duplass, who's also set to star in the film, has made some of my favorite horror flicks. Creep was probably the scariest movie I watched in high school. It's cool to see in how many layers this has become such a cultural thing. I'm really proud of Kane. Don't let him watch me say that line. Pretend like you didn't hear that. Clark is saying that in the basement of the furniture store, he seems to have found a null zone, although he doesn't know to call it that. A null zone that, considering he lived to tell the story to Dr. Klein, has reliable entry both ways. In other words, it's one of these good null zones over here. Now remember how I said it's likely that the complex copies things that are near its null zones? And the reason people don't fall into a one-for-one recreation of their space is because perhaps the null zones change which one you go in on and which one you come out of. Well, for this reliable null zone, just like the one we see at the end of Found Footage 3, after Clark passes through, what do we see? A bunch of furniture piled up. This would make sense because right on the other side of the null zone is a furniture store. It seems that the complex is just copying things that are near the door. Clark turns down a long hallway and sees this. This looks like the cardboard caveman from Found Footage 3. Previously, I've thought that the caveman was maybe created by the complex because it's reminiscent of like old Geico standees that used to be outside of cell phone stores. So maybe the one we saw in Found Footage 3 was just kind of an odd single creation, but seeing it again here makes me feel a bit different. What if, for whatever reason, Async is putting these things up? I'll have more evidence for that in just a moment. Clark tells Dr. Klein that he's going to come back with proof and hands her a map he drew of what he walked through the complex. It's not the same layout, but this style of drawing a map reminds me a lot of Peter Tinch's that he drew right before the attack in Reunion. It then looks like the film is going to have some found footage segments, which is really cool. I mean, Kane's series is known for its found footage aesthetic, the old analog horror look. And it's funny because initially the analog horror format was just to hide the imperfections, the fact that it was in Blender. I mean, Kane's series looks amazing, but when you put the analog filter over it, in some places it's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. But because the series has like 100 million views based on that analog format, well, now it's just part of the show. And I'm really excited to see what he does with it in a live action setting. We see them come across a room with a Christmas tree and a bunch of half-sunken bodies in the floor that look like they're made out of the floor. If I'm right about the still life, and these are a bunch of still lives, this is a horrible room to be in. We see one room that appears to be tipped on its side, as it seems our cameraman is walking on the wall and looking to his side, which is actually the tiled ceiling. But if we look at the frame before the camera moves, the ground is covered in piles of clothes and what looks like blood. I don't know how intelligent the still lives or the life forms are, but if they're intelligent enough to have a disposal area, then this looks like a waste zone. Bodies are converted by bacteria into life forms, and then the clothes they don't need are piled up here. That or a ton of people got torn apart right here. Given that the room's on its side, there could be some super elaborate scenario where there was a null zone in the midst of like a giant party or a conference somewhere with a ton of people in one room, and everyone fell through the null zone at once and then like all crashed into the floor of this room, so the bacteria just had a feeding frenzy and made like 100 life forms. I don't know, but it looks like something bad went down here. We see rooms where it looks like the same chair is being copied over and over. We also see a room that has what appears to be pirate ship steering wheels on the wall. And this could track back to my theory about people being in the complex and the complex beginning to steal what they know. So under Robbie's drum set, perhaps it would steal the pirate steering wheel that's in Clark's mind. You know, because of the Captain Clark furniture store thing. I should also mention that the 8-pronged wheel is again symbolic of perhaps the prototype. Not sure if that's what they're going with here, but it's Kane, so you never know. One important thing to take note of is when Dr. Klein comes to find Clark in the furniture store, we see a picture of a bright beach behind her. That'll matter in a moment. Now, there's a couple seconds in the trailer that gives us a ton of information. Walking through the complex, Clark finds a security camera. When he goes to the camera, we see the perspective of whoever's monitoring the camera. So this camera isn't a piece of the complex, this is something set up, most likely by Async. And we get a few things here. Most importantly, the date at the top of the screen. Like I talked about in the timeline, this confirms that at least part of the movie takes place on June 29th, 1990, placing it a month after the events of Static Dead End. Right near the end of the timeline, perfect setting for a story. But what I also want to mention is the thing in the doorway behind Clark. We see a white silhouette with something black in the middle. Well, if we go back to earlier in the trailer when Clark's walking down the really long hallway towards the caveman, if we look at the caveman statue, we can see it's just to the right of a doorway. I believe the shot of the camera is after Clark walks in that door. So the white thing we see through the doorway through the security camera is the backside of the caveman cutout. But if you'll remember the caveman cutout we saw in Found Footage 3, there was nothing behind it. It was just cardboard. But now something is, and it seems that there's a wire ran to it as well. I believe what we're seeing is a speaker. Remember how in Found Footage 3 there were speakers playing weird noises throughout the complex, and I theorized that Async was doing that to lure the life forms? Yeah. I think we're seeing the early stages of that here. Because when Clark was in that long hallway, walking towards the standee, we hear this.
Hello?
Apple.
The audio we're hearing is the Voyager's golden record. So, in 1977, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, two spacecraft, were launched into space. Aboard each of them was a vinyl called the Golden Record. The Golden Record was placed there like a message in a bottle. If any extraterrestrial race found the record, they could play it to understand Earth. It's a novel idea, and the things we put on there are pretty heartwarming. It contains greetings in 55 different languages, which is what Clark hears when he sees the cutout, as well as musical selections from many cultures and sounds of things like footsteps and laughter. So it makes so much sense that when Async started to put these audio recordings out in the complex, that's what they would use. I mean, the complex is the ocean, it's the sea, right? It's space, it's our final frontier. And if there's life forms out there, then we'll try to greet them as kindly as we would want to greet anything else. I mean, from what we've seen in the series, that doesn't go so well, but hey, it's the thought that counts. After that, we see a shot of a few Async researchers. It seems one of them is pulling another one off of something. The one who's being pulled off seems to be holding a fire extinguisher, but pay attention to what's on the wall behind them. We see a stretched image of the same image that was in Clark's store. Similar to the room with the wheelbarrow that we saw in informational video, the complex is taking images of things that exist outside of its null zones and stretching them as if it's trying to put up an illusion. But of course the illusion is distorted from the actual picture. There's a very quick shot we get of Clark going up to the old null zone or the old doorway and not being able to get in. I theorized earlier that perhaps if someone could go out the same null zone they came in, they could get back to where they were in reality, but I don't think these null zones are an exact science. You can probably get locked out, which might be what's happening to Clark here. There's one shot we see on the found footage cam that is an exact setup of the classic Backrooms image, like the OG one from way back on 4chan, and I just thought that was pretty cool. We see one shot of Dr. Klein in Clark's basement. We can see to the left on a whiteboard, Clark's just like me for real. We can see on the whiteboard that Clark and supposedly the rest of his team are mapping out the complex. We also see that, similar to Async, he's used blue tape to denote this anomaly that he can pass through. And then, would you look to the right of Dr. Klein here? What do we see hanging from the ceiling? 5 wind chimes.
What the fuck is that?
Now, I'm not alluding to and don't think that this means Beck is secretly involved with Clark somehow or anything like that. But Kane knows what the wind chimes mean, and I know what the wind chimes mean. And when I see that, I feel like he's winking at me through time. And I don't like it. We get a quick shot of a really narrow hallway followed by Dr. Klein, covered in blood, pushing her way through it. On the floor of the hallway, we see a cord lying on the ground. And on the wall across from the camera, we see what looks like a blue sky. If we look at the scene of the Async researchers, we can see that a similar cord is lying on the ground around them, as well as the picture with the blue sky. So perhaps these scenes take place in the same room, or the one that Dr. Klein is pushing towards is another fake sky or just a blue wall, and maybe Async has these boards all over the complex. I don't know. But after that, we get one final image. A room that seems to be a pool or pool-like area within the complex, and then Clark standing on the other end, listening to the wall. It's very ominous, and who knows what this could be. Maybe Clark loses his mind, maybe this is a still life that looks like Clark. I've got no clue, but what I do have a clue about is that I'm excited. There's so many things we see just in the little bit that we give us that tie into the main series. Like I said, Kane has confirmed that this movie will exist as its own standalone film, but will also tie into the whole series. It won't break the continuity, it will just add to it. Again, I wouldn't go into this expecting a resolution that ties up all the loose ends to the Async storyline. It looks like this is going to be more in line with the found footage tapes we get. It's going to be more personable about someone who finds their way in and stumbles across all the things that Async has done. And there are so many cool things you can do with that narrative, and I'm excited to see where it goes. And if we can just take a step back, is this not incredible? We have been watching this series for years, theorizing about plot points and characters and dynamics and how the science works. And now it's shaping up to be the biggest horror film of the year, one of A24's biggest films of all time. It's such an incredible opportunity to see something that we've loved for so long come this far. And I know there's a lot of people who get annoyed by their interest becoming more mainstream or more people putting eyes on the thing they're into, and I know that, some people, not naming any names, may have potentially, with a few different pieces of media, proliferated that a little bit. But what this means is more success and more resources for Kane. I've said it from the first time I talked about the guy. Kane was meant to be a storyteller, and now he gets to tell them so well. I mean, you think this guy's gonna quit at the back rooms? There's no telling how many films this guy's gonna come up with. The series is to the rooftops, and we got to be there when it was on the ground floor. This is such a fascinating thing to see. I can't wait to support the movie and see it like 4 or 5 times while it's in theaters, and hopefully you're excited to check it out as well. Again, May 29th. But something I really want to emphasize is why Kane's series has been so effective. I mean, there's a ton of YouTube horror series that are really good, and some of them are great, but they don't get to the heights like this series has. And a lot of it, sure, was the idea and the technical prowess. The Backrooms had floated around online forever, and a ton of different creators took their shot at telling a story within the setting. So it was inevitable that someone would come along who had the technical skill to match the setting and make it into something big. But that's just why Found Footage 1 was so successful. That doesn't explain the continued millions of views and tens of millions of views across over a dozen videos. And I think a large part of it is Kane's commitment to the delivery.
And then the floral pattern is the one that I used throughout the entirety of the first short, and which is really just like a pilot at this point, or like a little tech demo that was really fun at the time.
But it is terrifying to think of it as a pilot.
I feel like I have
looking at where we're at right now.
Security about it, where I have to say that each time, just because it was like I made it fun to like decompress. And like it was definitely like that's not the I really enjoyed working on it.
Right.
Some of the most fun I've had on that thing because it was like
you're not devaluing
it was the start. It wasn't like it was just like I was doing the Attack on Titan videos for a while, and it's just like okay, I'm gonna do this different thing, and it'll just be the thing, and it can be whatever I want it to be. And then of course I realized I had to make life difficult for myself and attach it to this other much bigger thing, and then every little choice had to be like scrutinized and kind of gain psychosis.
And now we're standing in.
Yeah, but it resulted in this, and so I feel pretty good about it.
I feel pretty good about the Attack on Titan spin-off you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I spent like, I don't know what it'll cut down to, at least half an hour talking about a character who we have never seen, but has only been mentioned by name, giving his entire lore, background, events that happened to him, how he may be the catalyst for the story, through an unofficial soundtrack that the name of it just relates to the name of the company from the main series on a different channel. And again, it's a soundtrack. It's not even visuals or its own like moving narrative. It's just pictures and sounds and titles. But you can tell from a setup that the message was so precise that the delivery can be whatever it wants to be as long as it keeps its thesis in mind. Kane does it in such a dedicated way that you can learn so much from things that would otherwise be so tangential. I mean, look at some of the stuff they're doing with marketing this film. So A24 started airing this commercial. It's an ad for Captain Clark's furniture store, with Chiwetel in character as Clark advertising the Ottoman Empire. For one, I really appreciate the faith A24 has in the product to do stuff like this. I mean, they paid money to run an entire advertisement that says nothing about the movie. It's expecting that the audience will see it, be interested in why they got seemingly a 90s local TV ad for a furniture store, and then look from there, finding the film. I mean, if you didn't know, there isn't even anything that indicates this is a movie or the back rooms other than the little A24 logo in the bottom right. But if you'll notice, at the top of the screen while Clark is talking, a phone number flashes. And if you call it, this happens.
Okay.
A lot of you may not know what that is. That means it's a fax number. In other words, you're not supposed to call this number with your phone, you're supposed to put it through a fax machine, as the logo next to it indicates. When you do, you get a printed out advertisement for Captain Clark's. There's some funny on the nose wording like, get lost in an endless sea of quality tables, chairs, lamps, couches, and bedroom sets. Get it, see, like the complex is the sea, and getting lost in all the furniture, like again, the complex. But if you'll notice, on the top left-hand corner of the page, there's a date. This date is for May 17th, 1990. And that date has shown up in one other place. Can't remember? Well, if you guess that's the date that Peter Tinch wrote on the wall while he was being held by Async in the complex before his escape, then you'd be right. But you'd also be insane, because why on earth would he have written that? What does that even mean? Why is that on the same day? I guess it could be a coincidence that it's on the same date, but I don't think Kane knows what those are. So, I don't know. I have no idea what to do with that. Yeah, the date Peter Tinch wrote on the wall, we should have known that it would be on the fax number for a furniture store. But it seems that teaching us to fax was leading us to the next step of the ARG. Because A24 also released merch that is a t-shirt for Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, of which I bought 4 of immediately. Which there's a couple things when we look at the back of the shirt. For one, we again see the pirate ship wheel imagery, which is a weird placement for it for graphic design. You would think it would be attached to a ship or something, but it just sitting there makes me think even more of the prototype, you know, the 8-pronged wheel imagery. But also something else to point out is Captain Clark's sword weirdly has 2 blades. Like there's only one hilt, but it looks like 2 swords split off from each other. Perhaps this is a bit of symbolism of the complex copying things the way they exist in reality, but a little bit different. Like, why would you need a sword with 2 blades? This isn't me saying the sword ties into the ARG or anything, I just think it's symbolic of the complex. But on the t-shirt, we get another fax phone number. This one prints out a piece of paper that says, join the South Bay Bulletin Board. On the early internet, you could sign up for these bulletin boards where you enter your email address, and if there's updates or sales, they would send them to you. You know, back before spam mail, people considered it nice to be told when they could buy things instead of flooded with it constantly all the time forever. And here we see another phone number, and this one we do call.
You have reached the South Bay Bulletin Board Archives. This number's been out of service since 1991. For access to the archived South Bay Bulletin Board, visit 408bbsarchive.net.
That address takes us to a website. Here we see an old bulletin board system, and when we hit enter, this is dial-up internet. Again, most of you don't know what that is. The average age of my audience is probably like 12. It allows you to enter your email and phone number so that you can stay up to date, which of course I did, and my editor is going to be nice and not show those things on screen. So assumably, whatever the next step of this ARG is, it'll be sent straight to my phone or email. And that's awesome. But not only that, if you look at the fax paper that we got the number from in the first place, for one in the top left, we can see that this is on May 18th of 1990, so one day after the last fax. But look at the image itself. Around the South Bay Bulletin Board, it's the sun. And beneath it, across the bottom of the page, we have a ship on the ocean. This is, oh my gosh, I love it when people do cool things with the opportunity they're given. This is great. Because to anyone else, this would be completely normal, right? Like, yeah, it's the South Bay of California. They're gonna have bays and suns and oceans. But we know from watching the series that there's so much more in this. We're getting those same symbols that have been important then proven to be important now. The series has never lost itself, it's just became more of what it always needed to be. And seeing Kane have the resources to do things like this is incredible. Normally when something I like gets adapted or goes mainstream, I always have the fear in the back of my head that maybe it'll lose some of what made me love it so much, or there won't be as much dedication to the presentation of it, but I never had that concern with Kane, because every step of the way, he has put this much heart into everything. I mean, who takes the time to add the sun and the sea to a fax paper that is like step 3 out of who knows how many in this ARG? It's that kind of dedication that gets me so excited for the series moving forward and so excited for the movie. And to go back to the question I originally posed, why did Kane's backroom surpass the rest? I think it's because of the conflict in the soul at the heart of the story. Kane's Backrooms isn't the first series to deal with concepts of things like man becoming too arrogant in their drive for science or the future. I mean, we got most of those themes in Jurassic Park. It's also not the first series to deal with things like non-Euclidean geometry or weird impossible spaces. Things like the cosmic horror of the complex itself have been adapted in a ton of different ways. But it's because there's such a consistency in the tone behind what Kane says that no matter how it comes out, it feels coherent. It feels like a part of the whole. The piece of media that I hear get compared to the Backrooms most often would have to be Mark Danielewski's House of Leaves, which I'm sure I'll inevitably make a video about that book and ruin the online discourse around it for about a year. But the story at the core of House of Leaves is something called the Navidson Record. I mean, technically, the story of House of Leaves is a publishing company who was sent writings by a guy named Johnny, who found other writings from a blind guy named Zampano, who wrote about the Navidson Record, which was a documentary film thing that doesn't actually exist. But Navidson Record. Will Navidson wakes up one day to discover that there's a new room in his house, and when he measures the distance through it, the measurement on the inside of the house is a 1/4 inch bigger than the outside of the house. Of course, this would be impossible. If it was the other way around, you could say maybe they're not accounting for, the insulation or the material of the house itself, but there's no way it could be bigger on the inside. This discrepancy drives Will crazy until new rooms begin to appear. Eventually, a door appears in his living room that leads to a labyrinth. A labyrinth of looping hallways and rooms that all look the same but couldn't have been designed by human hands. The space is impossibly large, and whoever built it didn't seem to care for the people who would one day venture in. House of Leaves was published in 2000, and if you think this sounds a lot like the Backrooms, that's because it is. House of Leaves was a huge hit, and a ton of people took ideas from the story, things like the impossible staircases, and the forever hallways, and the labyrinth created under someone's house, and that made its way into a lot of different stories before the yellow wallpaper Backrooms became so popular online, to where a lot of people found that as their first introduction to the concept. And sure, those ideas are cool, and you can do a lot of cool things with them, but what makes House of Leaves stand out is the conflict that Will Navidson has with himself throughout the story. I mean, there's a lot of things that makes House of Leaves stand out, like the way the story is written for one, but there was a soul at the back of everything Will did that made it feel so much more engaging. Will used to be a war photographer. He used to place himself in the most dangerous spots in the world so that he could get the perfect shot, make the perfect discovery. And now there's a cosmic labyrinth within his own home, so of course he wants to dive into it. At every point the danger is surmountable, at every point it seems it shouldn't be worth it, you understand why Will has to keep pushing forward. Because if nothing else, then because it's there. How could we as people see a frontier so strange, so undiscovered, and not step into it ourselves? I mean, it's what we've been doing for as long as we've been around. I mean, it's the sea, right? And what kind of person hangs around the sea long enough and doesn't think about becoming a sailor? Which it's not lost on me that Clark's character is a pirate in his furniture store ads. A sailor who ventures into the sea to take and conquest. Perhaps that may relate to his character arc in the film. Also, his name is Clark, like Lewis and Clark. He's named after one of the most famous explorers in United States history. It's things like that. It's notes of the theme that underline everything that make it feel so consistent. But the struggle of Will Navidson and House of Leaves is one of the things that stuck out the most to me when reading the book, and it's something that reminds me of Async every time I think of it. Now, Kane has never read House of Leaves. Me and his dad keep trying to make him read House of Leaves, but I think that's all the more telling, that both Daniel Lewski and Kane Parsons stood before this figurative sea and thought of explorers. How could someone stand on the shore and not want to step in? Every time I talk to Kane about the series, he emphasizes that he doesn't see Async as evil, just misguided. Sure, some members of Async may be doing evil for the greater good, but as the company itself, as the researchers, who would they not be to want to explore the great unknown? What kind of astronaut doesn't want to go to space? And it's in that righteous desire that they find their folly. The drive of what's good allows the monster, the real villain, to come out. If you'll remember way back in the Backroom series, in the unlisted video that showed a car, no clipping into the backrooms that we then see hit the wall and found footage 2, that video's title was a long string of numbers. Well, this string of numbers is the ISBN code to the yellow wallpaper. The Yellow Wallpaper was a short story written by Charlotte Gilman in 1892. Charlotte Gilman wrote The Yellow Wallpaper based on her own experience with postpartum depression, or temporary nervous depression as it was known at the time. The story The Yellow Wallpaper is from the perspective of the woman who's just given birth, and has now been prescribed rest cure until she feels better. She talks about how all of this is perfectly normal, how it's totally understandable that her husband would do things like lock her in a room and not allow her to come out for several days as she slowly loses her mind. Through the Yellow Wallpaper, she continues to talk about how sickly the walls look around her, how the yellow pattern causes her to feel ill, until eventually she becomes convinced that there is a woman on the other side of the Yellow Wallpaper trying to get out. So one day she tears down the wallpaper and begins crawling around on the ground like she saw the woman do within the wallpaper itself, now believing herself to be that freed woman. At the end of the story, the husband comes into the room, sees what she's doing, and faints, to which, as she crawls around the room on all fours, she simply crawls over him. Now, this story's been talked about for a long time, and there's a lot of different ways to look at it. The most common critique you'll hear is a feminist critique. Obviously, the greatest theme is about the position of women in the 19th century and the intense expectations that were given to them, and how a lot of the time their prescriptions made things worse. Oh, this woman has postpartum depression, we should lock her in a room for weeks. That'll fix it. As we can see from the outside looking in, the prescription wasn't for her betterment, it was to save the embarrassment of her husband. In this critique, the woman seen through the wallpaper at the end of the story is a triumph. It's a more free, powerful version of herself that makes her rip the wallpaper that has made her feel ill off of the walls, and then quite literally step over the husband that did this to her. However, I think it's for a different reason Kane made the code for this story the title of one of his unlisted videos. Obviously, of course, there's the yellow wallpaper. You could imagine the wallpaper from the story being the wallpaper of the complex. But of course, there's the note that it's within the wallpaper she sees a monstrous woman who by the end of the story turns out to be herself. And in her desire to free this woman, that allows the woman to come out, to become her. This feels so much to me like a representation of Ivan Beck. Someone so determined to step into the other side, to take what he feels was taken from him, not realizing that inevitably the complex might as well be nature, and man can never fully tame nature. At its core, that seems to be the central conflict of the story to me. The complex is just the next great frontier, and Async are the adventurers who are seeking to map it. It's so interesting to me because I feel like a story with these same tones could have been told in the 1400s, before the oceans were charted, when sailors feared they would fall off the map or fall prey to monsters. And then in the early days of the space race, what would we find when we ventured out into the cosmos? But inevitably, we filled in the maps now. So the Backrooms ask the question, what if there's more map? What if there was a next great frontier? What could we do other than charge in? It's man versus nature, but with characters in mind like Ivan Beck, it becomes a story of man versus self. What did he lose that was so important? Is it worth the destruction of himself and potentially the rest of the world? What does identity and knowledge and purpose mean to one man when it can't possibly be worth the potential cost? How can the white whale be worth it if the whale is truly that dangerous? But then again, what's Captain Ahab to do? get off the ship. It's a tale as old as time about man's hubris, about exploring new horizons, about sailing over the sea. It's just using the setting of a creepy picture that floated around the internet and asks, what if the next great unknown is all the more terrifying? That's another thing. The inherent horror of the complex is, again, something that's so intrinsic to people. We all have a fear of forgetting, if that be the fear of forgetting loved ones or the fear of losing our memory as we get older. When discussing the backrooms, I see a lot of people bring up the caretakers everywhere at the end of time, a 6-hour art piece that mimics the stages of dementia through music. One of my earliest videos on the channel was me listening through the whole thing, and safe to say, it's a powerful experience. One of the most remembered images from everywhere at the end of time is the final stage, which is presented by a picture turned around. All that can be seen is the blue tape on its back. Now, I'm not sure if Kane began using blue tape so much in his series because of that visual, but nevertheless, both pieces are harkening back to the same idea. What if we're forgotten? What if our existence is just a small drop in a big ocean? I mean, the complex is a space that is actively forgetting us. It takes all of our memories, all of these cherished ideas we have of home and places and people we love, and makes it these bastardized versions, these vague representations of some of the pieces placed here and other things placed over there, and maybe some big picture items, but otherwise blank and empty. It's as if you're watching something's mind deteriorate in real time, but the thing that it's forgetting is us. Carl Jung theorized about something called the collective subconscious. Basically, the idea that there is this invisible collective of human experiences that people draw on when they're born. Basically, the idea of a collective group of thoughts or ideas that humanity pulls from. Things that are simply understood, things that seem passed down to us. Well, in the backrooms, it's as if that subconscious is a place. And what if we peek behind the curtain and we see where our memories go, only to find that they don't matter? They're being erased away as we watch. It's an overwhelming cosmic dread that can be filled in so much of the series. What if our last great frontier is the frontier that doesn't remember us at all? In that sense, it's almost like async is warring against God. The complex is something beyond humanity. It uses our thoughts and our visages as a sandcastle. So by mapping it, by exploring it, are we staking a flag in something so that it won't take our flags from us? Or is it just a death rattle, a final attempt for humanity to take back something we could never hope to conquer? Would it be better to lie down and let oblivion happen, or to sail into it and try to make a difference? Kane's Backrooms is the one that has stuck around, the one that has made it to this level of success because it asked those questions and it asked them so well. There's never a moment of preachiness, there's never a time where characters sit down and all of this is explained in high concept things you'd hear in an overrated YouTube video. It simply takes characters, puts them in the setting, and lets humanity speak for itself. And I think it's those kind of stories that are the most impactful, the ones that simply show us what it's thinking rather than telling us. It's such powerful ideas and such a terrifying structure, and Kane is really getting all it's worth. I can't wait to see where the series goes from here. I can't wait to watch the movie, because at the root of it all, I know no matter how scary the creatures we see are, how much we can theorize about green lights and characters and missing eyes, there's going to be a story at the base of it that matters, something that says something. And it's not something you find every day, but I'm glad we found it this time. There's few things more rewarding than seeing someone doing the thing you know they're supposed to be doing. When it comes to Kane, I can't imagine him doing anything else. This series, the presentation, the deliveries, the theories, the scares are all fantastic. And despite everything, I think this guy's still on the ground floor. Kane, I couldn't be more proud of you, and this couldn't have happened to someone more deserving. Thank you for telling your stories, and thank you for letting me watch. And also comb your hair, or put on deodorant, or something. I hope you're as excited to check out the movie as I am. Again, it's coming out next month, May 29th. And as I mentioned, after it comes out, and after it's been out probably like a month, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film, so we can see how many things I got right and how many things I inevitably got wrong. But regardless of that, for now, I'm just happy you stuck around this long, and I just want to say thank you for watching. It's really cool to see a series that has meant this much to me come this far, and I'm glad we get to watch it together. I said it earlier, but thank you all so much for the support that you showed on the original Backrooms video. Obviously, I didn't have anything to do with Kane's success. He was already huge by the time I found him, and he certainly didn't need my help. But regardless, it is cool that making that first video put me in a position where I could could reach out to him. And now I not only know a cool film director, but I know a cool friend. You all continue to throw me into blessings that I can't thank you enough for, but sincerely, thank you for everything you've given me. Of course, if you somehow still haven't seen Kane's series, I'll have it linked in the description, as well as the Not Kane Pixels channel. Be sure to check all this stuff out. I can talk about it all I want, but nothing beats watching it for yourself. Stay tuned for more videos here. Videos every week, Mondays at noon over on When to Gang, and also if you want to watch the editor bully me while I play video games, you can check out When to Glitch. Really appreciate the support, and you all mean the world. But I believe that should do it for now. Before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. But actually, you know what? I gassed Kane up way too much there at the end of the video, so I need to bring him down a little bit. So let's all remember what the first video uploaded to his channel is. No, I don't care that he was like 12 when he made it. I'm a YouTuber. Bullying kids is like half my job.
Bullying kid is like half my. That was a good. That was a good ending. I like it. I like it. Fuck. What the hell? Hey, Ben. My God. Oh my God. Oh. Hi, Ben. Hi, Goofy. So, Ben, like, what you were doing? What you were cooking? You my pet dead dog. What are you doing? And you were just chatting. You were reacting to something? Oh, hi, Winry. So, please, Raiders, if you got to go eat, like usually has to. Good. We were playing Dream War and also watching some videos. Also now that there is people here, let's rewatch this to promote this stinky cat. Yes, the rubber room. She's coming back. Lovely, as we all should, because I missed the count of Ruby. Not the count of Ruby, you know, the count, comma, Ruby. So I see Goofy. So Henry and Blink.
Okay. Do we win? Do we win? Let's go! Fucking. Ooh. PQ. I hate this boss. I hate it. I hate it. Holy fucking
Okie dokie.
shit.
Have a good day at work, Winry. We miss you, Winry.
No, not this. Not, ew, get off me. Ew. Oh. Did you actually help out for once? Wait. What? Wow. Really?
Are you thirsty?
Oh.
I'm thirsty.
Okie dokie. Thank you. Do we need anything? Granite blocks. What the hell? It's a limestone. Limestone. I don't have granite blocks. How you do good? Yes, I'm chilling. It's a Sunday. There isn't much. It's a chill day. Maybe later I can join Mika to play some DVD. I think he's studying or being a nerd. Da. Sorry, I was checking up notifications. Oh. Taos beer that is coming up. RP, yeah. So yeah, we keep playing Temu. whatchamacallit, Tomodachi Life, which is Rainbow. If you haven't already guessed. Nobody wants all the.
Greetings.
Ocham. Hi Cyber, thank you for the follow. It requires granite. Under another version, wait. Resources, environment, gas. Maybe, wait, hold on. Sandstone, shut the fuck up. Wait, do I have sandstone? Only 20, nope. Fuck that. How much days till we can summon someone new? 2 days. Also, both Winry and Apen are in the pool of people I can summon. Smile. Did I recharge? Yes. What if I put a smelter inside here? Smell. Automatic smelter, yo. What the hell? Wait, what? Automate. Wait, hold on, wait. Extract usable metal from slag chunks. Factory hoppers. Oh. Wait. Oh. Take care, Wolfie. I'm interested in this because I would like to factory floor. Let me see. Conveyor to mincer. Automatic fuel refinery. Oh, assembler. Oh, autoloom. This is for another like factory hopper, factory booster, factory heatsink. Huh. Okay, let's put. Wait, what? Why? Why does it need a bridge? Huh? Let me see. How about Better is going to scream. And I don't mean Atom. No. Automated smelter. Okay, now allows me to do it. Nice. And I need fish arm. No, I need a factory booster. No, factory hopper. I think yes. Auto farmer. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ah, time to see what to watch now. When you place. What else? Problem with War of Rose is I have it so mapped in my brain that I don't know if I can enjoy it. Okay, so now this. Mm-hmm. And this is a conversion bell? Oh, I see. How do I factory hopper add process smelt from chunk? Oh, smelt apparel do forever. Smelt from weapons do forever. What do you mean? No, I'm missing energy. Oh yeah, a video. Let me see. Now what? Smelt apparel. Factory. Underground? No. A simple adjustment from the cover belt allowing I don't get it. Conveyor oven. No. No. Factory. Hopper. Missing. Underground commercial exit. Conveyor. No. It is. Ruby, go! Run! No, of course not. Okay. Weapons appear critical. Mecha high. Huh. That's a terrible place to spawn. Terrible for me. Oh, it's Moo. Ooh, Moo is close by. Moo, use your magnetic abilities. Thunderstruck. Easy clap. Okay, everyone, back to your normal life. Did Moon receive a headshot? It looks like he got in between the eyes. Smile. How does it work? Does this work? Or am I stupid? Wait, maybe. Since a conversion stockpile, and in the stockpile storage, clear all apparel and weapons as far as they are normal quality or lesser. Let's see. Storage, preference critical. And I move this. Oh, it's working. Pouch jump. Imperial. Why this is not working? Does it need the hopper in here? I don't get it. I don't get it. For input and output. Then wait. What is the... now it seems to be working. I think. I don't know. Link critical. No. Up. Wait. Weapons en la pared. And now what? Come on, machine work. Okay. Apparel. Now we tell them the specific. Can we? No, we cannot. Oh well, doesn't matter. Pouchum. Is at 100%. Why is not spitting anything? Storage lower. Okay. Oh, now we're working. I mean, missing inputs. Now what? What? Honestly, I still think this is better. Why am I missing one apparel? The tiles. From maybe like this? No. Okay, no. It's not like that. I will destroy. Destroy thing. It has to be weapons and apparel. Do forever. What now? What the fuck, man? These people cannot see me. Leave. Where are they going? Oh, they are wooden shit. We fight. Anti-air turret. Heavy turret cannon. What is the artillery? Steel artillery. Armored searchlight flame turret. Okay. I need inventory. Wait, no, Kiki. Inventory. Barrel. No. Warhead. Okay. Tu, 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 tu. For the love of God, fire! It worked. Okay. Listo, where is the fire? Oh! Oh shit! The ship is in danger. Danger. Ah! Why? Actun. Will the... For the love of God! Extinguish the fire first. Wait, Pengu can solve this. Pengu, use your magic. Wait, can I... Can I skip water? Is it going to even work? It worked somehow. No. Okay, is that it? No, there is... It's a wee fire. Okay, I have another idea. Sun, roofed area. It should work. Where is fire? Oh, over there. That's a problem. What do you want? No, I don't care. Okay. Oh, it actually occupies not that much. 3x3. I don't get it. Ta-ta-ra-ra-ta. Ta-ta-ra-ra-ta. Ditch. Pavement ditch. Well, Roy. It's Sasha. Let's see. I think I'm going to abandon this base. Well, combat supply, the supplier. Let's see the combat supplier. Oh. Wasn't there like a log? A general log? History. And if it is found, there's a... Okay, let me spin the wheel. Oh, oh. Okay, let's... Hmm. Hmm. Hi, Lana. Row. Oh. What? Let me see. I already forgot the cow strip. It's mine. Cow reference. Yeah, I think the toga is the closest. What color? White. Now we save it. ¿Qué pasa, Lara? ¿Qué pasa, baby? ¿Qué pasa? Sí. Could we go? Have any interesting runaway corruption per the runaway super soldier lab extract signal laborer lending. Is you to lend him fair for you will shuttle Prince Shine. No. Let's see. Salud. Bless you. Okay. Time to fucking people leave. To where? I don't know. What's in there? Ambient radiation. Ugh. A jungle. What's that? No. Wait, can I even travel here? No. Fuck off. Cave system. Ancient stockpile. Sure, why not? What's that? A little mustache. Sure. Wee. Oh. Well, look at that. Another happy landing. Okay. I mean, back on this fish. Atom! Atom! Go back inside. Oh. Eh? Usted no. Ow. 一把下聊，然后。Okay, right back. I want to check what happened with my wee baby. Let me see. Sure, why not? Fuck it.
Mods, extras. We're just gonna get into it and see what happens. It's interesting. The whole thing's inside of like this monitor I see around it. I think I can interact off of it. What's that? Press Q to start. As if I hit Q. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't. Oh no, restart. Oh, press Q to restart. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to do. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Would you like to customize your next playthrough's look? There are many color palettes and display modes to choose from. Why not? I want it to be bigger, right? Okay, I didn't want that. Okay, okay, we're gonna go back. Okay, alright, this is regular, I think. Okay, okay. If it's your first time playing World of Horror, it is recommended that you start with the spine-chilling story of School Scissors option before trying more complex playthroughs. Oh, complexity. Oh, okay. So spine-chilling story of School Scissors, extracurricular activity, quick play, and then customize the playthrough. Interesting. So the complexity on these goes up. There's a locked one, and then there's combat, last stand, difficulty. Okay, I have no idea how these mechanics work yet. Drop below 1 stamina will kill you immediately. Starting new encounters will kill you if you drop below 1 stamina. Okay, we're just... I don't know how any of this works. I'm just gonna hit... Okay, alright, alright. Spine-chilling story of School Scissors. A tiny section of a standard playthrough showcasing one of the available mysteries. Okay. Alright. City of Shiokawa, Japan, 1980-something. Something strange is happening in our town. Robed figures can be seen gathering in the woods at night. People are going missing. Disgusting creatures are terrorizing the seaside. Oh, that's good. The rapid technological progress of the modern era brings comfort, but also new unknown threats. Old gods, malicious eldritch beings who ruled the earth eons ago, are awakening as reality starts to crumble. Armed with clues, spells, and your dwindling sanity, you'll investigate mysteries across the city and in realms beyond. Sick, okay. An old train slows down and stops at its last station. The end of the world is at hand, and you finally arrived in the doomed town. What? Wait, did I just select something? I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I don't think I did. Alright. Welcome to World of Horror. Important messages will appear here. Okay. You found a new item, straight razor. You found a new item, taiyaki. Okay, so this is my like inventory, I'm guessing. Yeah, straight razor, taiyaki. What is taiyaki? Oh, it's fish. Okay. Okay, if I use the fish, I get +1 reason. Oh, here's all the available actions I can do with stuff. So this I can just inspect and use. Tasty. Thank you. Thank you, game. Okay. Straight razor, I can equip. I can inspect. It reminds you of a certain American heist thriller film. You don't need to shave right now. That's funny. It's a Reservoir Dogs reference. Okay, so this is a weapon. Damage 4, speed 90, chance to hit 80. Okay. Just kind of like a little RPG, right? Place item in its equipment slot. Do I want to do that? Okay, so because I equipped it, it now switches over to my weapon slot. I have no bag and no notes, I think. If I click the story so far... Okay. You've been following the weird cult for weeks now, barely surviving the encounter with the skin hag at the nursery. It's a race against time and you can't rest until our town is safe. Huh? The skin hag? Okay. This is a bullet counter. Okay. Level 1. Experience 0. You know, I kind of appreciate games that just throw you in and they're like, well, good luck. Oh, I can go. Okay. Items, spells, and status. Okay, status. I think there's nothing, so that means I'm fine. Spells I can cauterize. Okay. One time use only. Forget this spell, give +1 reason, or cast this spell. Okay. Okay, I have 17 health, 17 mind, I guess, or reality. 17 reality, 17 stamina, or health. My strength is 7, dexterity 5, perception 8, knowledge 7, charisma, I guess, 6, and endurance 4. Or FND, whatever that means. Okay. Alright. I also appreciate the dedication that everything is in this same, like, menu format. Wait, no, I didn't want to do that! Wait, I didn't want to quit the game. I thought I was exiting the menu. I didn't want to. Your playthrough lasted 3 minutes. In this run, you didn't complete any mysteries, didn't see any new events, didn't encounter enemies, didn't unlock any achievements. Okay. Summoned old god. No. Incoming doom. 0. Okay, well, alright, whatever. Okay. Alright, I thought I was wondering, like, why does it ask me if I'm sure I want to quit the pause menu, but I see, no. Well, like it never happened. Okay, I want to equip the straight razor again. Alright. Story so far. Oh, 1984. Okay. This is literally 1984. Okay. Barely surviving. Alright, start the mystery. Combat tutorials on. Okay. Good, I'm gonna need that. Alright. Another boy from your school has disappeared. Rumor has it, a terrible woman has returned from the grave. A woman with the widest smile and the sharpest scissors. This is like that Japanese urban legend of like the slit-faced woman. You knew your friend was up to something when he left his notebook full of cryptic notes. I can send her back where she belongs, he claimed. After he too disappeared, you decided to study the notebook for clues. It details a ritual that claims to stop the wicked woman once and for all. What's the worst thing that could happen? The music goes hard too, I like that. Alright, investigate. Alright, your missing friend has left you a notebook. If the rumors are true, to stop the tall woman with scissors, you'll need to perform a ritual to force her material form to appear in our dimension. Accomplishing this requires first the drawing of an eldritch sigil, then the lighting of holy candles. You can only hope your friend has left them somewhere around the school. Okay. Access storage, explore school, perform the ritual, check out school lockers. Okay. I get what's in. Okay, my own storage. Okay, friend's diary. Okay, so now I can look at it, right? Yeah. Okay, 17, it's scratched out, but it says like, strange tall woman following me all day. Okay. The sigil can weaken the demon for a while. Careful with the lines. Oh, I forget. Right to left, yeah. Rue's acting strange. I need to talk with her after class. I hope she didn't attempt the ritual herself. I've hidden the candles in one of the classrooms. Tomorrow I'll try to perform the ritual. There's like weird little code things there. Other pages seem irrelevant to the case. I hope they're okay. Alright. Okay, so I need to find the classrooms and there's the sigil. Got it. Okay. So I guess I want to explore the school, right? Look at my stupid head. Gosh, it's like how big mine is in real life. Anatomy class. You hear a faint sound while walking outside the biology classroom. Inside is an old anatomy model. Its heart beating. Sight almost makes you sick, -1 stamina. Oh, so by seeing things that like go against reality, like the model having a beating heart, I lose health. Okay, so I'm not supposed to expose myself to like the impossible. Okay. So when I say resolve event, it does the tick and gives me -1 health, I see. So don't go insane. Got it. No chalk or candles. You feel like something horrible is happening within the school. You must hurry and find those items. Okay. Is this an actual timer? Or is this like a number of steps? Since this is a time limit, I feel like it's an actual timer, so I'm definitely going to die the first few times, but I can figure this out. All right, so nothing here. I want to explore the school more, right? Okay. All right. A tall woman with an unsettling face and twitching lips stops you. I'll be your new biology teacher. Could you help me move some stuff to my new office? Okay, so if I go with her, I die, right? Like if I help her, she kills me immediately, right? I'm gonna decline for now. Okay. All right. She suddenly grabs your hand. Oh, I insist. I can't choose. What happens if I press this now? I can't. Okay, well, I have to help her. Luck check success. The creepy substitute teacher hands you some old books to carry. Among the mundane titles, you find one called Extinction of Mankind. You shudder, feeling the teacher's gaze on your back. +5 experience. Okay. Okay, so that's all I had to do. She didn't kill me, surprisingly. You found an additional page from your friend's diary. It seems that the blessed chalk was left on the roof. You must hurry and find it. Okay. Does that mean I want to open friend's diary or... Okay. Keeps telling me to hurry. Okay, do I peek outside? What's that mean? You found an additional page from your friend's diary. It seems that the blessed chalk was left on the roof and you must hurry and find it. To open the door, click on the handle and drag the mouse with the mouse button. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You shouldn't risk that again. Alright, well, explore the school. La 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 la. Alright, well, that's certainly not normal. Something's wrong. Really? I couldn't figure that out. Instead of a clear blue sky, you see the bloated corpse of a long-forgotten deity looming over the school's roof. You know, like you do. The barrier between worlds is coming apart. You must hurry or risk being noticed by whatever eldritch horrors still lurk there. All right, I want to run, right? Okay. That didn't work. You raise your head in time to see Athiozel Yola's that single eye glaring down at you. You scream as your mind is flooded with forbidden knowledge and your skin is etched with ancient runes and curses. So I get 20 experience and a curse, which is now in my eye. I see. Okay. But I made it to the next class, which, you know, sometimes it just happens. Who knows? So wait, what's my curse? Casting spells.
I'm back.
Doom. Okay. Well, I haven't casted any spells yet, so my doom should be hypothetically
I had to give kisses to my to make it.
Cauterize stuff. Don't need to do that yet. If I click experience, nothing
The
happens.
problem with
I found the blessed chalk, which I can use to draw the sigil.
World of Horrors, despite being a great game, in my opinion,
That's certainly something.
is
Okay. I need
that
to okay, I see. All right, so because I have his diary, I can just look and see that's it. Careful with
once
the lines.
you
Yeah, so now
you
I'm
beat
gonna try
this
to mimic
like
it. Okay.
very
That looks kind of
repetitive.
right. If I can get the triangle. No.
What's
This has
that?
to be on the side and it's a triangle with the line. Kind of like that. And then this should be a triangle. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Well, the triangle's flipped. I don't know how much that matters. It has to matter, right? Okay. Can I get a triangle going the other way? Okay, I think that's as close as we're getting. Oh, it says it should be correct now. Okay, so we're good. We're good. Okay. It was probably doing that the whole time and I didn't even notice. Okay, so now I want to go back and find the candles that are on the roof, right? As you enter the school gym, you notice a strange black doll propped up against the wall. I don't have anatomy class perk. Can I just leave? Can I go somewhere else? All right. I guess I get closer to. Okay, that's not a doll. Against your better judgment, you approach the doll. What you see makes you gasp in horror. The doll isn't a doll. Your sudden movement causes tiny black spiders to flee, revealing a white, half-eaten curtain. Okay, corpse. All right. You know, that's the most normal thing. Sound of scissors is getting louder. Okay. I need to go. I don't want to go to the schoolyard. I want to go to the roof. How do I go to the roof? I don't. Okay. All right. You hear faint sound while walking outside. It's staff. Okay. Wait. You found holy candles in your friend's backpack. You lit them as instructed by the notebook. Everything is ready for the ritual. Okay. So I need to perform it now. Wait. What's that? Okay. All right. Okay, the sigil and holy candles don't seem to have any effect on the horrible monster. Have you drawn it wrong? Frozen in fear, you watch as the twitching horde gets closer and closer. It raises its enormous scissors and croaks. Am I beautiful? All right, this is gonna do nothing. I'm about to die so hard. Twisting and twitching, the demon woman enters the classroom, cackling menacingly. Am I beautiful? Okay, all right. Turn-based combat, got it. During each turn, you'll build a sequence of attacks and moves from the action ring. Once you fill the sequence bars, press C, or what the sequence bar is C, press the launch sequence. Fill the white bar with combat moves and click the launch sequence to attack your enemy. Right-click delete the last combat move. Okay, well, all I have... Okay, all right, all I've got is this knife that is already in my hand, I think. So I'm just gonna say,
Today.
Alright, sure, I'll kick it. Why not? Can I just
Trace
kick
of
it 3 times?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna kick it 3 times, everyone.
That's
We're
done.
gonna see what that does.
Rain.
She stabs me. Who could have guessed, really? Alright, oh wait, now I can do more stuff. I can attack with my weapon. Perception based, straight razor. Alright, I need a gun. Alright, well, don't have that. Your next attack has an additional 10% chance to hit. Guaranteed hit. Wait, how much time does something take?
I want to
so
reroll
I'm
it.
gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do a strong attack, right? Because it'll be a bunch of prep, and then I'll definitely hit, right? That's how that works. Then I'm gonna kick him. Yeah. Wait, what do I have to do? Hey, why can't I launch? Oh. Wait, no, I wanna... Wait, what's this? Support actions. Oh, this is my defensive stage? Oh. Okay, oh wait, I didn't see this change. With time, you will discover new combat moves. First, you need to find a weapon. Okay, so I'm just gonna do what it says. Find a weapon, and I'm gonna do that. Okay, I found a broken bottle. A new item's appeared in your inventory in the upper right corner. Select the item with your cursor and open this item's sub-menu. And select equip. Okay, okay, I'm gonna equip it. All right. She's gonna stab me right now. Okay. Well, now I want to do the attack thing I had planned. So I'm gonna do a prepare, and then I'm gonna do a strong attack, and then I'm gonna. Okay. Well, that. Yeah. All right. We'll just do that. I slashed her for 4 health. Pretty good, right? She has 22, but you know that's 4 down. And then she cut my face open, and I have 7 left. Okay.
Oh, pretty.
Okay. Well. You know, I can't do a lot about that right now. Alright, so I'm gonna, I guess I'll just punch her again, and I'll just do that. Okay. Okay. She stabbed me. Okay. Can I equip the, okay. I feel like this is, this looks pretty cool, right? Because it's a razor, so I'm just gonna equip that. I don't have time to change equipment. Well, guess what? I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna stab her again. And then she's gonna stab me, and yeah, I guess. Okay, so I'm just gonna stab her again. And then I'm stabbing the ghost. Okay, yeah. Well, you know, it's about
another happy ending.
Not the dog in the fight, really. Frozen in fear, you watch as she gets closer. Her sharp scissors are slowly cutting through your cheeks as she asks you, "Am I beautiful?" Alright, I've perished. Yeah, I figured that one out. Killed by a scissor woman, level 1. Alright, well, we don't really need to get into, you know, what level it was or anything. There's timelines, there is old gods and doom, and I feel like I thought I had the sigil right, but I feel like fighting her then was not what I was supposed to do. So, I saw 4 new events, that's good. Alright, we're going to try that again. Okay, so there's like 3 of these. And there's also difficulty. Okay, so low is skeptic. Okay, random, low, skeptic, initiate, something weird is happening. Cultist, which is what I currently have selective. Evil forces are gathering around Shikawa. And then true believer, then harbinger of doom. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so if I select this, it's... Okay, story difficulty, where it's just to get the story. Easy, normal, hard, and very hard. Okay. So it has like the fun name and then what you're doing. Got it. So I'll stay on normal. I'm in the standard timeline, or timeline A. Timeline B is a cult capital of Japan. Every year our city is visited by hundreds of tourists interested in the paranormal. Huh. Interesting. I'm not sure what that would change. I'm standard, and then combat is last stand. So in last stand, starting new encounters will kill you if you drop below 1 stamina or reason, but you can drop to -5 in combat. This option will allow you to rethink your strategy, forget spells, or use a healing item. I don't think they gave me -5. I think I just died. Unless I went to -5 and I didn't know that. Alright, we'll just... Yeah. Our town, there's woods, and there's stuff, and it's happened. Yeah, okay. Alright, start the mystery. Okay. Alright. I want to go to the school immediately. Alright, this time I want to just help her right away. And it was fine. I get 5 experience without losing health, okay? You feel like something horrible is happening? Okay, I wanna keep exploring. Okay, not a lot that can be done there. I think I just lose 1 stamina. Okay, oh, it was left in the pool. Okay. Let's check out the school lockers. We didn't do that last time. Okay. Some of them have sigils on them. Alright, this... Okay. Alright, well, that did something. Okay. It's not what a locker looks like. Okay. I have a bat. Can I take the bat? Oh, I do have a bat. Yeah, let's go. I have a bat. I'm gonna equip that just for, just so I do have it. Oh, what's this? You need a tiny key to open this locker. Okay, well, this is like the void, so I don't want to do that. Alright, it's not letting me there. Alright, so we already did lockers. Let's go to... I want to peek outside. Let's just keep exploring the school. I don't want to do the schoolyard. Oh, the thing's not here yet. Okay, you noticed a backpack drifting on a swimming board in the middle of the pool. Could it be what you're looking for? Suddenly the water turns murky and you realize you're not alone in the pool. Prepare for combat. Oh, okay. A bloated figure emerges from the pool, blocking your only way out. Okay. Alright, oh, I'm gonna nail this guy. 16 health. Oh, baby, we're back. Alright. So, I'm just gonna start swinging this bat at him, right? No, I want to swing my bat. Can I not open with equipment? It has to be like... Oh, it's still tutorial mode. Okay, so it's making me just do a basic. Alright, well, I'm just gonna kick him 3 times, okay? Yeah, look at that. 6 health lost, okay. They disappeared underwater. Alright, so now, wait. Is there something I can do to... Wait, what's that do? I can't do that yet? Oh, what does I do? It's not even telling me what that does. What happens if I him a bunch of times? Find weapon. You know what? I'm just gonna... I'm gonna miss him, right? Well, what if I do this thing that says my next attack's a guaranteed hit, and then I do a heavy hit, which will deal 6 damage to him according to that. Then I do a basic hit. What happens then? Okay, well, let me do that. Okay. Oh, it wants me to do one of these now. I see. Alright. Oh, I'm not... Okay, I keep forgetting I'm in a tutorial mode. Alright, whatever. Look for a weapon. Yeah. And he's back up. Okay, did he hit me? Oh, I'm bloated. Why am I bloated? Why did I take so much health? Okay, I found a branch. Whatever. Do I have to? I don't want the branch. I want to use the bat. Here, let me grab the branch. Oh, look, it's so much better than the bat I'm using. Okay, I'm going to equip it because you want me to, game. Now I'm going to equip the bat again. I don't have time to change equipment. Okay. Yeah, whatever. All right, I'm going to do the... I'm going to swing hard on you like twice. All right. He only has 3 health left. He gurgles and murmurs. All right. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm just going to spam... swing this at you, and you're going straight to heaven right now. Let's go. You defeated the bloated teacher. I beat my teacher to death with a stick in the swimming pool. Let's go. All right, so I got the chalk that way. This is where I have to mimic the ritual. Okay, see, he's got... Oh, it's a different symbol now. Okay. It's good to know. All right, triangle with the lines. Okay. It should be correct now? That's correct to you? Why is it saying it should be correct now? That's not what was on the thing. It should be correct now. This is a completely different one than what it just was. Whatever. Okay, I'll just leave it. If you say so. Maybe that doesn't matter for some reason. Okay. Well, I still need to find the, candles. Shouldn't I find a way to heal? Oh wait, yeah, that's right. I've got the fish, which gives me heals, right? Nah, it just gives me reason. I want... What about spell? It's cauterize do. Okay, I should use this because it give me 2 health, right? Okay, cast this spell. I don't have the anatomy class perk, so I have to get closer to it and I have to lose 2 reason, yeah. Okay, I need to find the tall woman. Oh. I'll be your new biology teacher. Could you help me move some stuff to my new office? I help her, right? Because of last time? The creepy substitute teacher hands you dusty old biological specimens. The rest of the smell, formalin, almost makes you drop the jar. Should fetuses have so many legs? 2 stamina. Well, there goes the cauterize I just did. Alright, I found the candles in the friend's backpack. You lit them as instructed. Everything's ready for the ritual. So now I'm going to perform the ritual. but it's the right one this time because it said it would be the right one, and it wouldn't lie to me. They don't seem to have any effect again. Okay, it has to be something besides drawing it. There has to be, I don't know, there has to be something. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna, you know what? We're gonna swing with my stick right now, and it's gonna do, yeah, nothing. Scissors, woman slashes you with their scissors. Oh, who could have guessed? The enemy attacks you. I took off 5 for health, but this isn't gonna. Okay, just spam the stick. Just spam the stick.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Hi, Kiki. Welcome back.
Just get this over with. Yeah.
Cheers.
Okay, I have 2 health. Wow, it's crazy. Alright, what if I... This isn't gonna help, but if I can switch back to this... It's time to change equipment. Well, I'm glad the game...
By the way, here is Shadow. You should want that.
That's awesome. I'm just gonna prep.
There he is.
I'm just gonna wind up and then die.
And yes, there are bullets because we are in a spaceship. Go figure. And this is you.
Yeah, I get it. You're very scared. Yeah. Just put me back. Yeah. Wait, a sigil flashed for a second. Did you see that? Was I supposed to keep track of that? Okay, it's too late now. Yeah. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm investigating, alright. Okay. It's gonna be different this time. Okay, I can draw this, but the game's gonna tell me it's wrong. Okay, I don't want to start with this. Can I not get a... Okay, oh look, I lose 2 reason. Wow. Okay, alright. I'm gonna go explore the school again. I'm just gonna keep exploring the school even after I find stuff. Tall woman, I have to go with her. Luck check failed, lose 2 stamina. Awesome. Alright, you found the additional pages, explore the school. La. Oh look, nothing's outside. Enter the water.
A handbell concert?
Prepare for combat.
A handbell?
Alright, I'm just gonna spam the kick again.
Handbell.
Got some health. Now I need to find a weapon. I got...
Sure. Huh. What happens if I do this? Doesn't... the trumpets of... the trumpets of Tahoe. Never mind. I was hoping... Let me... Pause. Let me think. What could we watch? Please, we have a new Creepcast. Oh, yippee! What time is it, by the way? Oh, maybe a wee bit more and then call it for today. What happened? Ah, solar flare.
Welcome back to Creepcast! We're in person again, baby! Back in the library. We're reading 3 little grab bags. Wait, were these ones that were on Tales from the Creeps?
No.
These are all
Oh, okay.
These are all older, but we are getting...
Wait, let me put another then. If you don't want to... So you don't have to run. If you another thing. Okay.
We are going to be reading some Tales from the Creeps here pretty soon. These are
Did I
this
say?
is 14
I
years
think.
ago from a deleted user. This first one that we're reading is called The Strangest Security Tape I've Ever Seen.
Yep.
And then wait, the next one is My doorbell sends a motion detected alert every night at 2:53. I found a forum full of users experiencing the exact same issue. Now something seriously strange is going on. And then lastly, I was an air traffic controller at Atlantic Municipal Airport, Iowa for 27 years. My first year at the job, I unwillingly went from a firm atheist to a believer. The long overdue end. These are fucking old. With long ass titles like those, you bet your bottom dollar these are fucking old stories, dude. Good lord.
Well, the doorbell one's 4 years old.
The doorbell one is?
Yeah.
I was harkening back, dude. It has an old soul.
Yeah. So yes, we are in person again. Harry picked me up from the airport. Not Hunter. Harry picked me up from the airport, which I was going to hang over him, but we're getting started on the recording 2 hours late because I overslept. So
that is true.
This is really
we are
behind. If you think about it,
we should actually already have an episode done.
You made me wait at the airport, so I made you wait at here.
That did not affect literally anything.
It could have, hypothetically, given time and constraints and stuff. So I think we're even. Is what I'm trying to say. But okay, all right.
Hey, if you're listening on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, leave us a good review. And if you are on our Patreon, thank you, or consider joining the Patreon. There's good stuff there. Don't get that shrug in there. There's good stuff.
Well, I think the shrug's on brand for you. You do like the sad e-boy thing a lot.
Yeah, when they see me, they usually just think of an e-boy.
I mean, by definition.
Can morbidly obese people be e-boys? I don't think they can.
You're not morbidly obese.
Morbidly.
And yes, you can. You absolutely can.
I don't know.
Yeah. So the strangest security tape I've ever seen has been recommended a ton. I don't think you're familiar with this story, but it is an OG. This thing's been around a while. Pretty much everyone who did like creepypasta readings back in the day covered it. We will begin with that one, and then get into the other ones. Harry said that there is a theme to these stories, like an interconnected thing.
You know what?
So we'll see what that is as
I
we
need
go.
to say
But we
I need to play
begin
another
with the
thing.
strangest security tape. Are you ready to get into it?
Oh, I'm ready.
Then let us begin. I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. Already a terrifying entry. Pennsylvania.
I've been to Pennsylvania. Went to Philly. Yeah. One of the worst cities in America, easily.
That's just a scary
Maybe
setup.
not as bad. They just love to hate and tear down.
I worked at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays all right. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy.
Refresh.
Jeremy is weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time. Then the entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, and the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime under the table, so obviously I took the offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it'd be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed that money. Took the tapes home, popped them in the old VCR, set back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. A regular. Picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers passing through, just like any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. Back inside, the only thing more boring than doing this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching, though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought, but then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came in again. Bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up, and the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine.
Don't get Diesel. Don't get Diesel.
I found myself whispering to my empty living room, but he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy is rich, owns a lot of trucks,
I set something off. Well then.
and just moved into town where something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out, and then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes, a newspaper again, and paid with the 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky guy Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of his first hour of... Do what?
I said motherfucker.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Hunter. He had run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. That's a neat touch, because I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, this is just a looped hour of footage, but you can see him, Jeremy, being different in between each person and stuff like that.
I used to work at Dollar General back in the day.
Is there anywhere you haven't worked? You've had like
I've worked at a lot of places.
That's crazy.
I used to work at Dollar General back in the day, and some of the people I worked with, I feel like you could show them this footage, and they just would not give a fuck. Like, do you think people would be? Do you think you'd be like, honestly? Do you think you'd be like, that this is insane? Or like, do you think that?
I think if they thought about it, I mean, if they were absent-mindedly looking at the screen, then no. But if they took time, like, it is weird that these people are on tracks over and over for some reason.
Just spent the whole day?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people I've worked with, they'd just be like, I don't know, it's just weird. And they'd just turn off.
You know? I mean, there are some people who maybe, I guess, would be low IQ enough that they'd be like, yeah, this is some, like, incomprehensible entity. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Boop, boop. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching, just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty, the next second his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera, he was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone, just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. Skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code. No alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned the tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body's exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I work in a few hours. The boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I going to say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them again. But I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see something like that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I've ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm going to try again to get some last-minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update at 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too, and Jeremy's due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a screwed up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm going to talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this.
Very well.
I'll update again tonight. I have a really bad feeling about how this is going to
Champion
end.
just
Update
subscribed for
433.
14 months.
No sign of Jeremy.
Zero
Tried
Corgi
calling
Lurk
him, but his phone
Neuro.
has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 533. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling
just
him,
like that,
his phone has been
he gone
disconnected. Calling the police.
to the
That exact
sunset.
loop repeats again at 6:33, 7:33, and 8:33. So at the 33 interval of every hour, the same thing he was seeing on the security camera with the customers, the loop. Until there's an update at 10:58. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work, Jeremy never showed up, but my boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call though, the sun went out. I shit you not, that's what I thought happened. Apparently, I blacked out for exactly 5 hours because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop and then I snapped out of it at that exact point I blacked out. That makes sense.
Because I was thinking what to play, and I But actually my brain is so smashed. I'm a bit tired.
But that's when things got really weird.
There we go.
My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up.
Hope you're having a good Sunday.
I looked at the clock again, and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. Clock on the register, computer screen, wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got out of there. Didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out. Sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway and cars were parked all along it, except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. Static from the radio turned into music like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell by listening to the host talk in between songs, no one noticed the time freeze, or whatever it was.
Chilling.
I was the only one.
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it.
I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything, but my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employee applications on file. Since Jeremy just started working here, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot, or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son who they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson, and the entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station.
What are you, crazy?
I said, but he assured me that the cops were there with him. Then he dropped a bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway, so I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said,
"Oh Christ, we've got another one on our hands."
Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words when I told him the story are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I've got to go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime, under the table, and I'm trying to save up for vacation so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that will be that.
So the end, did he just like forget that he just did that?
It's a time loop. It's a bigger time loop.
Oh, he's in a bigger time loop.
Yeah. He's in this like bigger pocket of that. I don't know where. So this is a story people share around a lot, talk about a lot. I get it. It's a fun little
Was it also just one of those stories back in the day that it was so new that it was like, oh, that's a cool way? I didn't know.
It's a cool concept.
I didn't know that you could approach creepypastas in that kind of way or something.
Yeah. And I mean, like the idea of someone watching security tapes and time loops are fun and stuff like this.
What do you think
If you say so.
What do you think about the oil?
The arson. If I had to guess. It's tied to the arson somehow, because it's an empty lot and there was a fire a long time ago. So maybe Jeremy's obviously the estranged son, right? But maybe it's not so much an estranged son. Maybe like Jeremy is some entity who's always been this age, and like the family knew, and then the house burned down. But maybe to the family, like they're still existent in a time loop for like the past 30 years. And Jeremy's the one, like the thing causing the fire, and now he comes here and it's starting to spread basically to other people. And now we see here that there's time loops within time loops, because he thought that earlier the previous night, he's like, whoa, I just went through one, not realizing the whole day, like 24-hour cycle is a greater one as well. So it's some entity
Okay,
that's like
have fun. Thanks for dropping by. Also, thank you for the
stuff like that. And also we don't know how far it spreads. Because if the house that's on fire is in a time loop,
14 months.
but to everyone else, there's a lot
Wait,
that
before you
burned down
go,
years ago.
use exclamation point.
Story.
Oh.
This was like a while back, but it was like in Illinois, in southern Illinois. There's this like O'Reilly's
Limitaste con
manager
entradita out.
that was like dumping oil in like in like a bucket or something, and he would like wipe his skin with it.
Wow.
Take off his oil. I don't know if
We
it was
have
used, but
very
I thought
Sunday.
I heard something where he had
Wow.
like some kind of bucket in the back. He would like take off his shirt and like rub oil on his arms and his chest and all that kind of shit. I didn't know if it was going to something like that. I mean, arson thing's kind of cool, but
Very Sunday.
would have been
Very.
cool if Jeremy was. Also, I do like all these. You know, all these old stories. There's just like some.
It's increasing.
I mean, borderline
He's
autistic guy.
gaining power.
Almost always, and they're just like, yeah, he's a freak. He's such a weirdo. Let's watch him on the cameras because I feel like he's stealing oil. You know what I mean?
I mean,
a lot more cruel back in the
I
day. I
call
feel like.
Jeremy who flashes onto the camera.
You lose power.
I
When
would
they,
call that
when
autism.
they first talk about him, I mean, they.
How many autistic people do you know that can create time?
First of all, they don't know that. No. Well, first of all,
You
they
know,
don't
we
know
like
that. I'm
that
saying that
sometimes.
when they're first starting,
All
they're
of
like,
them. Yeah, someone said.
yeah, everyone raises their hand. No, I'm saying that I'm saying when they first talk about him, they're like, oh yeah, he was a fucking. What did they say? I mean, what did they say? They said he was like slow and he was a weird guy. Had a weird laugh. Also, what do you think his laugh sounded like? What do you think his laugh sounded like? That was like the one distinguishable thing about him.
Like either a Tommy Taffy like overly thing or like a devilish laugh. I would imagine.
I don't know if that one has column.
That's a crazy of a laugh.
Never mind.
If I told you a joke and you went, yes, I would think that was pretty crazy.
I almost prefer that laugh over your laugh. You get high. It starts low, then goes high. You're the Jeremy in this situation, dude. Now I'm gonna picture that security cam footage. You're just like waddling around the store.
Why do I waddle?
I don't know. Well, because they made him sound. Did they not make him sound like a dopey bastard?
You just added that I waddle without precedence.
No, the waddle is just because of the dopey thing. I mean, am I wrong? Didn't they say that? They definitely were picking on this guy. Do you think that he like saw like? Do you think he like saw?
Is he not like a time looping dimensional thing that's caused the death of people and is
So is Jeremy an entity?
I think so. Yeah. The way he pops into the camera then disappears. Yeah.
Oh.
He puts everyone else in these time prisons.
Well, if you were an entity, why
just
have
a guy.
3 people come in and get like cigarettes and a chocolate bar and gas for? I mean, like, what is that
spreading? It's like it started with the house. Now it's spreading to other places.
Oh, so it's just like infecting other areas in this time loop.
Yeah, I don't know what his reasoning is, but the FBI seems onto it because of that whole we've got another one of these. So it seems like they're aware that it's spreading. We don't know why, but
I wonder what the laugh did sound like. Also, what do you think he saw?
Apparently, it sounded like my laugh because it's worse.
Well, I don't think it's as bad as your laugh, but I think that the. No, I'm joking. You have a nice laugh.
Okay. I'm going to pause in the meantime for the ads. I'm going to see what can I play in the meanwhile. Fucking hell. That should have helped. What can I play? What can I play? Yes, you're welcome. I have some games, but I don't know if I want to start them now. Is the eternal thing? Maybe I should. You know. Let me see. I'm going to. I might play some DVD If you want to play, show me my VC. Corazoncito XD. Tururu, turu, turu, tu. Fucking orange. Sorry, I saw Nina's photo on my Discord. She's laughing at the sun. And I'm dialing my eye. Let me see. Oh, it crashed. I might need to. Never mind. Okay.
Very nice. The what I mean, what do you think he could have seen that would cause such a laugh? Well, especially an entity.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The entity's laugh. They're saying that Jeremy's laughing like, oh, he had a weird laugh. It was always weird.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what I'm wondering.
he's
What would it-
obviously trying to fit in. He has a job at a gas station. That'd be weird.
I would say that's a fucking terrifying laugh.
Yeah.
He's like reading he sees a shirt that's on like one of the racks at the store that says like, what's that one thing? It's just like, I need to activate protocol coffee or whatever the fuck it is. What is it?
I need a firmware update in the form of coffee.
I need a firmware update in the form of coffee. He reads that shirt. He just,
Okay, DVD doesn't want to work.
that would be fun.
Fuck that.
Watch him.
Fuck
That
that.
motherfucker's chugging 5W30 in the
He's
back.
stealing the oil. Yeah. But yeah, this story is a classic. It's fun, especially 14 years ago. Especially then, the market for scary stories that was out there. So
Sometimes I feel like this podcast would be a lot funner if we were like 8. Because I feel like a lot of people, when they were reading this stuff back in the day, you were. Yeah.
How do I interact with that?
Listen, I need I ran out of my firmware update. I might need another one. I'm saying that kids reading these for the first time might be like, isn't that crazy?
So let's do this.
I didn't have that. I didn't have that. What age did you start reading these? God, 14 years ago, you'd be a fetus.
11. I was 12, 14 years ago.
So I mean, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
it's like kids that age being like, "Are you serious?"
Yeah, that's when all this stuff freaked me out. Yeah.
Because I feel like sometimes our viewers want that.
Us to be scared?
I don't think necessarily scared.
We've been scared
but
in episodes. As
oh,
adults.
definitely.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that I think that generally there's a want or desire for someone to be like, "That's awesome."
Yeah.
Is it bad that I'm not giving that?
I think it's a cool concept. I'm not like, this is a terrifying, super... Like, no, the strangest scare tape I've ever seen isn't some magnum opus of writing. It's just good for when it came out, and it's an inventive concept. It's not another creepy... It's not... Yeah, the whole tying it in, that's also another tale of, like, old creepypastas when it's like, it's the haunted house down the street that they say the woman died at 10 years ago. Like, they always tie it to some, like, tragedy that happened back in the
that's just
day.
because if you think about it, 2012, I mean, by that time, Ghost Hunters and like Ghost Adventures, all that shit was popping off. I feel like they tie it in because that's what those shows
and also,
did too.
most horror movies did that too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Ghost stories, all that kind of stuff.
Most horror movies have something where it's like, oh, well, we found this newspaper that said someone died in the house 40 years ago.
How about a fucking guy? How about a time entity that's using oil, rubbing it on his skin like that guy from the O'Reillys that I read about?
Yeah.
And he's looping time to where it'll like affect his skin or something. He wants oil skin.
I mean, I think honestly you could have done the time loop thing without tying it into the old thing. And also, I'm kind of reaching a bit to make the connection between like that's a time loop there and stuff like that.
I don't think it's that. I thought it made sense.
Well, I think that's what's implying, but it's like kind of a weak connection between them. You could do without it.
Kind of a Capri Sun.
Yes. Okay, we saw. My biggest takeaway from that was that this like supernatural time loop entity's name is Jeremy.
Having a
we said let's call him Jeremy.
Having a supernatural time entity named Jeremy is kind of a creative choice.
Yeah, his actual entity, his actual name's like Gorgon Lucifer.
Dribbly is dead.
He drives. Yeah, he rides to work every day on his mongoose bike with 4 pegs.
You're so sweet, Harry. Thank you, buddy. Very kind. Harry wakes me up after I sleep in an hour and a half.
Yeah, because I went down there and said, "Go fucking wake him up," is what I said.
No, not pointing any names. But he does that.
I mean, not pointing any names at you, motherfucker.
No, I think you know, it could have been. It's really one of those like, you know, glass half full, half empty kind of things. But Harry brings me a coffee. Now he brings me Red Bull and Diet Coke. This guy.
Couldn't help but notice a lack of Capri Sun. I think that says a lot about your character.
Yeah, it says a lot about you right after you said you wish you were 8 years old.
I'm saying that I wish that we were 8 years old doing this so we could have fantastical experiences reading this. I feel like if I was 8 years old and I read that, my mind would be fucking blown.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I was like, I wish that we were 12.
Hey, age of the average creepcast viewer.
I wish you were 12.
What the fuck?
Also, we could get on bikes. Ride bikes to a recording.
You can do that now.
No, not really. Okay. I'm saying that if I sat there, we did. Hey guys, we're gonna go read a scary story down at my mom's barn.
Yeah.
And we get on my mongoose. You're on the back pegs, and we're like, woo! And we have a GoPro footage of that. People would love that.
If we were 8. If we were 8.
Yeah, kids. No, you're like, I mean, I'm like 40. You're like,
for one, half of these people would love to see both of us on a bicycle anyway.
I don't think there's any structural bike that could hold me at this point. Maybe the mongoose. Maybe. Is mongoose still a thing?
I have no idea. Are they?
I think so. I think it's on Walmart.
You see?
Yeah.
Mongoose bikes.
So that was a good story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hunter loved it.
This is a pussy getter right here.
Okay. Those were pretty cool.
Well, maybe not this one. If they don't have pegs, then
you can add.
Do kids even care about pegs anymore?
I don't think kids are biking like they used to. I mean, maybe they are. I'm gonna get my kid a bike, you know, when she's old enough.
That's cool too. See, now I'm just, you know what I had when I was younger, or not what I had, what my buddy had that I used to ride when I was younger?
What?
I was a fat little boy. And my buddy had one of those fucking, remember when like West Coast Choppers was really big? Or you're so much younger than us. You remember when it was like an Easy Rider motorcycle bike, but it was in the shape of like, it had like the fat back tire and the skinny front tire.
I've seen those before,
Impossible to ride up hills. It was horrible, but it looked so cool. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
I had a bike kind of like that. My parents, we got really into biking for like a couple years. We'd go to like these parks and bike around and stuff. My parents always had townies. Those were really nice with like the gears. You could switch and stuff like that. I thought those were cool. Yeah, he doesn't care about them. It's whatever.
I mean, that's a cool thing about your parents with a tandem bicycle or whatever. They're called Stingrays. That's what they're called.
That would explain why they don't work on hills. They're for beaches.
No, maybe it isn't. No, here it is. This is a legitimate bike you could get.
I mean, I 100% see how a kid would be like,
God, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. I'm telling you, impossible to go.
Because it looks like a motorcycle.
Impossible, especially with my fat ass ankles and stuff trying to push those pedals. Yeah, right. Hold on, guys. What the hell like that?
I'm coming.
Hold on.
Ow.
Come on.
I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Ridge Wallet, because Ridge has some of the most durable and stylish wallets on the market. Normal wallets clog up your pockets, making it impossible to take your phone or keys out. Putting a normal wallet in your back pocket leads to bad posture and back pain. So what to do? Well, do what I do and get a Ridge wallet. Ridge has taken their game-changing wallet and made it even better with Ridge 2.0. Ridge 2.0 wallets have the perfect balance of form and function. They're 10% lighter and are more modular with improved cash straps and money clips. And the overall improved surface design gives it a sleek look. The wallet holds up to 12 cards, plus cash, and comes in over 50 colors and designs, including pro and college sports teams. And whatever you choose, Ridge has a built-for-life warranty. So if your wallet's ever lost or stolen, they've got you covered. On top of that, with the Ridge Tracker card, you can always know exactly where your wallet's at, which is someone who drove to many stores he'd been to that day because he lost his wallet, only to find it hidden in a hole in the couch. I can tell you that would be nice. And for a limited time, our listeners can get 10% off at Ridge when you use the discount code CreekCast at checkout. That's right, 10% off. All you have to do is head to ridge.com and use code CreekCast and you're set. After your purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them, and if you could say us, it would mean a lot. Thank you to Ridge for sponsoring the show. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the episode. I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Tushy. Tushy is a product that I can wholeheartedly, not a part of the script, say changed my life. I always thought bidets were done until I tried one and realized that my life was literally worse before I got it. Imagine if every time you got done eating with your hands, you just rubbed it on a dry piece of paper, never washing them. And then ask yourself, why do you do that when you go to the bathroom? Well, I'm here to tell you that Tushy is the luxury bidet that your bathroom's been missing. I love Tushy because it gives me the benefits of reducing irritation, making me more hygienic, and I use way less toilet paper because you pretty much just use the toilet paper to dry off. And less toilet paper means less clogged toilets, more saved money. Some Tushy models even have a built-in dryer. And Tushy bidets are easy to install, either going under your toilet seat or becoming your new seat. No power tools are needed, and you can go to the bathroom, clean yourself off, and dry off without ever getting up. Stop guessing that you're clean and start leaving the bathroom with confidence. And now is the perfect time to get in on Tushy's offer. That's because for a limited time, our listeners can get 10% off your first bidet when you use discount code CreekCast at checkout. That's right, 10% off. Just head to hellotushy.com and use discount code CreekCast to get in on your new bidet today. Thank you to Tushy for sponsoring the show. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the episode.
All right. Well, my video doorbell, right?
Yep. So our next episode is posted by Lighting Nations, who I don't believe we've covered before. It looks like they've continued to post on like r/stories and stuff like that. Their last no sleep seems to be 10 months ago. I think so. So still seem to be an active writer. We will have their account linked in the description below. But this story, again, here he says, is in line with the last one. That was a good catch. My video doorbell sends a motion detected alert every night at 2:53. I found a forum full of users experiencing the exact same issue of something seriously strange is going on. So, another creepy security camera video. Hunter, are you ready to get into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn, I can't fucking get this crease sunstraw in there. The fuck?
Hold on, move your thumb from the top. Okay, I thought you had it upside down. Okay.
I love Capri Sun.
We can act like we're 8 if you want. If that's what you're missing out on. I don't think we could have started our platforms and, you know, had this whole audience going in that same time frame, but, you know, I would have had to have started YouTube when I was 2. So
that'd be a good combo.
That'd be good.
You want to make a podcast, little boy? Well, Isaiah, what would you say?
Yeah, I would be like, my mom told me not to talk to people like you.
Your mom's dumb.
This is some Pennywise energy.
What are you talking about, little boy?
That's what we need. We need a child to sit right here and be like, that scare you? Oh, was that freaky? Are you scared?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't. Capri Sun makes me gassy.
How? It's liquid.
I think it's whatever the chemicals they put in the fruit. They say it's all natural ingredients, but I can't believe that. Okay. How can, you're gonna put all natural ingredients in this kind of container? Probably the coffee. Coffee with Capri Sun probably can't be a good combo.
You know, that would actually be, well, no, I don't want to show her face like online until she's old enough, but my kid.
Oh.
But that would be excellent. If we're still doing this thing in a few years, be like, was that scary? Did that freak you out?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, there's your consensus.
Well, that's
Moving
good to
on.
know.
Yeah.
How much longer do you think this has?
The show? How long have we been doing it now?
What? I don't ask you. We've been doing it for like, how long have we been doing this? 3 years?
3 years. We're pushing on 1 million subs. Typically, the rule of thumb is after 5 years, you're either like pack your bags or you're in it for the long haul.
I think at 1 million subs,
which is like now.
Walk away.
So like right now.
I don't know. We're like 40,000 subs away. At 1 million, I think we we fucking we ride off in the sunset. We leave him wanting more.
So you ready for the next story?
Let's go to the next story.
Let's go to the next story. The following are posts from the Roost Video Doorbell Help Forum. After my phone started spamming motion detected alerts, I did a quick Google search, stumbled across this thread, and created an account. In case it isn't obvious, my username is Lighting Nations. Dates are in UK format. Motion alert triggered every night at 2:53. Dan King 22. Posted on 27/10/2022 at 3:06. Trying this again because the admins are a bunch of whiny snowflakes who cry whenever somebody uses. Okay, so actually, you know what? Immediately, I think you should be Dan King. After reading that first sentence, that's a you quote.
He's British?
Yes, but he's talking about snowflakes, so whatever you think.
Trying this again because the admins are a bunch of whiny snowflakes.
There it is.
Who cry whenever somebody uses a naughty word.
There we go. That's what I wanted.
Is he British?
Yeah.
Video doorbell sends motion alert to my phone every night at 2:53. Tech support keeps saying it's picking banging gate or squirrel, but that's rubbish! All the camera sees is a patio floor and furniture. Can I get some assistance, please?
Wow, I'm so glad I did that. All right, reply from Too Many Tofats. I'm in the...
Too many top hats.
Oh, yeah, because that would be top. I'm like, what's a tofat?
Too many tofats. It's my gout.
Too many top hats. I'm in the exact same boat, 2:53 each night, like clockwork. There's weird pixelation distortion in the footage, but it works like a charm the rest of the time. Monitoring this thread. Tech support, not good enough. Reply from Paleo10. Mine's doing the same thing. Bloody phone goes off every night, and I get an alert with garbled footage.
Encounter
Support lines aren't
agenda.
much help. I've muted notifications for now, but it's a bit pointless having the camera if it won't warn me and the misses whenever someone's breaking in. A solution would be much appreciated. Cheers. Reply from Dan King.
Cheers, love.
Glad to see it is only me! I've been on the phone to tech guys for days! Useless!
Reply from deleted user. Hi, Dan. There are instructions for...
Hey, but no shit though, for real.
That is how it goes.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
You've been so emotionally calm this whole time.
Thank you for your patience. There are instructions for fixing this exact issue in the user guide, page 53. I've attached a PDF version here. Author's note, I've not included the link. Follow the troubleshooting steps and you'll be good as new. Reply Dan King.
It's not a guide for a video doorbell! Those are instructions for installing a Samsung smart fridge! Did you upload the wrong file? How is that supposed to help anybody? This is a support forum for Roost video doorbells! Idiot! They are in all caps like that, to be fair.
I mean, it's like the maddest this guy has ever been over a doorbell. Reply Paleo10. Dan, just ignore that poster. He's a troll. I'm pretty sure that's his 6th account. Reply from Dan King.
Doesn't this fucking idiot not have anything better to do? Maybe he should just get a job with Roost tech support. I mean, it can't be that hard. Good news for once. Technical morons sending me a replacement. I just had to shout at them for 3 hours. Useless, I swear.
I scroll down, it's another reply from Dan King, and the entire message is in all caps.
The replacement sends the same alerts! No motion in the garden! No intruders, no animals! I've checked the video feed and there's nothing! Just a fuzzy shape I've rated these idiots 1 star on Amazon!
Reply from Lighting Nations. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm afraid I'm in the exact same boat. Triggering at 2:53. Video feed comes out garbled, but is fine. Works perfectly the rest of the day. Tech guy said it might be a low tree branch blowing in the wind, but I'd expect to be receiving random alerts spaced out across several hours, not once per day at the exact same time. I spent a fair chunk of change on this thing, and now Roost won't issue a refund. Only replacements. Reply from deleted user. Sorry, it's my fault, Dan. I was in the garden piping your mom down wearing camo gear, which is why you couldn't see us.
Not funny.
That's really funny after Dan blows up. That guy's Troy's like, sorry, Dan, I was doing your mom.
I was deep dicking your mom with my willy.
He got the accounts deleted because Dan just killed him. Reply from Paleo 10. Okay, so I'm not so sure the doorbell's actually the problem. I got held up at work last night, choice of working in IT, and was heating dinner at 2:53 when the microwave fritzed. The digital clock blinked on and off for a full minute. Meanwhile, my Echo device stopped mid-song. I got another motion alert. 1 minute later, everything went back to normal. Well, maybe get an electrician around to have a look. Also, the footage distortion keeps getting worse. Now in the alerts, it kind of looks like there's static, except it's warping around the garden. Nearly gave my wife a heart attack. Reply from Lighted Nations. It's interesting about the electrics. Keep us posted. Reply too many top hats. A TV fridge just now. Same problem as Paleo 10. Blinked on and off for a full minute right as the motion alert came through. Do you think maybe these things are draining power when they do overnight software updates or something? I'm not very technical, might not make sense, just a thought. I'm just gonna check for grid faults with the council. Such is life in the south of England. Empty office blocks, rising hunger, and now potential rolling blackouts. Lovely. Reply, Lighting Nations. Tell me about it. I'm in blank. The stories you hear are heartbreaking. Reply, Paleo 10. Seriously? This is spooky. I'm in blank as well. I'm tempted to say there's a faulty batch of doorbells sitting in an Amazon warehouse somewhere that are gonna start blowing fuses. A replacement's on the way out to me, by the way. Arranged it before noticing the problems with the microwave. Had the electrician round and he saw no problems. I'd have smashed this thing already, but the missus saw how much I spent on it, so apply too many top hats. Holy shit, this is too many top hats reporting to you live from blank. And the 12 points from England go to... No, but seriously. Roost ships internationally. Weird we're all in the same city. Councils say everything's fine, by the way. Reply from new user Pixie Chick 01. Hi, experiencing same issue. I feel like, actually, you know what? You should also be Pixie Chick, given the screen name, I feel.
Hi, experiencing the same issue, also in...
Reply too many top hats. Quick update. The guy who lives 3 doors down from me also has a Roost doorbell, different model, and he has the exact same problem. Motion alerts and muddled footage at 2:53 works like a charm at all other times. Also, we're both now getting garbled audio like feedback line from an amplifier in the recordings. The fun never ends. Reply, Dan King.
I'm in! Sick of this rubbish! Can't say what I really think because of the stupid admin idiots. Now getting somebody outside alerts, they sent me a third device. Now installed. If one goes off again tonight, I'm gonna go outside and rip it out of the door frame and send the repair bill. I'm sick of this!
Just so much energy all at once. Have you ever got really mad with a customer service person?
All the time.
Okay.
They're not human. I don't talk to them as if they are human. Look how proud I was when I kind of like readjusted.
Yeah, you kind of like readjusted. You're like, yeah, I'm better than them. Yeah. Wait, is that, and then another reply from Dan King.
Actually, the device is working now as intended. Go outside at 2:53, check the camera.
Alright, so Dan either is like super okay or he's...
No, Dan's fucking dead.
Yeah, there's a skinwalker.
This is definitely like a British skinwalker.
It's working. Go outside. Go outside.
What would you call a British skinwalker?
A skin chap.
Wow.
Yeah.
Skin chap.
Chap skin.
Chap skin.
Chap skin. Old chap skin coming down the block.
Okay.
I saw him on the
I
telly.
think Dan King's turned himself into a chap skin.
Yeah, see, it works.
Yeah, you dirty chap skin.
I mean, skinwalker's kind of a slur in itself, right? Seeing like this ancient monster that like steals the faces of what it kills. And it's like, oh, what we got here? A skinwalker? Think you can walk around in people's skin, huh?
Australian?
What? I don't know. I mean,
hello there.
I mean, Skinwalker.
What are you from over there?
Skinwalker's a native legend, so British or Australia would not interact with one.
I like chaps. I like chap skin.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a thing of mystery. There's a chap skin over there.
Yeah, that's
like I'll see it across the way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Chap skin.
You filthy chapskin.
Yeah. When you're at filthy, when you're at filthy, dude, it really changes the tonation.
Hey, get behind the. Hey, driving behind a chapskin. Those blokes can't drive.
This used to be a nice neighborhood. Till the chapskins moved. Reply, Helio 10. I've got my replacement installed and this one bugs out worse than before. Now the bell rings for 1 minute non-stop and I get constant there's somebody at the door alerts. Hearing this stupid jingle in my dreams now. Won't even show the wife the footage because it's like a figure made of pixels keeps ringing the bell. Also hearing the high-pitched screech when I play back footage. I'm seriously about to go all Office Space on this thing. Apply too many top hats. Yeah, I'm confused. Dan, could you elaborate? Preferably with less capital letters and more punctuation than usual. Apply Paleo 10. Dan was right. Go outside at 2:53. Check the camera. Lighting Nation's reply. What do you mean check the camera? Check what specifically? Too many top hats. Yeah, +1, please elaborate. I've got the same problem as Paleo now. Like, full minute of somebody at the door alerts and constant ding dong with multiple distortions about the garden. When I play back the recording audio from outside, it's all screechy.
8 damage. Fuck, I'm going to be in the brink of death.
Alerts on the phone, but they still came through. Already couldn't sleep because the wind keeps banging the gate. This is the last thing I need. Fed up, to be honest. I'll be hearing that stupid 2-note chime in hell the way things are going. One more night of this, I'm grabbing the sledgehammer. Let's see if it detects that motion. Reply, too many top hats. The others were right. Go outside at 2:53. Check the camera. Reply, Lighting Nations. What? It's freezing this time of year. I'm not getting out of bed in the middle of the night to check the camera. I've decided to get a Ring device instead and cut my losses. It's already been ordered. Cheers. So then that's the end of the forum post, and now it's back to Lighting Nation's account. Later that night, my phone buzzed on the bedside table. Like always, motion detected alerts started coming through at 2:53. Pulled up the grainy feed from outside, and in it, there were vague suggestions of figures scattered about the garden. By the fence post, under the tree, peeking through downstairs windows. Meanwhile, the soft 2-note chime rang out.
Should I risk it? I think I can risk it.
Ding dong. It happened again and again, gathering speed, morphing into a hysterical scream. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I got up and peeled back the curtain just a few inches. All of a sudden, there came a pounding from downstairs. A furious thump, thump, thump. So powerful, the windows and doors almost burst from their housings. What are you smiling about?
I'm Harry Dresden. This is my neighborhood, motherfucker.
It's him. I was thinking about that like halfway through. I'm like, it's just that guy. Let me in. Where is she?
Who's Harry Dresden?
The guy that went like the guy the viral ring.
Oh, that guy. Video. That's right. That's right.
I'm Harry Dresden.
Which also I think that's like a video game character's name or something.
Open the fucking door now.
I'm just picturing that guy out there with that door, but he has like the bell. He's like, ding, ding, ding. Ah! He's like whipping the door with the chain.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The house became alive with movement. It felt like being trapped inside a tornado. Everything around me rattling and quivering. Storm shutters scratching against walls. The letterbox rapping away. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I sprinted into the bathroom and barricaded myself inside and called the police. The phone buzzing with a chorus of non-stop alerts. There's someone at the door. There's someone at the door. There's someone. And then, out of nowhere, the house lowered its voice and went back to sleep. Checks my phone. 2:54. Now, trembling, I brought up the feed from outside. There was nothing except a peaceful garden and the quiet section of street that lay beyond it. 2 officers turned up, checked the footage, dismissed the encounter as a mixture of a technical glitch, an overactive imagination, and some nasty weather. But when I next clicked onto the forum, there were 4 new posts.
It's 2:53. Time to come outside.
Reply Paleo 10. It's 2:53. Time to come outside. Reply Pixie Chick 01.
It's 2:53. Time to come outside.
Reply Too Many Top Hats. It's 2:53. Time to come outside. That's pretty fun. That's a fun little story of like this entity that's like at this 1 minute, for whatever reason, in this area, it's going door to door, trying to convince people that they need to come outside, and seemingly they join it or it consumes them, then pretends to be them or something like that. But it's a fun thing told through like a help forum for a doorbell thing.
Oh yeah. It's a Diet Coke, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. I understand what happened.
Man, time's creepy, huh?
What?
Like time itself. Creepy concept.
All right, so that was Lighting Nations. You can check them out. It'll be linked in the description below. Hunter, we have one more story today.
All right.
That story is, I was an air traffic controller at Atlantic Municipal Airport, Iowa for 27 years. First year at the job, I unwillingly went from a firm atheist to a believer. And the story is posted by iNace. The name is INAAACE. The profile picture is terrifying.
Their profile picture is terrifying?
Yes.
Yeah, that is kind of fucked up.
So
like Michael Jackson eating a potato.
I don't think that's Michael Jackson.
That is it?
I don't think so. They posted a lot in r/golf and golf and stuff like that. Then about 4 years ago, they started talking about how they have cancer, how that's making it more and more difficult to play. Then they posted on r/cancer about their condition and stuff like that. And then they haven't posted in 3 years. It's pretty rough.
Man, this is the second person that we've come across that we're just like, people have recommended the story and then you find out that person just passed. It's such a weird part of this podcast, and even just being like an internet user stumbling across people's just completely live interactions. Like you look at these comments and you're just like, oh, these are people that are just living life. But now there's so much documentation out there now that it's just like you're gonna keep seeing this. Like people years from now are gonna see stuff, or like whenever we're gone too, they're gonna see that stuff and be like, that's insane. You know, like it's odd. Well, I mean,
it's kind of like, you know, people always say if it's on the internet, it's there forever, which is normally meant as a negative thing. But in other ways, you know, you have something like this where 11 years ago, this guy wrote a story that he thought was cool enough to post online, and other people, even after he passes, still recommend it, still think it's a cool story, still pass it around.
I beg your pardon?
I remember there was there's this YouTube video by a guy named Jacob Geller. He makes like these really cool video essays, but he was talking about this video game where the plot of it was like, it's these eternal beings that are trying to figure out how to make stories, basically. And the resolution they come to at the end is they can't understand storytelling because they're not human. They're not temporary creatures, you know, loss and life and stuff like that. And Jacob Geller said something at the end of that video I think about all the time. He said, stories are our immortality. They're a kinder collective immortality. I've always thought that's such a cool way to look at it. It's like all of us contribute to this one thing that a piece of us lives on forever. Sure, it's not all about us, but in that way, we never die. I think that's a really cool idea, and this is an example of that, where he's gone. We didn't even know he was gone because the only thing that we were introduced to was that it's a cool story. Something that I'm saying, so that's pretty cool. So iNace will have their account linked in the description if you want to scroll through, see what else they've written and stuff like that. But in honor of them, Hunter, are you ready to get into it? Let's get into it. My uncle and aunt came to visit me here in Atlanta. We got to talking about all sorts of general things. You know how family is, but we somehow ended up on the topic of strange and supernatural. This is when my uncle started telling me a story that he says will haunt him all the way to his grave. I stopped him 2 minutes into it, got to my laptop because I wanted to write it down for no sleep. These are his memories, almost word for word. Forgive the non-traditional writing. Are you typing? You are? Okay. And your friends on the internet will read this? All right, but warn them that these are just old man's memories. Okay, so back to the beginning. So I graduated from Fordham in 1974 and still had no idea what to do. Times were different then. We were able to find jobs easily. God, I remember companies practically begging us to work for them. But I didn't want to do some shitty desk job for the rest of my life, so I waited. Then one day, while flying to visit your aunt on Thanksgiving, I caught myself being fascinated with the complexity of air traffic systems. That's all it took. I decided to become an air traffic controller. By the time I turned 27, I had passed all of the necessary tests and have accumulated enough experience to be hired and work without a supervision. Thing with air traffic controllers is that you don't really get to choose where you're going to work in the beginning.
No, fuck. No,
Sure,
it doesn't
we all
matter.
wanted to work at JFK or Hartsfield Jackson, but those jobs just weren't available to us rookies. So I had to take a job in a bum little town in Iowa called Atlantic. It was literally a single landing strip in a damn cornfield, but I had to pay my
Bye.
dues. And the money was alright. Now, small airports like these usually only work 8 to 5, but this particular strip was in such a geographical location that there were a lot of flights going above us at any time. So we needed to stay open until 4 a.m. in case of an emergency landing. By staying open, I mean I had to sit in the control tower, and there was one security guy sleeping in the airport's only terminal. It wasn't that bad, really. I'd bring my books and crossword puzzles, and I'd spend hours on the phone with your aunt. You know, they say that the air traffic controller is the most stressful job in the world. Well, I was bored 99% of the time. And that 1% was guiding small Cessnas into my cornfield airport. So why am I telling you all this?
Tiki.
Well, about 3 months into my job, something started happening. Something that even today I can't really... I'll save you the talk about the supernatural, but what happened at that airport just ain't right. February 20th, 1979. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was your regular winter night in Iowa. Winds and freezing cold, but no snow. I was supposed to work until close, although we didn't have any flights scheduled. Around 1 a.m., I received a radio message from a small Cessna about 30 miles from the airport. They were having a really bad snowstorm up in Omaha and needed to land here in Atlantic. I guess being open late was justified after all. Got my binoculars out, verified the visibility, and started guiding the aircraft. Though it was really windy out there, I managed to touch down. I looked through the binoculars to verify the landing went okay, and that's when I saw her for the first time. Just walking down the runway as if it were a normal street was this woman. Shit, I don't know. No, there were about 100 things wrong with this situation. First, the woman was wearing some sort of short summer dress or a nightgown. She was barefoot, believe it or not. Normal person would be cold dressed like that during the summer, let alone our winter. And then you had to wonder what in the world was this person doing walking down the active runway, and how the hell did she
Good night, David. Have fun.
This is Alex from Air Traffic Control. Do you happen to see a woman walking down the runway?
Have a good dream, or lad. Have fun.
Pilot who just landed.
You got the point.
Let me check.
Still watching through binoculars, I saw him open the door of the plane to get out. He started walking towards the woman. Not gonna lie, that point, I was having a lot of fun. Not much happened in Atlantic, Iowa. This certainly wasn't entertaining. I couldn't wait to hear her story. My bet was that she got in a car accident near the airport. Well, pilot walked up to her, and I could make it that he was saying something. I saw, still through the binoculars, her lean to his ear and almost whisper something to him. He just stood there for a good 10 seconds with neither of them moving. She was still leaned close to his ear, and he snapped out of it, I guess, turned around, and literally sprinted to the plane. When I saw the propellers starting to rotate, I jumped on my radio.
Flight 84,
Fuck
what
off.
are you doing?
No answer.
Flight 84, I repeat, what is happening?
Nothing. Then the plane started moving, speeding up.
Flight 84, you do not have permission to take off. I repeat, you are not cleared for takeoff.
There was no answer. That damn Cessna kept speeding up, then took off. Nothing I could do, really, besides making sure that no other planes were above us at the time. I tried one more time.
Flight 84, this is air traffic control. What the hell is happening?
And then my radio started making white noise. That's all I could hear coming from the radio.
Flight 84, please repeat. You're breaking up.
What a night, I thought. Radio started transmitting again.
Run! 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 Flight 84, did you say run? Please repeat yourself.
Nothing else came from out of the damn radio. The plane was long gone. Dude, if I was in air traffic and I witnessed that, and then the guy's like, run, 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 I'd be like, well, all right, got it.
The only
need to
person
tell
air
me
traffic control. Yeah, no, fuck. That.
Yeah, you're alone in the whole airport.
Yeah.
It's just you.
I'm good.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm either running immediately or I'm never leaving that room again.
Yeah, I'm there forever.
Until sunlight, and I'm like, someone's gonna have to pull me out of here. I sat in my chair trying to decipher what just happened. Run from what? What the hell? And then it dawned on me. The woman.
grabbed the binoculars. She was looking straight at me. Yeah, no. No, absolutely not. Good 200 yards away at night, she was somehow looking straight at me, eyes open so wide, it's hard to explain what she looked like. I guess, you know how when someone's super surprised, I don't like
I mean, it's like that, right?
It's like yeah, like the impossibly wide eyes.
Almost like she has no eyelids or
it
something.
kind of reminds me of the image of the woman in my head's the image of that girl from the beginning of the first VHS.
Oh, sure.
The girl, I want you.
The succubus.
I want you. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That's what it says. I like you. Yeah. Like when you startle someone and their eyes just get so wide, some sort of defense mechanism, I suppose. That's how she was looking, straight at me.
What in the world?
At that moment, she started running towards me.
Some fucking barefoot demonic bitch running towards me. Are you kidding me? Fuck that.
No.
I'd have my parachute backpack and I would do. I would be gliding out of that.
Bro. Oh my gosh, that always freaks me out in stories or like movies and stuff where someone you can see something running really fast, but it's far enough away.
Yeah, like the binoculars kind of thing.
Yeah.
You look up.
She started running towards my tower, like not jogging, but really running, still looking straight at me. I swear to you, goosebumps ran all over me like 10,000 cold ants. What do you mean by that, Uncle? You know, well, we've all had 10,000 warm ants.
Oh, that was kind of a fun
imagine
analogy.
if the ants were cold. You know, I'm not one to get scared. Shit, I spent 6 years in Vietnam. Something about this situation. Something that's just,
I don't know. There's something kind of funny about this.
My finger on you, but something's a little off here. Something about this situation. Something about that pilot telling me to run and this woman running towards me. Something seems so wrong.
Joe, are you there? Joe?
I blurted into the radio. Joe's our night security guard. He didn't answer. Shit, I looked through the window just in time to see the woman run into my town.
Oh my god, dude.
Bro.
Dude. I like how the one pilot, like, the one pilot desperate back to his plane and he just had a plane and just took off. It's actually such a fun visual now, funny visual now.
It's like, okay, run. And then, like, he doesn't say anything to the guy except run.
Yeah.
Like, what a loser to not give any data, to not be like, you need to leave the tower.
Yeah, kind of a dickhead.
Run. This guy helped you land your plane. Looked through the window just in time to see the woman run into my tower. I heard the door downstairs slam open. I honestly didn't know what to do. This wasn't a rational situation, you know. If it were some sort of terrorist or whatever, I'd know what needs to be done. Is this situation malicious? It was certainly strange, and that exact weirdness, that not knowing what is happening, is what made me run into the bathroom and lock the doors. As I turned the lock, I heard the control room doors open. You know, in your Generations movies, you just hear quiet footsteps of some invader slowly looking for you, and then the shadows show up under the door. Well, this was the opposite. As soon as those doors opened, chaos began. I tried peeking through the keyhole, but all I was able to see is fast shadow running across the room, accompanied by tremendous noise. I swear I was so shocked that at one point I nearly opened the door just to see what was causing all this. Then a hard slam into the bathroom door had me nearly fall on the floor, and then nothing. Silence. I could lie and pretend I was brave enough to get out of that bathroom soon after, but I wasn't, I'll admit it. I stayed in there the whole night, waiting for the morning shift. Around 7:54 a.m., I heard a familiar voice say,
"What in the fuck?"
It was Clark, morning shift controller. I opened the door to see a scene so twisted that even to this day, I remember every detail. Control room was nearly totaled. Radios ripped out, papers and manuscripts everywhere, radar screens smashed to pieces. When the police came, I gave the full report. It took 11 days to repair all the equipment and get the room fully functional. The security guard on duty that night was fired. They even started considering installing security cameras. I know, today that seems like a normal thing to do, but it wasn't back in the day. Police had no idea what to make of it.
They just urged us to report anything suspicious. I used the 11-day break to sort myself out, and by the end of that forced vacation, I was convinced that all of this was caused by some deranged woman, possibly a mental patient, who never made me sleep at night, right? Came back to work on March 4th. I was a bit worried about working nights again, but I was convinced that whoever did this was far gone by now. The next month or so was very uneventful, just how I liked it. Iowa was scheduled to get hit with a big snowstorm that day. Most of the flights were grounded, but some were still in the air, and I had to work. I hated it because if we did get hit with heavy snow, I'd probably end up being stranded. I wish that was the worst thing that happened. Around 11 p.m. that night, when it was already snowing big time, I received a radio message from a small private jet that was some 50 miles away. They were getting caught in heavy winds, and the pilots wanted to land on our airport immediately. Now, jets like that would traditionally be too big to land at our strip, but the emergency like this called for overriding of guidelines.
Flight 676, you are clear to land. We have to remain in contact at all times. The strip's pretty short. Do you acknowledge?
Sure thing. Let's just get this puppy down, shall we?
Snowing heavily by that point. Thankfully, we had a cleanup crew de-ice and clean the runway before they headed home, so it was still in decent condition. Again, back then, we were way more relaxed about the rules. I took a look at the strip to make sure it was clear. And out of nowhere, just when I forgot about her, she appeared. She was just slowly strolling down the strip, about 100 yards away from the tower, her bare feet slowly moving across the freezing asphalt. The worst part about it, she was looking straight at me again.
She was looking kind of movie.
This is when I realized what the most disturbing thing about her was. She wasn't blinking. I was looking at her for a good 2 minutes, winds and snow blasting in her face, and she wasn't blinking. It was almost as if she didn't want to lose a millisecond of looking straight at me.
Oh, God. Flight 676, maintain. I repeat, maintain the altitude until further communication.
Traffic control, this is 676. That's a negative. We cannot maintain with headwinds like this. We have to land. Are we clear? We're 6 minutes away.
I couldn't risk the lives of people up in that plane. I had to land them, despite this, whatever this was, walking down the runway.
Cleared to land 676.
I put down the radio and looked through the window. She was now some 10 yards away, coming closer to the tower. Though I shouldn't, under any circumstances, leave the control room, I ran down to the first floor and locked the outside door. I knew she was close, and I knew she was coming. I got back to the room, I heard the radio.
Control tower, we're approaching the runway. Please advise.
Rotate 3 degrees right. Acknowledge.
Copy that. We see the lights down. See you soon.
Looked up through the window and could see the plane in the distance. There was no trace of the woman on the runway. I sighed a breath of relief. I was going to deal with this issue after the jet had safely landed. At that moment, a loud noise broke through the tower. I didn't want to believe it, but I was afraid that the first floor door had slammed open. How the hell? I locked it. I know I did. The goosebumps overcame me again, almost as if my body could feel something that I couldn't. My first instinct was to lock myself in the bathroom again, but I couldn't. I couldn't leave the radio. Footsteps on the metal stairs were getting louder. She, I assumed it was her, wasn't running at least. But the violent sound of footsteps made me think she was, what? Slamming her feet into the ground with every step she made?
676, this is traffic control. I have visual confirmation. Clear to land.
I heard the control room doors open. This is when I realized just how afraid I was. You know, I'm almost 70 now, and I'm not embarrassed to admit how scared I was at that moment. Matter of fact, I was so scared that I couldn't even turn around, if you can believe that. I just couldn't face what was behind me. This was very unusual because I was always composed and rational. Always, whether it was being stuck in a ditch in a Vietnamese jungle or being nearly hit by an 18-wheeler on the highway. Always calm, and there I was, staring straight at my radio, unable to turn my head and face it. I'm sure your friends on the internet will laugh at how I reacted, but I guarantee most of you would have been the same. I guarantee most of you would have behaved the same. Your body just doesn't behave normally when you're terrified.
Traffic control, 30 seconds out. Here we go.
I slowly pressed the talk button on the radio, my teeth literally chattering.
All clear.
Then I felt a cold breath on my neck. She was behind me, breathing slowly into my neck. I could feel the lips move up to my ear. You know how when you're a kid and someone was messing behind your back, making faces or bunny ears, and you could somehow feel it? I could feel the mouth inch from my ear. Though I couldn't even see her with the corner of my eye. I was still nearly paralyzed. I admit, I used to be ashamed of my inability to act in this surreal situation. But now when I look at it, no one could tell me they'd react any differently. It just wasn't an earthly situation, you know?
Come down. To feel, come down.
A whisper crawled into my ear. You normally think that hearing a voice would somehow diffuse the situation, or at least brush away any thoughts of supernatural, but that voice was so different than anything I've ever heard. I'm not a writer, I can't explain it. It was cold, human even. But what scared me the most was the anger I felt in it. Though she whispered, I could feel the rage. And I don't even know how to put it into words. Her voice lacked something that every other voice had. I don't know.
Touchdown, traffic control, 676 is on the ground. Hope you have some hot chocolate ready.
The woman behind me snapped back and I heard what I assumed was running. I forced myself to turn around just in time to her running out, barefoot.
676, welcome.
I made myself say into the radio. Though my legs were still foreign to the rest of my body, I propped myself up and looked through the window. I was expecting to see the woman running out, but she was nowhere to be seen. I thought that she was still in the building. This time I managed to get the security guy on the radio and he showed up a few minutes later. Did a full walk through the tower, no trace of the woman. I started feeling relieved only when the police showed up. They thoroughly searched the building with no success. They did notice the trace of footsteps coming from the neighboring cornfield to the tower.
I
There were
fucked it
no
up.
prints going back. Imagine my situation at the time. Just take a second to think about it. You're the only one to ever see this woman. I'll call her a woman. I wouldn't be surprised if the police started thinking that I was hitting the bottle during work. I decided to keep it to myself until I could prove there was this person's disrupting or haunting the airport. I couldn't really quit, and honestly, Jew? Probably not. I mean, yes, these were two absolutely surreal experiences, and I did feel some sort of intangible hazard, but I didn't think my life was ever in danger. I decided to stick with it. Winter was almost over anyways. Spring brought more horror than winter ever could.
End of part 1.
I gotta say, this is pretty good. I'm vibing with this tone pretty much. I like the, for one, what a G to have that thing behind you and not abandon your post for the plane coming in. You could have done that on the show. That would have been funny. I see. I got you. Yeah, he was like, air traffic control, gotta go. I think that this is a fun setup with the creepy woman. And it's like you don't know what she wants, but it's clearly hostile the way she runs, and now she wants him to come out to the cornfield. And it only shows up when there's emergency landing. So I think it's pretty cool. It's a cool concept. I think that the uncle's a G for surviving through this and not abandoning his post when most people would. This is a really cool story so far. I'm excited for part 2. Are you ready?
I am ready. Part 2.
This won't make much sense to you if you haven't read my first write-up from a few months back. Again, this was a conversation with my uncle. He was an air traffic controller in Atlantic Municipal Airport in Iowa during the 70s.
Máximo combo, partition, consumables.
Finally listened to me and decided
I
to
like
install a security camera.
even if
Due
he's
to municipal bureaucracy and limited funds, or so they say, they only mounted one camera that could stream video to the control room. Stream, not record. Let that sink in. Who installs cameras that only stream? Town of Atlantic does, that's who. Anyways, I had to pick my battles, so I had them install a camera in front of the tower door. That way I could always see who's outside.
fucking baroness fight.
A good month has passed since the last encounter. To be honest, horror started to dull away. It was still fresh in my mind, yes, but the lack of new developments had me thinking it all ended as quickly as it started.
Kan ni stå
She was probably some lunatic who decided to move on. Then, on the 3rd, I received a memo letting me know I needed to stay late that day, since some local politician's plane was due to land around 10 p.m. Naturally, I guess, my mind went straight to thinking about the crazy girl. You know, This was the first late night for me since the last encounter. 9:45 came around and there was no sight of the plane. I didn't care though. My eyes were glued to the binoculars, searching for any movement of the strip. Even a minimal commotion and my heart would race. Then, God, it still scares me to this day. Then, for some reason, I decided to look down at the monitor that camera was streaming on, and my world turned upside down. I expected her. I really did. You can expect something unnatural, but you're never really ready for it. You always hope that it was just your imagination or something. But no, there she stood, right in front of the camera, in her summer white dress. She looked different though. She was holding her arms as if she were freezing. She was shaking and I could hear crying through the shitty speakers they gave me. This wasn't the entity I remember terrorizing me. Then she looked up at the camera, and though the picture was grainy and black and white, I could see tears in her eyes.
Please, it's freezing out here.
She cried at the camera.
Goodbye.
Audio was obviously out of sync as she opened her mouth, and voice would come through my speakers much later.
Ta-da.
I'm not sure what you do in that situation.
Okay, now I have the baroness.
An opportunity. If I can bring her in and call the security guard, I'd finally have the proof that I wasn't making it all up.
Jerry, get to the control tower right now, please.
Said as I stood up. He's gonna let her in?
I think because he's like, it's the proof that I need, and she's like desperate, I guess.
Just have him come look at the camera.
Well, that's not how they do it in Iowa.
You know what? I don't care what happens to this guy now. Immediately, all my goodwill though. I've got to let this thing inside. I walked down. I know. I shouldn't have left an active control tower, but this was my chance. Propped the door open, adrenaline bursting through my pores.
Are you okay?
I mumbled with my voice cracking like a schoolgirl's.
Fuck.
Shit, I was scared, man, you know? Yeah, you're opening the door for this thing. She was still sobbing, hair covering her face. I was shaking, not sure whether from cold or fear or both, but I needed to get her to come in. I stepped out. She took a step towards me, still crying.
Ma'am, are you all right?
I spoke again, this time more firmly. She moved the hair off her face and looked me straight in the eyes.
Oh well.
Damn, I can't explain it, but her eyes, although still filled with tears, just weren't the same as on camera. They widened, and I swear to you, she wasn't blinking.
Ma'am, please step back.
Said as she moved another step closer.
Just open the door for her. All right,
Opens
hold on.
the door for her. Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, babe.
What's all this?
All right, baby, sweetheart. I'm gonna need you to take a step back.
Hey, baby girl, I need you to take a couple of steps back.
Okay, well, bye.
This is like my impression of Nick's Discord voice. Yeah.
Hi, sweetheart.
Hi, sweetheart. You need to take a couple of steps back, yeah. My lady. I said as she moved one step closer, now about a foot away from me.
Ma'am, please step back.
She repeated, oh, she's saying.
Ma'am, please step back.
She repeated my words, nearly freezing blood on my
necking him.
Yes. Please step back.
Oh, he's like, he's like, oh.
Boggers.
Yeah, this is like a skinwalker thing that's been haunting the cornfield for years. And he's like, well, come on in. I got to show someone else that you're I got to kill my friend. Yeah, chap skin. Yeah. My legs gave in and I almost fell to the ground. Her voice wasn't the same one that spoke into the camera. This voice was genderless. Is that a word?
It was they, them?
I think it's non-binary. Her voice didn't belong to a woman or a man. I swear to you. That wasn't what petrified me. These goosebumps. Now, you know I'm telling the truth, right? Her voice came out with delay, just like on the camera. Her lips moved, but the words came out a few seconds later. What the fuck? I mumbled as I leaned against the door, not believing what I was seeing. What the fuck? She mumbled back at me, that damn voice coming out after her mouth had closed.
Leave me alone. Get the fuck away from me.
I screamed at her, and I mean screamed. I'd never heard myself this loud before. Accumulation of all fear and anger, I suppose. She took a violent step towards me. Her face got so close to mine, I think her nose touched me. She opened her mouth wide, as if she were screaming, but it was silent. And then, seconds after she closed her mouth, a scream came out of her throat. It was unearthly and so piercing that I was completely shell-shocked and unable to do so much as move. I was frozen still in the spot. She, without moving her face from mine, she raised her right arm and pointed at the cornfield. Her eyes were so wide that they didn't look human anymore. She just stood like that for a good 30 seconds, or eternity in my time, not blinking. I couldn't take it anymore. I just couldn't. I gathered all the bravery I've ever had, and I pushed her.
Look at the camera and do the scream, but don't make the sound, and edit the thing in. So point as if
so
you're
don't scream. Just
yeah, but do your mouth as if you are screaming, and then editor will put the scream in once you close your mouth and it's emanating from your throat. You have to be pointing like you're at a cornfield.
I have to point like I'm in a cornfield?
Like you're pointing at the cornfield.
Oh. Did you like that? The way your mouth curled on that was so funny for some reason.
That's how we scream now.
It's
Let's do it together at the same time.
Get ready.
God. What?
You look like you're holding in a burp.
No. Wrong. False.
Unlike invincible creatures in today's books and movies, she fell as any normal human would. She fell on her back, but as soon as she hit the ground, she got up unnaturally fast. I mean, no human I've ever seen got up with such speed. At that moment, I was certain this was the enemy. But as soon as she stood back up, she turned around and ran towards the field. I didn't want to stop her. I'm not sure I even could. I stood there for some time, trying to figure out what reality I lived in. And then finally, gathered myself enough to climb back to the control room. Security guard showed up a good 35 minutes later, giving me some bullshit excuse for taking so long. Politician's plane landed late as well, and I chose not to tell anyone about the encounter as I was running the risk of sounding insane at that point. I didn't know what to do, but I did know that she wasn't going to leave me alone. I spent the next 6 nights at the airport glued to my binoculars, scouting the ground for any movement.
Nice. Tunnel is going to teleport.
I'm doing a walkthrough
No.
of the strip every couple hours, just on the off chance that she'd be caught. Naturally, I didn't tell him what to look for because I didn't want to sound crazy when he found
The
nothing.
fuck to sleep.
It was night 7 since the encounter, and I was spending my hours staring down the binoculars. I saw the guard walk around 8:45 p.m. Saw me in the tower, so he laughed and waved, giving me thumbs up. This wasn't going to work.
That's the force
When I showed up for the
master.
next day shift, everyone was giggling in the break room.
Tunnel war. Target share.
Fun.
Oh, you know.
Jerry, the guard said, bursting with laughter with the others.
I really don't. What's the joke? Well, I was just telling the guys about your boring nights.
He said, chuckling and air quoting the word boring.
What do you mean? Oh, come on, man. It's only guys in here. It's all right. No, I really don't know what you mean. Well, I didn't see you guys last night, so I was just telling the boys how good you have it up there in the control room. What do you mean, you guys? What'd you see? Oh, come on now, man. I saw you and your lady friend up there last night when I did the walkthrough. Remember me waving at you?
Brother. Dude. How do you like, all right, moving out of Iowa.
Survive. Objective.
Going to the other
Survive.
side of the country. Absolutely not. It's like, man, I can't find her. She's just floating behind you the whole time. Yeah, also this guy seeing
Yeah,
like,
he sees an ethereal being like floating behind him. He's just like, oh, buddy's getting his dick sucked up there.
brother's getting it. Yeah.
Fuck you, Jerry.
What a loser. Like reversing a VHS, memories from last night started pouring through my mind. Nothing happened though. Nothing that I could remember. I was looking at the airfield the whole night. Jerry even saw me and waved, and nothing was out of the ordinary. And his wave, his laugh, thumbs up.
Yeah, I saw your lady friend standing behind you when I waved. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a secret.
I don't know how my legs worked, but
Fuck.
I used them to run out of the break room.
Ow.
Escorted by laughter from my co-workers.
I don't know.
That would be a funny visual.
That description is pretty funny because it reads like this. He's like, I don't know how my legs work, but it's just like.
Okay.
Like, and it's funny for everyone else because he walks in. Jerry's been telling about like, yeah, I had this girl up here. He's like, oh, we saw your lady friend, and he's just like, like
We
back
saw
out
your
of the
lady
room.
friend. She was up there licking your butthole.
Okay. All right. We don't need to go to the. We don't need to get on the graphics of it or anything. I think we can all assume what goes on.
heels up in the air
All
like
right.
this.
Okay.
Yeah. Amelia Earhart did.
She was a nice lady. We just went to her.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Mm,
First thought.
Sitting up there sniffing, licking your butthole.
First thought.
There's something funny about somebody just saying butthole, isn't it?
Butthole.
How often do you actually hear butthole now? I feel like when you're a kid, you're like, you used to always say like, you're a butthole.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But now I haven't, I don't know, I love it.
We can be 8 if you want to act like we're 8 years old.
I want to be 8 years old again.
Okay. All right.
Please. Also, Jerry rules, by the way.
Yeah, Jerry's pretty cool.
He's 35 minutes late.
Other than being 35 minutes late when he's like, I need you here right now.
He's probably 35 minutes late because he's like, oh yeah, I don't want to go up there and watch you get your ass eaten by your lady
You
friend.
think Jerry worked at the World Trade Center? You think they're like, hey, we need
Good
you to come
bot.
check something out? He's like, yeah, and he like turns the corner. He's like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
He sees a ghost up there too, eating another guy's ass.
All right,
It's just
all
like, Is that a good Jerry impression?
First thought, at least I wasn't going
Really?
insane. Someone else saw her, you know?
damn, that was a lot of counter damage.
What in the God's name? She was behind me? For how long? And how the hell didn't I hear her? Honestly, I had no idea what to do at that point. The only hope for my well-being was that she'd get caught by someone other than me. Otherwise, everything I said to anyone would make me sound insane.
I didn't hear. No wonder it sounded like somebody eating a bowl of chili behind me the rest of the night.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's not what was happening, Hunter. That's not what was happening.
Dog eating a bowl of chili.
It sounds like a Rottweiler eating a bowl of pedigree.
Oh my god.
There was a scary woman behind him. That's all that was happening. That's it.
What is that sound? Yeah, no wonder he doesn't quit that job in Iowa. I wouldn't either.
This chair is comfortable.
Yeah, Herman Miller. My word. Yeah, who would have thought these gaming chairs were this comfy?
I'm a Herman Miller, and I can confirm it doesn't do that.
Yeah. That's cool that we got those Herman Millers that clean your bottom. Oh, him up in that control tower. Oh, I wish.
Okay. The only hope for my well-being was that she'd get caught by someone other than me. Otherwise, everything I said to anyone would make me sound insane. 2 weeks had passed by with no further sight. I hate how much you poisoned this story for me now. 'Cause I imagine him like leaned over on his elbows with his binoculars looking out the window and behind him. Yeah. Okay. Quit. 2 weeks had passed by with no further sighting of her. Then, sometime in early June, and mind you, I was still scanning the airstrip every night.
4 more turns, fuck off.
Okay. I saw her at the edge of the field. She just stood there. I must have watched her for 2 hours and she didn't move a finger.
She didn't.
I
She didn't move.
I hate you so much.
She didn't move a finger, and she was knuckle deep.
You know what? You know what's the worst thing about it? I hate these jokes. They're so gross, but you're funny. That makes it awful.
It writes itself, dude. The fucking she didn't move a finger. Come on.
I must have watched her for 2 hours and she didn't move a finger. She just stood, looking straight at me, 100 yards away in the control tower. After the initial shock, and again, every time I saw her was a shock to me, I did the only logical thing and picked up the radio.
Fucking hell, doesn't die.
Jerry and asked him to do a walkthrough. As soon as the door of the airport barn opened, she slowly walked back into the cornfield, never taking her eyes off me. By the time Jerry walked by where she stood, she was long gone. This happened every night for the next 8 days.
She'd stand at the edge of the field, staring at me and not blinking. And every time Jerry would come out, she'd slowly disappear into the field. One night I called Jerry up in the control room for a sip of whiskey, hoping she'd come out and I'd show her to him. It's always so convenient in movies though, isn't it? The entity whose existence you're trying to prove never appears before witnesses, right? Well, Jerry came up and we shared a nice bottle of Jack Daniels over some small talk. I was discreetly keeping an eye on the cornfield. At the same time she always appeared, I noticed movement in the field, and there she was, came out of the field and froze in the same spot she always does. Had to be careful. I was so excited. Man, I was overrun with emotion. She was finally about to get caught. But I had to contain myself so I could look somewhat sane while telling Jerry what was happening.
Hey Jerry, do you see what I see?
I asked as I handed him the binoculars.
Down by the cornfield.
Fuck off.
Him staring down the strip were the longest 5 seconds of my life.
Ow. I.
Man, the sense of relief.
Alright.
One more tour.
I spoke calmly. It took about 5 minutes to give him a gist of what was happening. All the stalking, control room destruction, incident on camera.
Jesus, man, why didn't you tell me something earlier? Would you believe me if I did?
He just shook his head.
All right.
Jerry said as he stood up.
You call the police and I'm going to go down there and speak with her. I'll hold her until they come.
All right, Jerry. You do that, buddy.
Yeah, good luck, bud.
Iowa's strongest soldier marching off to be ripped to shreds at the end of the runway.
All right. I'll take care of it.
I wanted to tell him to be careful. I wanted to stop it, but more than anything, really, I wanted it all to end. I dialed 911 while I watched Jerry walk down the strip toward this thing by the field. She wasn't moving. Matter of fact, she was still looking straight at me.
What's the condition?
Here and he does dead sprints to a plane and flies off too.
Complete the 5 within 6 stars.
What do you think she whispered to the first guy that made him run?
Probably didn't she say come to the field, whatever? Was it something like that, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
If you saw a woman outside and she said come to the field, that wouldn't be immediate reason to take off in your airplane, you know?
This is true.
They'd have to whisper like something about me no one else knew. Or like a dead relative's name or something like that.
What would they say?
Like,
What would they have to say for you to get in a plane and fly off?
It'd have to be like if I had a family member that recently died, they said like they're waiting for me or whatever, like and this random person just knows about that or something that way. I'd be like, all right, I'm out, I'm leaving. Because if I saw a woman, like realistically outside of the story, if a crazy woman came up and was like, come to the cornfield, I'd be like, what is this crack addict doing on the runway? It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Stop and get away from me. It was late in Atlantic, such a small, uneventful town. The cop said it'd take a good 15 minutes to come to the airport. Binoculars pointed at her as Jerry approached. I saw that he started to talk to her. She was still looking straight into my eyes, all the way from there. Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she leaned towards his ear and whispered something. I don't know what. I'm not a lip reader. Took a step back.
Who's correcting this guy?
Turned around and looked at me. I've never seen such a terrified look on another human. This man was beyond himself. Face so petrified, didn't even resemble the Jerry I knew. He ran into the field. Bro.
Jesus.
Is all I could say. And she was still looking at me. Only she had this, what do you call it? Misbehaving smile on her face.
Wait.
That pilot and Jerry both ran away from her after she whispered something to them. And why was I still here? What was happening to me? I had it. I ran down the stairs and out of the tower. She was standing in her spot. As I ran to her, I could see she still had that smile on her pale face. No more talking. This wasn't moving. I wasn't about to let her run again. I tackled her. It sounds funny, I know, but I ran into that bitch and I hit her hard. We both hit the pavement as soon as I got on top of her. I noticed she still had the smile, even though there was a big cut on her forehead. She wasn't talking. She wasn't resisting. She was laying there, smiling at me and bleeding. I heard the car pull up by the strip, and you can imagine how thankful I was when I saw it was the police.
Over here! Here!
I screamed as I held her down, though she wasn't really trying to escape. As the cops ran toward us, I looked at her one last time.
Why? Why?
My ass so frustrated, so angry. She just smiled even wider.
See you later, alligator.
She was. What?
Kind of cringe.
Oh, the line's kind of cringe. Well, okay, it may have some grace. Hold on. She whispered, second before a police officer pulled me off her. Her words came out with delay again. That wasn't the last shock of the night.
Help me, officer! This man was trying to kill me!
The girl cried as the officer helped her up.
He tried to murder me!
I was speechless. This woman, I thought she was, what, a demon? Was now acting human. I was sure she was finally caught, but as the cop turned to me, I realized I was alone on the strip, nearly choking a defenseless woman. Jerry was nowhere to be found.
Take me,
said as the officer stepped towards me. The sense of helplessness was the most overwhelming feeling I've ever experienced.
But please, don't let her get away.
I spent the night in jail, certain that I was going to be found guilty for everything. The only witness long gone to who knows where. When my buddies from the airport came to bail me out in the morning, I was so tired I didn't feel like explaining anything. I just told them that.
If Jerry were here, he'd tell you. What? Jerry's at the airport right now.
I was in disbelief, but I didn't want to waste a second. 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of Jerry.
Jerry, man, why'd you tell anyone?
I asked, nearly crying from all emotions.
Tell what?
Jerry answered, just laughed and looked around the break room that was now full of coworkers.
Jerry, I went to jail because of her, man. You gotta tell him. Look, man, why don't you get some rest and we can talk about this later, all right?
Jerry said in a condescending voice, patting my shoulder. I lost it. I just.
Oh, there are two
I was the most helpless
maze.
man in the world. There was nobody that could help
How
me.
do I
This
avoid
more than not understanding why Jerry chose to act as if
dying?
nothing happened last night. I walked out of that
How
airport
do I
and
die?
never to come back. 3 days later, I received a letter in the mail giving me a formal "you have been terminated" notice, followed by a call from the police department saying that no charges will be filed. As the
He's going to
woman is nowhere to be
teleport.
found.
Wait, what if
New York
I
to live after that. I never did see that woman again, and to be honest, to this day,
maybe?
I'm not sure what I dealt with. If I'd put my hand on the Bible, I'd say it wasn't a human stalking me those nights in Iowa.
Fucking knew
There's a
it.
little bit more of the story. So the alligator line, I was gonna say could have some grace because it almost sounds like something like someone would tell a kid or a thing like that. So with what I talked about with the skinwalker, how it would have to be something from my past, I was thinking maybe "see you later, alligator" was something from his past, maybe something his mom used to say to him or something like that, and that could explain it. But we haven't got an explanation for that. But that's why that was fine to me because that's what I thought of. That's probably something from his history.
Right.
Yep. At that point,
Well, I forgot I have the.
Is he talking about that woman in the Atlantic again?
She said, trying to look irritated.
I was just telling the boy about what happened to me. Worth knowing what's out there.
Oh, stop it, Alex. Poor guy doesn't need to listen to your rambling.
Rambling, bitch! You did say that. Rambling! How about that since I left, that damn airport has had 41 air traffic controllers quit. How about that?
Well, I think it's time to go. We overstayed as it is.
My aunt said, trying to get out of the awkward situation.
I'll walk you out.
I'll walk you out.
When we got outside the house, my uncle sat in the car, but I had to ask my aunt.
Was that all?
Started, but she interrupted.
Oh, goodness, no. We don't like to talk about it, but Yoko started his depression medication around that time, and it affected him in a strange way. It was back when medications weren't well researched. That's why he was let go and unable to work at airports again.
Fuck, I stuck.
Yes, there was a girl there. Luckily, the cops got him off before he did any damage, but he's been under control ever since. No incidents. Knock on wood.
As she opened the car door, I whispered one last thing.
And all those controls you quit? Is that true?
My aunt's smile went from genuine one to one that was very obviously forced.
We better get on the road before night falls, honey.
No, I
Call us
cannot wait.
sometime. You got our number. You know. See you later, alligator.
Wait, no. I can.
So is the implication there then that she became his
I
wife?
see myself.
Like it killed his wife
Wicked.
and then became...
I think that's what it's assuming.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We're in an unreliable narrator situation now.
Yeah, well, he could have said the skinwalker.
No, well, yes. But also
because all the stuff that discredits his story came from her at the
well,
end.
also
He was
it's a
on
thing
vacation
too
and
about
stuff.
being. I mean, we're also hearing from him though, being like, well, I don't know why he didn't say. Well, I don't know why he didn't defend me.
It could also be that he was on the medication, started to see things, lose his mind, got fired, and then maybe
his wife says "see you later, alligator," so he imprinted that on the story.
Yeah.
But if you view everything literally, his wife was killed by the Skinwalker at some point and replaced, right? Probably similar to what happened.
That's a creative reach. I don't know. There's nothing to assume that the Skinwalker killed his wife or whatever.
She said "see you later, alligator," implying "I'll see you later," and now the wife's saying it. So
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that like I guess we assume that the creature found him in New York and killed the wife because that's where the aunt was at.
I think it's implying it followed him. And like at some point replaced her, something like that.
Nice.
Because I think it's the same thing that happened with Jerry. Because Jerry gets freaked out, runs into the cornfield, and then the next day Jerry's there like, "What are you talking about?"
happened.
You're just
So you think the Skinwalker was probably just the?
It's like one or several replacing people.
I see.
Like that. Yeah.
Well, there's one thing to take away from all of this. It's fuck cancer.
Yes. This is a very fun story. It's a very talented story. It's a shame that the author was taken too soon. But I am glad that stories like this from them, we can still read, we can enjoy, we can talk about. This was a legitimately creepy story with her staring and running to the tower and stuff. All that was great. This was very well done. It's a tragedy that it was taken too soon. But I'm glad we still get to enjoy what he wrote.
Fuck cancer. Fuck cancer. And guys, thank you so much if you've been listening on audio platforms like Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We appreciate a nice rating there. And also thank you to our patrons who do support this channel. We do appreciate you. Once again, I just want to say fuck cancer. That's my final thought.
I also don't like cancer, for the record. I just want to come out that I'm staunchly anti-cancer.
Until next time, guys, we will see you in the next one. Stay creeped. Goodbye.
Stay creeped. And again, cancer, I don't like it. Just so we all know.
Fuck cancer! Fuck cancer!
And I also feel similarly.
Shift. Nice. Tactical retreat. I honestly don't know what to do in this case scenario. Because is it going to get hit or doesn't? Because it's a reaction. No, it's going to get hit nonetheless. But up to bleeding is going to die. If I put myself in here, should not suffer more damage. This is dying from bleeding. I can focus this one. I can actually push this one with the archer. Hit this one with poison. Are you gonna be a bit more? Maybe. The problem is that whenever I try to launch DVD, it crashes. So I don't know if it's going to work. Smile. Sisho golpe. Yes, I don't know why. Okay, that should be lethal with this guy. Oh, this cannot do it. It has to be this. Oop. I can try. Let me try now. I have to reset my PC and I haven't. Let me see. Whenever I try to open it, it launches the freaking crash report without anything else to do. Let's see. Jump attack. Ooh, destroyed it. Okay, in launcher. Let's see. I'm not touching everything. Everything is dying in this game. I need to reset. Oh, 32. I like this car. I need to upgrade them. Fuck. Let me see if I can. Okay, it's trying to connect. Can I do this and heal? I should put the healing potion. We can try Mika. Seems to be trying to connect and not crashing. So that's something. Survive. Let's go first here. Okay, now with my poor boy is almost dying. Let's shift. Let's move. Trying to think. Punch, hit, kick, punch. Sadly, I cannot attack the other one. We pass. We milk. Why? What? The fuck you said to me, you shit? Wait, let me do that better. Sleep. No, wait. This one here. Kick. Punch. It's all in your mind. Okay, I'm in DVD. So whenever you want to play Mika, tell me. I'm probably going to be a bit more. This game, believe it or not, distracts me a lot and it's like recovering my sanity slowly. What can I do with this guy? I can set dodge. I can taunt. So at least it gets hit. And sadly I cannot do anything at all. My best chance is if I get tactic. Not, I cannot check shit with that. So. Okay. Leave the people alone. You fat fuck. Tactical. Wait, can I? No, actually, it's better if I do this. Yes, I like it. Can I kill it? Sadly, I don't think I can. Is going to kill any of these people? No, I don't like where this is going. Will you not? everything. Okay, it dies. If I put myself here, it's still aiming at me. I can set dodge. I can go back. Jump attack. Dodge just in case. This will die from poison. There's the attack. It has 5 bleeding, it dies. How to do this? Oh, I can. No, if I kick it, it dies. I cannot. This is tragic. Okay, let's try another way. Punch this guy. It almost dies. Maybe I can kick Skelly Boy. He dies from bleeding. Nice. Can you put yourself here? Yes. Now you here. And we can kill it. Poop. This doesn't die, this die next. Fuck off. But at least one of them survive. Sure. I have enough money. I should upgrade cards. Heavy arrow. Sure. Upgrade. Back. Is there anything I want to remove? Snap strike? No. No, I don't think so. Oh fuck, I forgot to equip the armor. Chase. Oh, let's see. This is going to advances when applied on advances to where? This is going to do a 2 attack. This is going to attack here. If I move here, what happens? Okay. Then I will move here. I'm going to kick this motherfucker. I'm going to punch him once, punch it twice, punch it thrice. And I think that's pretty much all that thing is. Sleep. It teleports. How about I do... No, actually, let's reset. Let's start with the jump attack. Deleted. Perfection. Do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's use this. Sleep. I like that. We end the turn. Okay. Good. Good. Let's kick it. Let's punch it. Was it worth it though? What is it facing? Wait, let's think it otherwise. Let's taunt. What you will do? Nice, I like that. No. Nay. That's good. That's also good. I can shift. And now do jump attack. In between the two of us, we can make it if you need. There you go. Dodge. I have heavy arrow. I can shift. It must not in a place I would like to. That's kinda annoying. We can do something better. Okay. Motion play. Let's go here. We move there. Let's go here. Let's do this. And the turn. Just left the Skellywag. Let's go. Pasito para atrás. Pasito para adelante. Boom. Bam. Good job. Survive. Fuck off. Fuck not. Shift. I could do it with this one. Whip. What? Touch. Ah. Wait. Let's redo that. I forgot to check the fucking tokens. Actually, it is better if I do this. Hit with the thing. If I do this, as a lot of damage. Okay, doided in the first turn. It focuses me. Perfect. Sure, why not? I should do a counter. No, because I haven't equipped the fucking cloak. Okay, sleep. Wait, sleep, yeah. I can... One down. Sadly, I cannot do much. That one is aiming to the wrong side. I actually prefer that guy hitting there. So, I don't know. There we go. Okay. Sleep. Will it help? Probably. I can do this. I can do this. I can move over here and punch this guy. The other one dies by inertia. Here. Fucking archers. Let's see. Let's move one. Let's move two. I hit twice because lovely. Failure from attack. That saves me from it. No, fucker. Let's try to do that. First here. Oh, well, I didn't. Anyways. That one is toided. Let's shift. Oh, well. This is kinda bad. Miss me. I can sleep over here. Trap punch. Let me move here to confuse the... Yeah. Can I deal that amount of damage? Maybe? Maybe you have fun if you attack it, since... No. I'm dying. No. Fuck off. Let's do a change of plans. Fuck. This is my only option. And so is this one. Fuck off. Fuck off, you spooky bitch. Can I... No, I cannot just... I can shift, never mind. Kick. And... nothing more because... Actually, I can move here. And I can try to kill this guy. I can shift. That's one less ugly boy. Disable this. How much HP has? This is a poison shell. Ole. Three. Nice. Nice cock. Fucking finally. Yeah, I don't have anything to revive. It looks like this. Okay. Oh, the mighty have fallen. Wait. Didn't they have a mantle? Yes, no? Okay. Snake. I think that's okay. Ole, ole. Okay, hijas. I cannot do shack shit. I can kill this one by literally doing nothing. Let's shift. Oh, jump attack. Oh, that's easy to avoid it. I just have to sneak here. Fucking kick her, bonk her. Poison shower. Now you, I step one. Sometimes I believe I am special. Yes. This is Sparta. No, into opposite direction. No, because usually I fuck up. Let's do this one. No, another survive. Hold on. We can maybe get one kill, one easy kill. This has. Let's put this. Punch. Sadly. Bob Whip. Sure, why not? Jump attack. Poison. Sneak. Kick. Shift. Trot. She died from the heavy. One HP. Is that the version with... Hi Kiki, are you back to your home?
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Of course. I expect anything less. There's a lot of damage. Maybe if I sleep. 1 second, I'm going to drink some tea. This is lethal. I can... maybe? I don't know, man. I don't know. My god, Kiki. Unresting one. No. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. No, Kiki. No rest for the wicked. The shift. Can I? No. No, not enough. Fuck. That's bad. There we are. Bye. Bob and weave. Dash. Hit. Dash one. Hit. Dash. Dead. Now I simply sleep. Two more of those. Fuck off. Can I, if only... Yeah, I cannot even... Fuck. Can I shift? Yes. You do a jump attack. Here with the bow. And I position myself with the archer here. Yeah, one time. No way, Jose. With the archer I sleep. And with this... He's not going to attack. I can move. Oh, that guy is reacting. Bob and weave, I suppose. Fireball, motherfuckers. Two opposite. No. Another punch. The odds are coming. Heavy support. Heavy attack. No. I don't think I will. This one heals. Or max HP. I don't remember which one it is. Okay, probably is get the chest ASAP. I'm a what's your plan? Okay. Sleep. Fuck. Fuck off. Of course. Nice. Double nice. Double nice. Fuck. I didn't want to do that one. Okay. When? Dos trompas para antemanía. Whee! Okay, got some party heals. Receive enchanted weapons. How to handle enchanted weapon, pretty please. Mythic bow, silver sword. Oh wait, I get all of those. Wait, this card is in your hair. Vulnerable. Oh. Okay. Be party. Support attacker become bullseye. Bullseye plus to your thing. Oh. And with the other character we have He's supernatural enemies. Sure. We are a wee fucked, but I think we can. Lovely. Okay. Let's see. Let's get this party started. Why didn't I do a react attack? May I get that as an answer? Sleep. There we go. Let's kill it. Chicken pasta. Recruit. What you have? I don't care. I don't care. The supernatural enemies. Wait. This one and this one are clerics. Why one looks like a barbarian? You have rewind. Deal to all supernatural enemies. Rally. And you have turn undead. Ground strike. No, this guy. And this? No, this guy. Higher. Back. Heal party. 1, 2, 2. Buckle my shoe. No. Let's see the. It has item. All party members 2 plus 3 damage. Supernatural enemies. Main high. I need a body. Okay. Oh fuck. Próximo momento. What? This have... Yes, this have freaking... I'll party do 3 times to also natural. Oh wow. Hi Mika.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Outside is cold, it's raining. Right here is fucking hot.
Oh, what a classic.
I don't know how. Fucking. How was this built?
What you see?
Can you hit this fucking rabbit with a acorn or something like that? I don't know why you're not out, but how do you not?
Oh, sorry.
If it's an acorn,
It's okay.
if it's an acorn, please hit this man with an acorn.
How the fuck do I do this? I can't.
Hello, Kiki.
1 second, let me. I'm trying to use my brain power as much as I can. And it hurts. It hurts so much, Mika. You don't know how much it hurts. 24! ¿Qué rompimos? Okay, change of plans. Let's play defensive, right? Everyone loves playing defensive.
Is this like a Slade Spire? No.
Yes, actually, yes, this time. Shift. Energy is that. I can hit this one with this one. Why you didn't help is beyond me. And now you can move here. And that's all my turn. Okay. Okay, Mick, I'm going.
I'm just
Okay.
heading back for it. I like
Yes.
the cheese slap. So funny.
Fuck off. Quita eso. Wait, let me, just in case. Boop. And now, quito esto. You should do it, I'm sure. Look at this photo, cunt.
Du hast den Arsch offen.
Huh? Oh wait, you're covered by the video and Ruby. Where I can put Ruby? You know what? You can hold Ruby.
You know.
Yes, you're going to hold Ruby. With your cheek hand.
You.
Y el tuyo de Ruby. Oh. Ruby's covering Mika. Oh. Sorry, I don't read chat. I'm
There.
No. It crashed. Fuck off. 1 second, Mika. I need to restart my PC. There is so many problems that probably a good one. I'm getting punched by a cat. We are low kick in this household.
It's opening. My cat. What happened?
Old man.
You want?
I was opening the door for my cat.
No,
What happened?
it's not. Could I possibly reset my PC and restart Steam really quickly? I'm capable of that finesse. What do you think, Mika?
I mean, not.
No?
Si no es un inconveniente para ti.
To play, I need to. So let's give it a shot.